It's another day in paradise, another fantastic setting for the Asian Le Mans Series and sports cars as far as the eye can see. Welcome everybody to the Yas Marina circuit here in Abu Dhabi and to our final weekend of the 2025-2026 Asian Le Mans Series. It's race one of two and it's a crucial race for some because they're looking to bank points, they're looking to stay in contention for the championships. Championships plural, we've got GT3 cars, we've got LMP3 cars and LMP2 as well. It's going to be a fascinating race. They always are. We're looking forward to seeing what the next 4 hours develops, with one or two surprises out of qualifying, some of the fancied cars having problems and with work to do up from the back of the grid. One of those cars being the number 47 Chetilar Racing LMP2 entry. A spin, it caused the red flag, it's been put to the back of its class in qualifying, and without the driver having set a time, they have to put their faster driver in to start the race, and that's going to mean they have another pit stop, and that throws their strategy completely out of the window. That's just one of the stories we've got to monitor over the next 4 hours. Temperatures are hot, although they are going to drop as we race into the evening. Pit crews are going to be very busy as well, and they're going to be busy in the commentary box as well. They being Ollie Gavin and Graham Goodwin.
Thanks very much, David. It's an afternoon packed with potential storylines, with actual storylines, as David said, for the championship leading Chetilar Racing car after that mistake from Roberto Lacorte cost them dear. But Ollie, we've got a magnificent 4 hours ahead of us.
Oh, we have, and it's going to be battles wheel to wheel in all of the classes, and it's certainly going to be something special just to sort of see. This racetrack here at Yas Marina always gives us fantastic racing, and here in the Asia Le Mans Series, we've just seen the weather there, 27C ambient, but it's 42 on track. That's something that all of these guys will be working hard on to try to understand how that's going to change the balance of the car, certainly from this morning, and then how it's going to change as we go into the night. It is toasty here, it's warm. It's certainly something that all these guys are really working hard on, is trying to keep themselves nice and cool. Yeah.
We were in Dubai last weekend, two fantastic races, particularly the Sunday race, an absolute all-time Asian Le Mans Series classic. But here, Ollie, it's a very different challenge indeed. And in just a moment, you're going to take us round on a fast lap of the Yas Marina circuit.
Riding on board here with Parker Thompson behind the wheel of the 69 WRT BMW M4 Yas Marina circuit here. 5.281 kilometres, 16 turns. Coming down now into turn one, hard on the brakes. Getting back to the apex there, third gear, trying to make sure not to use too much road on the exit air track limits. Up to fourth, uphill here through this sweeping left then right. Being careful of track limits on the exit here, 180 k's. Also, pit lane exit is right there. Swooping downhill, hard on the brakes from fifth gear, all the way down to second, about 80 k's an hour here at apex. Full throttle once again, being careful of those track limits. That exit curve is also tricky. Go back up through the box. You might be able to make out, I think the sister car might be right behind us here. Up to sixth, 260 k's an hour. In sixth gear, and then spotting that brake point all the way down to first. Careful of the rear locking there across this left apex, then short shifting to second, and then trying to spot that acceleration point. Tricky there, again being careful of track limits. Got to keep two wheels just inside of that white line, and then we're coming round shortest route down here, coming down to turn 9, about 240 k's, and then hard on the brakes again, down to third, using this banked corner left, keeping it tight, and then letting the car run out, again being careful of track limits, and that exit curve can be brutal. Then trying to get the car lined up for the entry into the section around the hotel, trying to get it back to the right hand side there. That's the slowest apex in this series of corners. Off camber left-hander, all second gear, and then this is the fastest one of the three. Just really opens up here. Got to be very careful of that wall on the right hand side. Many people have ended up there. And then it's the second to last corner, very quick across that, and then trying to spot the brake point and entry point into the final corner here, second gear at the Yas Marina circuit, coming over the line to complete one more lap here.
So qualifying this morning was, as ever, a crucial one. The way that the Asian Le Mans Series works is that your better time counts for the first race grid and your second time is for tomorrow's race. So not only is there pressure because there's not much time on the clock, 15 minutes, but you've got to deliver 2 good laps as well. For the 5th time in 6 races, we're going to have Giorgio Roda starting on pole position by the time we get to the end of tomorrow, because he's done it again. He's been the qualifying king in LMP2, but he's been a bit low on luck. There were 1 or 2 stories across both GT and LMP3, but Giorgio Roda will top the times for race 1. Let's have a look back at what happened earlier this morning.
First of 3 15-minute qualifying sessions, quick-fire qualifying sessions for 2 qualifying laps went to the 19 GT cars. The 99 Corvette sadly eliminated from proceedings with a crash in testing. On board with the number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari, championship leaders by a comfortable margin at this point. Justin Blattner taking the fight to the rest. Giacomo Petrobelli in the 56 Courier Cross Blackthorn Aston Martin would put his car 3rd on the grid, but it would be another all AMG front row. The 37 car from QMMF by Get Speed 2nd on the grid, but it would be a double pole position for the weekend for the sister car, the number 9 Bartone Broths liveried Get Speed Porsche. Steve Jans producing the goods. Great stuff from him. LMP3, 10 cars out on track for their 15 minutes of fun and frolics. And the 13 car from Inter-Europol competition after a chassis change this week. After difficulties, they'd be 3rd. Team Ferragi's number 8, Roman Wozniak, would put their car on the front row. But as team principal Nico Lapierre looked on, it might have looked sketchy at times, but it would be the first of 2 pole positions for Paul Lanchere to sweep the board, 6 out of 6 this season at LMP3. Then it was time for LMP2, 16 cars on track, and the number 4 crew watching on. Number 20 car in the hands of John Falb. He put in a spirited performance, interrupted by this spin. There might well be some consequences there. We'll talk about that a little later. Giorgio Roda blasting through as the red flag came out to allow Roberto Lacorte to recover the car. He would play no further part in the session, and that could well have race and potentially championship consequences. Falb picked up where he'd left off. He'd put his number 20 APR car on the 2nd row of the grid, 3rd quickest, just ahead of the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. And on the front row, our only other pole sitter in Sepang, Leandro Mola, would be 2nd, but it would be Giorgio Roda once again with a double pole position here at Yas Marina. The number 5 on pole for United Autosports. So Giorgio Roda it is on pole position. You can see a packed grid here. Great to see a healthy crowd. Stefan Mattel, Benjamin from SRO, co-promoters these days of the Asian Le Mans Series, and taking a good look at exactly what's going on with this grid. Ajit Kumar hoping for a better run than he managed in Dubai. Had a tricky outing on Sunday. But let's go for the middle of the grid, back to the front of the grid, because David Addison has collared our multiple pole sitter, Giorgio Roda, is with him right now.
So Giorgio Roda on pole position. Hold the 9th page. It's not exactly news, because Giorgio, you've been so good in qualifying, not just this season, but last season as well. This is normally where I say, is today the day, and something happens. So should we talk about something different? I mean, what have you been doing in the last few days between Dubai and Abu Dhabi?
Yeah, it's been pretty good days, except the 2 pole position here is not news, honestly, now. I've been with my family, my kid is here. We went down with the pool and chill out a bit in these days. But no, seriously, it's double pole position, so nothing to add. 5 out of 6 this season, and 11 out of 12 in the 2 seasons, so I'm happy with that. But today is the day, honestly, we think and we need to go for the win.
Just talk to me about this circuit, because it's a modern Formula One venue. It's very different from Dubai of a week ago.
Yeah, Dubai was full of, I mean, the asphalt itself is full of bumps, and here it's so flat because of the Formula 1 coming here. Also for us, it's way better as an LP2. It's like a Formula car. We don't need to cut any curbs. The surface and tarmac is really good. So it's pretty hot today compared to Dubai last week. So we'll see, because we started in the day and we'll finish pretty much in the night. Tomorrow is going to be even later. So we'll see.
Good luck.
Yeah, Giorgio Roda there pointing out something that's blindingly obvious as we made our way here to the booth, Ollie. It is a lot hotter here than we've had so far this week.
Yeah, it is, and that's certainly something these guys are going to be working on and dealing with. We're here soon the 47 car. This is going to be towards the back of the P2 field, and these guys have to start here because they had that spin and they caused that red flag in the qualifying session, and that is they're the regulations. But yes, it certainly is something that all of these teams are going to be working with. There's these cool suits or cool jackets that a lot of these guys, these cool vests that a lot of the drivers are wearing, and it's certainly something that hydration is going to be key. And making sure that you keep yourself as cool as you possibly can before jumping in your car.
Yeah, starting from 16th, bad news for the Gentile racing car. This is our pole position car. Gregoire Saucy and Mikkel Jensen to follow. Arguably the bigger blow, though, is having to start with the quicker driver. You're not able to stick with the strategy.
Stop you have to take. Yeah. That's the real killer thing.
And they'll want to get Roberto Lacorte into that car as soon as possible. They're going to be praying for a virtual safety car.
Yeah, and we know that this format and the multi-class racing here in the Asia Le Mans series and the way that this works and sort of their first couple of turns, 1, 2, 3, they do create quite a bit of drama here. We know we've had incidents and accidents.
RSGP looking for a better day with their Duquesne. This is the second place car on the grid, the only other car to have set a pole position this season. It happened at Sepang in the hands of Jans Grenomola. And
always been close, hasn't he? He really has performed extremely well in qualifying, but just not quite enough to get Roda off of that top step in qualifying.
Stewie Cox from APR just walking across the front of the grid there after what an amazing run they had in Dubai. 2 wins for the number 4 car, but that sweep 1, 2, 3 overall. Bibendum on the grid, one of the most famous trademarks in the world. Of course, the representation of Michelin, our tyre partners, their products on the corner of every single one of the 45 cars we've got lined up on this grid.
Yeah, brilliant partner. Certainly somebody I've worked a lot with, and their product, first class.
20 car, and what a strong race they had last time out. John Falb was mighty. Matt Kaiser, I think, had his best race of the season. Sami Migtunif is getting stuck in now.
Sami was super impressive. Second race, Dubai really came to the fore. I saw John Falb earlier on in the week, and John was saying he's just really coming to the top with all of his speed and preparation, and really doing a fine job.
Indeed. So packed grid. Not long before we clear that, we'll hear the national anthem to start proceedings on the next round. Did spot, by the way, as George Kurtz limbers up for the number 4 in the middle of that crowd. Part of the group here with High Class Racing from Denmark, and a famous Danish racing hero, John Nielsen, celebrates his 70th birthday here today. From Badawi. And we were checking this out. We believe that he may well be, from the win that they scored at Dubai, be the first ever international sports car race winner from Egypt.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. And certainly something that we're seeing in the Asia Le Mans series certainly do bring new talent to the fore.
5th place on the grid, Georgios Kolovos will share the car with Nolan Siegel and Bijou Garg, the 43 car, 5th in LMP2.
Not had a great season though, have they, the 43?
A bit invisible, without being insulting about it. They've just not had the edge. There's been amazing battles up and down the field, and they've been involved in some of them, but not as close to the sharp end as you would normally expect.
No, absolutely not.
Giorgio Roda there, making sure that whatever's in that box isn't going to get stolen. Unlikely to be. That is the helmet of Michael Jensen on the side pod of the 25 car. Defending champions, still in the hunt. Enzo Trulli, I think, has had a magnificent debut season.
He has, and he drove extremely well in Dubai, and also he drove well out in Sepang. And,
he did.
You know, now we're sort of seeing how he's going to run here. Tom Dillman, absolute pro, and certainly the class act in P2.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please stand, if you are able, for the national anthem of United Arab Emirates.
Stirring tones of the national anthem of the United Arab Emirates. They've been our hosts the last 2 weekends, and as always, impeccable hosts. It's been a great couple of weekends. Let's go back down to the grid. David Anderson is with our other pole genius, Paul Loncher, in LMP3.
And Paul Loncher has been outstanding in qualifying. Paul, pole position for every race. Amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. 6-6 is the new appellation. Paul Loncher's start. First, no, I'm very proud about that. The team did a good job, very good job. We work a lot in this track to make the pole, and I'm really happy to take start to race in the front.
For the race will be tough, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's the long race. I will be safe all around my two stint, and I hope it's a good race for us, and I stay safe.
Bonne chance.
Yeah, magnificent stuff in qualifying.
He's been brilliant, he really has.
CLX in the hunt, as we've got quite a deep battle in LMP3. GT really needs, for the rest of them, for the otherwise dominant car of Kessel Racing, the 74, to have something other than a perfect race. But that is our number 17 car on pole position from CLX. Paul Loncher will start the race, of course. That is the points position. They lead by just 2 points from Forestier Racing by VPS.
It was pretty remarkable, the racing we had in Dubai, though. The Saturday race was extraordinary on that last lap.
Yeah.
And then the Sunday race, again, was just remarkable in how it all unravelled, and that change of the lead, and then the 71 car having the problem, and then all the others sort of making it such a big battle.
Second place on the grid for Romain Wozniak, with the number 8 car from Team Virage. That's the gap. It was pretty tiny, and tinier still to the number 13 Inter Europol car behind. 3 cars that are in contention for this title. And it really has lit up this Asian Le Mans series in the UAE, the LMP3 class. You said, you're absolutely correct, 2 extraordinary finishes. Alexander Bekantsov setting the time for 3rd in LMP3 and giving them the best shot he possibly could. This car has been completely rebuilt since Dubai, ran a brand new tub.
New chassis, isn't it?
Absolutely. So the car is effectively brand new. Plenty of running to test that rebuild. I think that was Charlie Samani suiting up for the number 51 car.
It's Phil Fayer, who's somebody who's been really quick and just wanting a clean race today, after going well in qualifying again, but he did have quite a difficult Dubai.
Terence Woodward in the 71 car. This was the car in the hands of Matthias Rieber. Took an extraordinary win. Oh, Gilles Duquesne on the grid. Good to see Gilles, the man with his name on the nose of the 85 car as the chassis builders, and also an entrant on the Duquesne team in LMP2 in Europe. So he'll be here for chats about what's to come next. There is the Duquesne. Fabien Michel it will be that starts, 5th in LMP3, a standalone Duquesne amongst the 9 Ligiers.
It's got a different driver lineup, isn't it?
It has.
85 car.
Brand new name for us this weekend. Zach Sculler from New Zealand. Welcome to Sports Car Racing. Grid is being cleared.
And they've got a lot of drinks down there, it seems.
That made me feel thirsty right now. But you mentioned Phil Fayer. He'll be looking for better luck, better fortune, and a cleaner race. Crichton Lentudis aboard the 64 car.
Now these guys have really turned around things and had a fantastic, haven't had the actual results, but they've certainly shown an awful lot more speed, and Nielsen Racing have really, seems like it's a new start for them.
Pole position in GT, it's the number 9 Get Speed car, Steve Jans, will be followed by Anthony Bartone and Fabian Schiller later on. Another team that will be looking for a better race long run. They've had excellent pace in qualifying, but it's not really come together.
But they're still in the hunt, aren't they?
They are. Paced
to the championship.
Paced by this car, the sister car, under the QMMF, the Qatar Motorcycle Federation. And Al Khalifi, again, a really good qualifying session, was really unlucky in Dubai, a victim of someone else's accident that took him out while leading the pack. 4 hours it is today, and guess what? We get to do the same again tomorrow. Both races will finish under the floodlights. Tomorrow's race starts, by the way, an hour later. Keep an eye on Asian Le Mans Series website for details of times in your area. Giacomo Petrobelli, very strong in qualifying today. We heard from Johnny Adam in that show. Kobe Powell's as well, we'll see in the middle of the race. Is it Aston Martin's day? Kyrgios Blackthorn. There you go.
They did run extremely well. They were quick in Dubai as well. Giacomo was very fast there in that Kyrgios entry, but it just didn't come together. 74, Kessel Racing, Dustin Blattner. These guys are out in front in the championship, and they have been the real class act this year, I have to say.
It's going to be interesting to see how they tackle this. There's an argument to say a conservative run is the way to go to preserve that points lead. Will they do so, or will they run to the front?
I think that they'll just run their race. They'll just run their race, and they'll just see how things go, be smart, and just deliver exactly what they've done all the way throughout this championship so far.
Yep, grid more or less clear now, as just the one mechanic with each car. There is the number 69 WRT car. Tony McIntosh has been growing in confidence in pace. Took the win.
Speaking to Kurt Mollikins here from WRT, and he's got his fingers crossed that race 1 of the weekend is going to be the strong one, because it has been with Tony and the 69 car that things have not quite worked out for them in that first race of the weekend, and it's always been stronger in that second race 1 minute to go here, and they're hoping that they can execute on that Saturday race rather than the Sunday. Absolutely.
Parker Thompson and Dan Harper to come. That's a strong lineup. 2 formation laps to come, remember, in this modern era, without tyre warmers to allow the drivers to try to get as much heat into the Michelin tyres as they can. Quick on board there for Vector Sports RLR, the number 70 car in the hands of Dan Schneider. All sorts of drivers we're used to seeing.
30 seconds on the grid. 30 seconds to start the first of the 2 formation laps.
Used to seeing in other cars. Dan Schneider more regularly a United Autosports driver. So Giorgio Roda more regularly with Proton Competition. TF Sports number 11 car, that'll be Blake McDonald. He starred until he was the victim of contact in Dubai's race 1. And that's rather kind of stymied the pace of that car since the number 11 car, it seems to me.
Yeah, it has. It has really come back together for them.
Green flag. Green flag on the grid start of the first of the 2 formation laps.
Yeah, TF Sport been working hard. Matt Bell, Blake McDonald, James Rowe have been working away on that.
A reminder to all drivers, let's try to keep the gaps as close as possible.
Just coming through under the national flag of the United Arab Emirates. Just spotted there the black and orange Orica of Bonas Racing from Japan. Big change for them here in the UAE. We'll catch up with them as we go through the grid on pole position. The number 5 United Autosports car with Giorgio Roda, Jens Reiner Muller in the number 49 high-class racing car alongside John Falb, number 20 for Algambro Racing, and George Kurtz, number 4, CrowdStrike Racing by APR in Row 2. Row 3 into Europol Competitions 43, Georgios Kolovos, the 25 Algar Pro car in the hands of Michael Jensen. Row 4, DK Engineering, Alexander Matchell, Phil Fayer in the 6 from United. And row 5, Proton's Horst Felbermeyer Jr. and also number 22 from Proton's Stefan Aust. Road 6, RD Limited's Fred Pordad back in action, and Ponas Racing, Yurikatsu Sujiko. Road 7, Vector Sport RLR,
drivers
Dan
make
Schneider,
the best efforts
Nielsen
to close the
Racing
gaps,
64, Crichton Lentudis. ARC Bratislava, the Grand Old Man of the Age of Le Mans Series, Mira Konopka, alongside Charles Malaysi in the 47 Chetelaar racing car. LMP3, pole for Paul Loncher, 17 CLX Motorsport, and 8th from Team Mirage, Roman Wozniak. 13th from Inter Europe, Alex Kantzoff and Terence Woodward in the 71 23 events racing car. RHGP, Fabien Michel back in the saddle, and High Class Racing's 94 with Tim Whale. Row 12 for SDA Racing by VPS, Nick Adcock in 23 events racing's Louis Stern after that big accident in Dubai, back in action. Breton Racing, Jacek Zielonka in the 26. Team Virage's Julian Gerby starts in the number 1 car. Get Speed, Steve Jans, pole position for the number 9 AMG, and Abdullah Ali Aghalifi in the 37 QMF by Get Speed. It's AMG's 1-2. A Kuriakos Blackfrom's Aston Martin in the 56, Giacomo Petrobelli, Dustin Blattner in the 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. Team WRT, Tony McIntosh and Rinat Salikov, another newbie here this afternoon. The 28 from WRT. Origin Motorsport, they've been at the front all season, 87 Porsche. And it is Andrei Murzov in the United Autosports McLaren. TF Sports Blake McDonald, the number 11, and Tarasau, reigning champion in the 10 Montai Porsche. Darren Young, 21, of course, a Ferrari. Francois Heriot, the 92 Montai Porsche.
Let's close these gaps, please, gentlemen.
Racing Team Turkey Corvette, Tom van Rotboy, the 34, Raymond Gidley in the 15 Kessel Ferrari. Banksy from Japan, the 77 Proton Porsche, and Prince Jeffrey in the 66 JMR Corvette. Charlie Somali's 51 AF Corsa Ferrari alongside Custodio Toledo, another newbie this season, and the 54 Vista AF Corsa car. And right at the back of the grid, 45th, the 50 Ferrari, the American fragrance player racing car, Greg Bennett. 46th car that should have been here.
The leading car. All cars to close the gaps.
The 99 JMR Corvette, unfortunately, damaged beyond immediate repair in private testing, just at the top of where we got that shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Just coming off of turn 3, there was the JMR car, and there was 2 prototypes right around him, and it just tangled, touch. Off to the wall on the right-hand side, sister car right there in the shot.
Indeed.
66, and there's been a switch in that car, hasn't there?
It has. We've got Prince Abu and Prince Jeffrey with Alexander Sims in that car, which means sadly no start for Yasser Shaheen, Ben Green, or the luckless driver in that incident, Jordan Love.
Yeah, it was a tough break, real tough break for them at JMR. But we're seeing all of the field forming up now. Giorgio Roda will have everything crossed. I think that this is going to go straightforward and easy. He just wants a stress-free, straightforward race, and he can hand the car over to Grégoire Sosi maybe in an hour's time, and get this 4 hours of Yas Marina and Abu Dhabi underway, nice and smooth, nice and clean. But we've seen here for many a race that turns 1, 2, 3, 4. That's where incidents can happen. It gets very congested up there, cold tyres, a lot of bronze drivers taking the start here, and there will be much chatter and talk on the radios now from team managers, engineers, 2 drivers, and there will have been briefings beforehand. How are we going to go about this? How are we going to get the car up to temperature, the tyres, the brakes, everything?
All cars to close the gaps. We have a nice line there.
And Gwen here in race control will be briefing everybody exactly how he wants this race to start, how clean he wants it to be. We want to get these 4 hours of Abu Dhabi off to a nice, clean start, and we can get racing.
Yep, he will want it nice and orderly. Richard Strauss will never have imagined that his astonishing Alsace Zarathustra, my apologies, would become the anthem, the starting point for international sports car racing.
Start assuming great position.
But as we used to around the world,
to start assuming great position. It's looking good at the front.
About to happen.
GT cars to close the gaps, please.
Through the hotel curve, stirring notes begin.
Overtake before the line, keep the grid formation, no movement to the side before the line.
and away we go. 4 hours to go at Yas Marina today, 4 more tomorrow. But it's these 4 that counts, and already Charles Malaysia trying to make headway on the inside of Crichton and Tudis. Everybody so far into turn 1 at least safe and sound.
Yeah.
How's it look on the exit? That's when it's been tricky in previous years.
Yes, that exit curve is really tricky when the tyre pressures are low and everybody's a little bit low on grip. Crichton and Tudis went deep on the brakes there into turn 1, but it looks like everybody is through and clean and nice. No bumping, no banging. We're racing.
Alongside the number 3 car from DKR Engineering, Malaysia making rapid progress, but he's going to want an opportunity without damage to the time on that car to hand that car over as quickly as possible. It's the number 25 and the 43, Kolovos and Jensen battling away. Look at Malaysia in the middle, the blue and highlighted green car.
Yeah, it's not worked quite out for them, really. They were hoping there was going to be somewhat of an incident and a bit of a yellow flag or a virtual safety car so that they can get that pit stop done and get the driver's swap done in that 47 car, but it's wheel to wheel here.
The 2 Montside cars briefly, that was Anterisau having taken a few liberties over the curbs at the end of the main straight, but it's done the business for him at the moment.
It has, and maybe that's going to get looked at by the stewards, I don't know, cutting a corner, but it is just wheel to wheel here in the GT class. Everybody just trying to find their way and the rhythm as we're coming through and through turn 14 here with the P2 class. Nice and steady. Giorgio will be happy with his first lap here. All seems to be running well. P3 seems to be pretty calm as well. And is this going to be just everybody just warming themselves up and getting themselves in the groove?
Absolute monster start from Paul Launcher here. He's with the back of the LMP2 grid and a big gap to the second place car from Roman Wozniak. It is Giorgio Roda leads through Jens Renner, Muller, John Falb, George Kurtz at the end of the first lap, and it's as they were as well in LMP3. How do they turn up in GT? Again, the 1, 2, 3 is as they were with the Team WRT cars behind the lead 3. So as clean a first lap as you can see or hope for, and away we go, Ollie Gavin, for what let's hope is a race determined by pace.
Yeah, and it's certainly looking that way. There's a number of different lines as the GT drivers are all coming through this turns 2 and 3. Just sort of seeing the layouts and sort of the way that these cars are constructed. It seems that the Get Speed Mercedes do have the pace, 1 lap pace, but let's see how we go and run over a stint here. And these bronze drivers who will be mainly on board at the moment, just switching back to the 47 P2 car, Charles Malaysia on board. And I wonder what their strategy is going to be here and what how they're going to try and make this work if it does stay green. I wonder if Sedlar are going to have to sort of switch this up at some point and get Roberto Lacorte in that car so they're not putting him out there when the pros are out there.
Malaysia up to 6th, remember he's up against bronze ranked opposition. The rapid progress up the order is not necessarily a surprise, but what he's looking for is an opportunity for this race to be under some form of caution that allows him to be in the pits. That's a virtual safety car, and the odds at the moment look against that.
It does, and you just sort of go, when are they going to blink? They're going to stick, or they're going to twist? I think that they've got to kind of move off that X point at some point in the next couple of laps here. He's coming down the inside of the 43, and it's pretty simple stuff here coming into turn 1, and he's just settling into his rhythm. Is he going to be able to get past George Kurtz as he comes down through and off of turn 3, turn 4, sizing himself up into turn 5? Is he going to come up the inside? Yes, he is.
They'll have thought this through. They'll have considered what the strategy is if the race stays full green, I'm sure. Let's remember this car handled by AF Corsa, the same team that looks after Ferrari's factory efforts in both hypercar and GT. Smart guys and girls at AF Corsa. 5th place at the moment. His next target.
4th, isn't he?
4th, apologies.
Yeah.
Next target is John Falb. Giorgio Roda, by the way, is 2.5 seconds up the road at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he pulls the trigger, doesn't he? Giorgio always comes out the traps very quickly, and it's just whether he's going to be able to sustain that pace. And we're not seeing that much degradation here this weekend. This surface is good for these Michelins. And yeah, certainly it's something. And Paul Launcher is in the same sort of boat, isn't he? Look at him, he's just roxing away from the P3 field.
He is 3.5 seconds clear of the next car.
just hearing down from the pits, David Addison there, that Lecourte is ready to go with his helmet on, which would be smart stuff, because they might just have to peel into the pits on a short call and just wait if there is an incident, then they're going to take advantage of it.
Some major changes made here at Yas Marina just a few years ago, and one of them was the introduction of this bank turn they're going through now. Absolutely awesome. And those changes, which were principally made, Ollie, for Formula One, have served it well as a multi-class racing venue.
It has, and it's created good overtaking opportunities, and this circuit really does suit many forms of racing, and we always have good, strong racing here in the Asia Le Mans Series when we come to Yas Marina.
Yeah, we've got the lead cars in GT up behind the stragglers, and those are at the moment Fabien Michal in the 85 car.
Malaysia up to second.
Indeed. And the Breton Racing number 26 car, they've had a wretched season. Jacek Zielonka at the back of that grid. Our defending champions will not be retaining that title.
No, it's
and
been
Steve
terrible
Jans,
for them.
yeah, right with them. And Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi is right there with him too.
See that Julian Gerby started the number 1 car for Team Virage, and it was just to get things up and running for them in LMP3. But yeah, Charles Mallacy is certainly making some good headway here. He might take a little bit longer to catch Giorgio Roda and get past him. But I think they're still hoping for this opportunity where they could get a relatively cheap pit stop and get Charles out and Roberto in.
Yep, 1:42, 676, the fastest lap of the race. That goes unsurprisingly to Charles Mallacy. Factory Alpine driver Antonio Fuoco will take over later, almost certainly to finish this race. So 2 stellar pro drivers in this effort, but the imperative here is to find a way without damage to the time progress to get Roberto Lecourte on board this car.
And Roberto has to do at least 1 hour of this race. So all the time that this is ticking by, yeah, that means that it's an hour that he's possibly going to be out there looking for
That's Julian Gerby.
Julian Gerby at the inside there, the 23 car, getting the deal done there.
So remember, this is the team that will feature Ajit Kumar later on, but Julian Gerby also a bronze, so can start this race with no penalty. And now looking to do what he can to address the challenge of the 94 car from High Class Racing. So this is the battle at the moment for 5th place.
Just coming through underneath the hotel there, the W Hotel. This is the 47 and the 5.
He's closed that gap already, and I think this is likely to be done before the end of this lap.
Yeah, I mean, Charles is just eating him up at the moment. He was over half a second quicker in that first sector.
But United, I'm sure, will be telling Giorgio Roda, defend but with no risk at this stage, because as longer you can keep him behind, the better it is for United.
But they're not really racing them at the moment, are they? He's not really. No. Just don't expose your car or put it in a position where it could get damaged. Just look after it. Be smart.
Make him burn the time is the point here.
Yeah, be smart. Coming down into this section here, turns 12 and 13. That's apex to the right there is the slowest one of these 3, and it slowly gets quicker and quicker across all of these apexes. This one really opens out nice and tight to that wall, and then this is a fast sweeping right hand, about 250 k's.
Now he's right behind, right on the rear wing, looks to see whether or not there's an opportunity outside. Is he going to have a crack at this in this really quick 1, 2, 3 section? Not quite there, is he?
No, he's not quite there. Coming through and off here into this fast sweeping turns 2, turns 3, nearly 3G of load here as they come through and off of there. It's about 205 k's an hour as they come down here, 250 k's side by side. Nicely done. Good move there by Charles.
And again, this will be minimum risk for Charles Mallacy. This is a championship leading car right now. They lead this race, but for those that weren't with us in the preamble here, had to start with their fastest driver in the car. That against times is Charles Mallacy. They've not burned a single second of bronze time after a problem in qualifying for Roberto Lecourte. So at this stage, whilst they lead the race, they're at something of a competitive disadvantage to pretty much every car behind them.
They are, yes, and it's just going to be how that sort of pays back. There's Roberto there, sat there watching and waiting, and it's going to be how we get through these next few laps, few minutes, but Yeah, it's going to be ticking by for that 47 Settelar team, and they'll be frustrated. No opportunities yet.
Julian Kirby is getting on to terms here with the 94 car of Timwell. And we're hearing from David Addison that Chetelaar may be around about to pull the trigger. No sign of any dramas on track, so they're going to have to make that change now.
They are, and it's going to be painful, but it's most probably you've got to rip the plaster off, let's say.
It's really a matter of just exactly where Roberto emerges. On the inside, that was.
Oh, the 94 coming back at
still not done.
And they're side by side there. 94 just leaning on him a little bit.
And the 23 events cars there as well.
Yeah. And 71 now is going to come around the outside. As with when you're racing hard against other cars in your class, you've got to. Oh, Julian Kirby up the inside at turn 9. He's like, oh, I can just have another go at this, and he gets it done. That's where he got past the 23 the lap before. And
gets it done.
Yeah, he certainly seems confident in that car today.
23 car tried to follow him through, and there was no room. So we'll put it that way, but it's now under risk from the 29 behind. Back on the hands of Nick Adcock on Louis Stern. Here is the back markers, if you like, at the moment in GT. These are the final 5 cars in the order, and bottled up at the moment behind Custodio Toledo.
It's a good example there of how that bank corner really works. You know, the Banksy car goes in a bit deep, and the Corvette was trying to undercut it and come up the inside and didn't quite make it work, so they had to sort of bleed back out of it, and positions have sort of come back to how they were as they're coming into the corner. But it is great racing here in the GT class.
And look behind, because here comes the race leader.
Oh, he won't like that.
That is absolutely the wrong time. Is he going to peel off into the pits? We'll see that from this shot. Roberto Lecarte certainly thinks he is.
Yep. Here we go. Is it going to be one more?
Needs it to be clean. No sign that the 47 is on pit lane. Yep, he's in. Charles Lacey straight into pit lane and immediately loses the lead to Giorgio Roda. This will be a rapid fire. Quick top up of fuel, driver change only beyond that. No other work required on the car, and then out into this race. How far down the order is he going to be, Ollie?
Yeah, the pressure's really going to be on this gentleman here, seeing his backside. He's going to have to work feverishly, but very deliberately to get that driver change done. That is super hard to do under these pressurised situations. Any one slip and it can cost a whole bunch of time. The whole point, or the whole time that the car's stationary in the pit lane, that is time being lost, and it's so hard to make that up.
So Charles Lacey did all he could, but he's very rapidly to the front of this field in the first 10 minutes of the race. And now all eyes are on, where is Roberto Lecarte going to emerge? 16th place. So he's still in the LMP2 traffic. That is, I think, job done for Charles Lacey. Because effectively, Roberto Lecarte is where he would have been if he'd started the race.
It certainly looks like he's worked up a bit of a sweat.
So let's go down to, I think we're about to go down to David Addison, who I think is going to try and have a quick chat with. Rather warm. Well, he is. He's with Chetelaar Racing. David Addison with Charles Lacey down today, of course.
So already we have a story. It's the pace of car 47, Charles Lacey. Not the way you wanted to start the race, but a great stint. Or a great little stint.
Yeah, no, for sure. The qualifying was not what we expected, and because Roberto created the red flag, we had to start with one of the 2 pro drivers, and because I'm the one that set the fastest lap of the car in a practice, I had to start the race. Also tomorrow will be the same, but yeah, the goal was to come back on the front as much as we could, and to up for a FCY or VSC. So, yeah.
Was there a plan for you to do a set number of laps, or to try to get in the lead and then box?
Yeah, I think strategy will be a bit stuck if we don't have something extra, like a safety car or VSC, to help us, because now we are offsetted compared to the others, and Roberto will have to finish his stint when the pro drivers will get into it. So yeah, I think it will not be easy. We just need to have a VSC or something at the right moment to help us to come back. I think now, if we want to target the Crown Strike or the 25, we have to have a bit of luck. So Yeah, we'll try our maximum. Everything is still open. We have race 1, race 2, so yeah, all the bets are still open.
Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, that explains it beautifully, doesn't it? Just been watching as we listen to Charles Balaisi with David Allison down on pit lane. Giorgio Roda seems to me to be making good progress through traffic here. Jens Renomola trying to stick with him, but I'm not sure he's quite done that. May well have dropped a few tenths here in what is a very busy racetrack right now.
Yeah, it is. And certainly around this section here, coming into underneath where the hotel is going to be tricky for him, up behind one of the Team Turkey Corvettes, and be hemorrhaging a bit of lap time here. It really does drop off a lot. The difference in speed between these GT cars and the P2 cars and their performance levels on most of these corners, the medium high-speed corners, is around about 20 to 30 Ks difference. So when you've got that difference in speed, it really does give up a lot of time if you have to just drop your speed to that GT speed.
For those of you keeping an eye on Cetilar Racing and Roberto Lacorte, the number to watch is, from the lead to Roberto Lacorte, is 62 seconds right now. He's just about 30 seconds back from the 15th place car, which is the next target for Mira Konopka in the number 44 ARC Bratislava car. But he is at least ahead of the LMP3s. Side by side, but again, Bob Duhan.
He's a demon on the brakes, isn't it? Blake's got him back up the inside, and Blake's got pretty confident here in the Asia Le Mans Series and how to race guys fair and square and tight and close. And Blake is reveling in this challenge here, and he and Bob are going at it as they're coming down here, about 260 Ks hard on the brakes. All the way down to first gear here, getting it stopped nicely across that apex there. Nicely done, Blake. And Bob is going to be looking to get the run off of here and up through the box as they run down through this long left-hander, turn 8, and down, making their way back across to the right-hand side, trying to get all the way through the box and then placing the car in the right spot for this banked turn 9. Blake's gone early apex there. Bob's trying to go a little bit later and trying to undercut, come back up through, but they've got the 4 car, the CrowdStrike with George Kurtz on board, looking to get by. And has Bob seen him? I think he has. But George is just, he's breathed it and he's come back. And now it's the 43 car is now on George. This is multi-class racing at its best.
Absolutely, and behind them, by the way, is the Dustin Black, the number 74 car. So that car has dropped back, 4th back to 8th in the current running. I think he's at the moment quite happy to watch these two duke it out. Still, George Kurtz hasn't made it by those two battling GT cars. Now, with the road opening up, he should be able to power by towards the pit wall and away, but that has closed the gap back up. Not just Georgios Kolovos behind in the interior ball car, but also Alex Matchell coming through in Nemo, the number 3 car from DK Engineering.
Yep, and all of these GT cars have got that rear camera radar system on their cars so that they can see these faster prototype cars coming up behind, and they'll be working extremely hard. The arrow's going to be all over the place, telling and indicating where these P2 cars are going as they're passing through this faster part of the racetrack.
Battle for second, and this is John Feld right underneath the rear wing of Jens Renomola. They come down towards that tight left-hand turn. Slipstream, battle under the brakes.
John is loving this, left and right, and just trying to squeeze through. He's got past the Aston, that's good. He's just sacrificed a little bit there as he was trying to get through and off of turn 7. But he's still going to be in a decent spot here. This was where he got just bottled up a little bit behind the BMW. John was thinking, okay, going to pounce on this. And Jens Renomola gave him just enough room because he nearly took out the board there on the right-hand side. I think it was a 50 board he nearly got. And the QMMF by GetSpeed was trying to get out the way of John Fowle.
This is the lead battling GT as well between the two AMGs, and this pair, it's a battling pair of AMGs and a battling pair of Oricas between, and John Fowle looking very, very racy at the moment.
He is, and he's got the bit between his teeth. Up against the wall there. He did. He gave that a good smack, and that might just give him a moment there. How's the car? But looks good. And they just have to feel it out, particularly on the brakes down here into turn 1. Get the car loaded up. Yes, he just came through here, just walked across the track a little bit, and he gave the barrier with that right rear just a little bit of a brush. I think that should be good. He'll be proud of that, I think, John. Nicely done.
It's absolutely one of those battle honours, isn't it, here? Survive that.
I've touched that wall and got away with it. Yeah, nicely done.
So still they battle on. United Autosport's Giorgio Roda leads by 7 seconds now from this pair.
Just goes to show, doesn't it? Giorgio's really working the traffic well, and Jens Reiner Müller has got his mirrors full of John Falb, and it does, when you get into a battle like this, you really do get sort of sucked into looking in your mirrors and not necessarily looking out the windshield.
It's a driving standards flag, by the way, for Banksy in the number 77 Proton Porsche, and he also gets a track limits warning. He's in 15th from the, around the front of that.
He had a tough
there he is ahead
Dubai,
of this,
didn't he?
Just
really tough.
To all sorts of storylines, and we're just 20 minutes into this race. Keeping an eye on Roberto Lacorte. He's pulled back about half a second on the leader and 4 seconds on Miro Konopka, so he's making progress against the other cars.
It's kind of stabilised, hasn't it?
He's not losing time against the leader. There he is in the back of the shot, by the way. He's got GT traffic to deal with next.
Yeah, I think he's had a relatively clean piece of racetrack to run on, and I think that's helped him, but now he'll be getting into that traffic.
On board here with Phil Thayer, he's in a battle with defending champion Michael Jensen, who's right up behind Alexander Matschul. So this is the battle at the moment for 6th, and it's 3 cars deep, 4 cars deep with the 88 car.
Alexander was looking left and right to try and get past the Bartone car, number 9, and then Michael is there through, and he's got putting Alexander under some decent pressure here. But, riding on board here with the get speed number 9, Steve Jans, as Phil Thayer just goes by him. And Steve is controlling the pace at the front in GT. He's some nearly 2 seconds up the road.
It's good pace from him. He's the quickest man in GT. There is the change.
Yeah, John got the deal done. Coming down into turn 5.
Now, what pace has John Falb got against the race leader? We're about to find out. He ducks in and out the slipstream of the LMP3 car.
Saw John earlier on in the week, and he's revelling in this opportunity. Absolutely loves it here. Oh, up the inside it was.
Either side of the 29 car.
Yeah, used that. Oh, a little bit of a bump there. Jens Reiner Müller didn't really see John just until the last minute. And I don't think there's any damage there, just a little kiss. Oh, Phil Thayer. Deep on the brakes, just locked the rears as he just went down for that final shift.
He missed everybody and everything.
Great,
mercifully.
Thank goodness. Yeah, and just a little bit too deep there, and got a little lucky.
Watch this again, up the inside of the 26 car it was. On the brakes too late, loses through the car and nearly collected Michael Jensen's 25 car. Mercifully, that didn't happen. He's got back underway, I believe.
Michael will have sort of seen him in the mirrors and gone, whoa, that was close. Yeah, but Phil just a little bit too deep there, and it's all part of the learning curve that Phil's going through. You know, not been racing for very long, not in P2, and up against this stellar bronze grid. I know United have got great hopes for him for the future, and he'll continue to learn.
I'm absolutely certain he will. He shows all the signs of doing so. Just got too deep into it there, didn't he?
He did.
I was about to say, by the way, unsafe rejoin under review from Phil Thayer there. Is there a penalty looming? We'll wait and see what happens with that. 7.6 seconds the gap, Giorgio Roda to John Falb. Here comes the Gentilar car past another couple of back markers. That's just going to cost him a little bit of time.
But he did get through relatively quickly. This battle here with Toledo and Prince Jeffrey.
Behind that is the 59 car, Andrei Mukovaz, my apologies, in the United McLaren, ahead of Charlie Samani and Greg Bennett. That forms the final 5. Joe Kurtz and Georgios Kolovos battling away here. This is the battle for 4th place. This is 16 seconds behind Giorgio Roda. This race is falling into the hands of Giorgio Roda at the moment, just the way this has all happened.
Yeah, it has, and Giorgio, this is what he's been hoping for all season, is a race like this, and it sort of seems to be sort of coming together, but he's been in this spot before, and things haven't quite worked out, so they'll have everything crossed there in the number 5 garage.
We'll say, by the way, in clear air last time around, though, he was reeled in a little by John Falb, who is absolutely on a charge. 5 minutes from the end of the first half an hour. It's been full green throughout. We've had just one spin from Phil Thayer and a brush with a barrier that did no damage at all for John Falb. It has been as clean a start to an Asian Le Mans Series race as I can remember.
Yeah, this is Georgios Kolovos, I think, just getting past George Kurtz.
It was almost a mirror, almost the same move as we saw from John Falb, side by side, 66 and 54.
Prince Jeffrey just got that deal done nicely, getting by. I know he's been trying to get past Custodio Toledo for about the last 4 or 5 laps, and finally got it done.
Yeah, shares this car with his brother, Prince Abu, who we'll see later in the race. The silver-ranked driver for JMR. And this is Bob Yuan and Blake McDonald still battling away. 2 fierce contenders here. I was going to say,
I think he just got into the wall there. Yeah.
Is at the end of the back straight. Bob's going to have to watch that braking, because that is such a heavy braking zone. If he gets into the kind of issues we saw in Sepang, that could be a problem for him later.
Yeah, it could
or
be.
Indeed his teammates.
Yes. Was this the 87 just brushing the wall here? Yes, it was. Yeah, it's nice. Everybody's just certainly knows the width of their cars, and certainly knowing how much it's going to drift, and it's great to see these guys pushing these cars to the absolute limit. Great skill from both of these guys. Blake McDonald here in the 11 has had a fantastic Asian Le Mans series, certainly in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. He's reveling in the racing. Bob is so deep on the brakes there, last of the late breakers. But Blake seems to have got his measure. And let's see how we go here, coming down this long back straight from 5 to 6. About 260 Ks they're going to get to here. You see just below the windscreen there, you've got the shot of the rear view camera. That's something that all these guys will be using to navigate with all of the traffic that's coming through. Both of them hard on the brakes, using all the ABS there. Blake just nicely across that apex curb.
Impressive stuff from both of them.
It really is. Those two have really performed very, very well here.
Giorgio Roda back into clear air and immediately starts to make good his escape, up to 10 seconds now from John Falb.
Yeah, Phil Fayer there's just got the 45 behind him, and this is the Ponos racing car that's getting support, isn't it, from United?
It is a bit of an explainer here. They of course started the first race in Sepang. There was a story that their bronze driver aboard the car now in the 45 car, Yurikatsu Sujiko, had felt that perhaps he wasn't as well prepared as he could have been. Not sure that's entirely the full story. I think there are more issues with the way in which the car was being operated by their service provider. So they opted not to start the second race, did a deal with United Autosports, who are helping them with the technical preparation of this car, alongside a core crew from Ponos Racing. And team owner wants to build that ability, and they've gone from being 4 laps down in Sepang to being on the lead lap.
Yeah, impressive, really impressive turnaround. And it just goes to show that the level of engineering and preparation and knowledge and know-how from United on this Oreca 07 chassis have proven their worth. And yeah, it's another impressive run for them. And United are currently leading this race with the number 5 car, Giorgio Roda. He's 10 seconds now up the road from John Falb.
Could it be his day? Could this be the day?
Yeah, let's not jinx it.
Here comes the 47 car behind this pair. Again, looking to make up time.
Yeah.
A while away from making up a track position so far into the braking zone. Bob Yuan's harder on the brakes than the Oreca is. Quite remarkable. So that's preventing the Porsche man from getting into the toe of Blake McDonald out of that turn. He'll get back onto the task in hand now, though. Roberto Lacorte away and clear. He is dropping time to the leader. I can tell you that, 15 or so seconds further back than he was.
Yeah, he's going to start getting into that window of possibly going a lap down here. And I know the team will be trying to sort of talk to him all the ways that they can find more time for him, navigating their way through with the traffic, just giving him a heads up what's coming, or what's coming up the road and what's coming possibly from behind. And so just trying to manage his performance.
I'll give you a clue of the pace at the moment of Giorgio Roda's a big twitch there over the curbs and clattering them on the way back for Stefan Aust, wasn't it?
Yes.
And Stefan just ahead of Fred Pordad.
Fred had a big lock up there, just trying to make sure
he didn't run at the back.
Yeah.
So Fred back in action after back pain counted him out at Dubai.
These two have
Let's watch this again.
Yeah, quite the injuries between the two of them, haven't they? So Fred's looking left and right to try and get past Stefan. Stefan just goes in a bit deep. Then he runs wide on that curb, and there's a big snap. Fred's right there, and he's just, as he's hard on the throttle, he's just got his left foot on the brake, and he's just locked that left front up, just trying to control his speed. Nicely done there.
Indeed. So at the moment, the gap between leader and Roberto Lacorte is about 1 minute and 19 seconds. Fast lap here, 1 minute and 45.
Yeah,
so it's
getting into that window, isn't it?
It is getting out to that window.
Closer,
Any delay for Lacorte will put him into danger of going a lap down. At the moment, his pace is good, but he's had a lot of traffic.
He has, and all that traffic that Giorgio had a few laps ago, he's just getting that now. So through on the 13 there, turn 16, and that just always takes a little bit of cooperation from the car that you're passing.
Stefan Aust, by the way, really thoroughly enjoying his first opportunities in an LMP2 car, and pushing on here.
Sure, we'll be back for some more. I know that he had a terrible accident, didn't he, in Portimao, and
it was
at the end of the last year, and he had really horrific injuries, and he's amazingly got back here and got back in the car in Dubai, and then here as well, and loving it every minute.
Yeah, he was telling us that Mrs. Aust is, I think, quite grateful he's back in a race car. I suspect he might have been Mr. Grumpy for a few months. But if you're listening and watching, Mrs. Aust, he's doing you proud. He's doing a fantastic job.
He is.
There is the 5th place battle, and George Kurtz ahead of DK Engineering's Alexander Matchell.
Alexander was a little bit off colour in Dubai. I just bumped into him earlier on in the week, and he said, yeah, he had a lot of fever there in Dubai, and he was just doing all he could just to survive in the race car.
Closing back up on this pair, by the way. Look behind here. As we come through this turn, you'll see coming into shot now, there is a 74 Ferrari that's closer than it's been for a little wee while. I think Dustin Blattner now trying to get as close as he can to this battle, should they have, perish the thought, any kind of issue between the two of them.
Yeah, well, Blake's done a fine job. Three places he's gained in this stint that he's doing right now. And the 87 car is still putting him under pressure. Yes, Dustin Blattner is trying to close up, but I get the feeling with Dustin, he's just kind of like treading water here. He's just sort of sitting in this position, just waiting to see what happens and wanting to hand the car over to effectively his silver and then his pro. Is going to be giving the car to them in the best possible way, and the car clean and nice with no damage on it, so that they can just carry on with their race and fight.
You're not missing any positional change ahead of this group, by the way. Get Speed's number 9 car, Steve Jans, is 3.5 seconds clear of the sister QMMF car. Giacomo Petrobelli is almost with the 37 of Abdullah Ali Abdelifi. The Aston Martin from Mercury class Blackthorn, and Tony McIntosh under 3 seconds back from that, holding about a 2-second gap to his WRT teammate Rinat Salikov. They are the cars ahead. LMP3, and this is the battle for Czech's 6th, 94 from 23 from 29. Tim Whale in the high-class racing car, Louis Stern in the 23 events car, Nick Adcock in the green and black Forestier Racing by VPS car. Fabien Michal in this battle as well in the Duquesne from RSGP, the 85 car. All sorts of battles up and down the field, as we've been getting used to seeing, with 3 deep classes here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy racing throughout the championship, and here it's no different. But, Stefan Aust and Fred Paudad still going at it in P2, and Stefan doing a fine job here.
This is the start again. No dramas. Or Eric Konopka step out of line briefly, but I think he got back as quickly as he could when they're clear. You saw immediately Charles Malaysi looking to put cars under pressure, ducking up the inside of Kreitel and Tudis in the very early moments of the race. On board in the number 1, Julian Gerby having a bit of a nibble at the rear end of the 29 car, and then 19-1 does go with the GT field, managing to get through without incident as well. A clean start to round 5 of the Asia Le Mans Series.
It just goes to show, look how close they are, just almost touching wheels there. Great racing, just seeing them racing hard, but racing clean. Julian Gerby up the inside there, the 23, got that done.
He was having fun, wasn't he, at that phase of the race, and this was Charles Lacey making his way to the front from the back, having been forced into starting this race. His job, get to the front, hope for a virtual safety car. That did not come, made it to the front of the race, and Roberto Lacorte forced to take the pain of what would be 15 position losses. A bit of a brush with the barrier here for John Falb in his pursuit of Jens Reiner Muller. And then Phil Thayer, a heart-in-the-mouth moment for him and for Michael Jensen ahead of him with a quick spin into the chicane. Number 4 and number 43 battling away here. And Giorgio Roda making good his escape. Led from the start, with the exception of a lap or two, with Charles Lacey taking the lead before the inevitable pit stop to hand over to the bronze driver. He's 10 seconds to the good.
Yeah, and I think we could be expecting some pit stops pretty shortly in P2, getting inside that window. And yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more laps.
Phil Thayer, we think, may be an early pit stopper here. And still, Bob Yuan looking for a way around Blake McDonald. It's deja vu, isn't it? From Dubai race
yes.
1. And looking behind, by the way, behind Dustin Blattner, he's being caught at the moment by Tom van Rompuy for the Racing Team Turkey car. So both the TF cars in this battle. Look behind the blue and white Ferrari, and you will see the red and black gorgeous livery for that car. 34 Corvettes as well.
Yeah. But Blake's been smart here. He's placing his car in all the right spots, using that grip that he's got across these slow speed corners and just lining up the exits nicely. Gets the power down very, very well. Look at that. Fantastic to see. The 49 car goes by. P2, get to see the difference in speed there between these P2 cars and these GT cars.
So teams multiple getting ready for what will be a first round of stops. It's been full green from the start. 600 horsepower LMP2 cars on a fast racetrack. It'll gobble up the go juice very quickly indeed.
Yeah, 47 just still working the traffic here. Roberto still looking at ways to get through, and they're going to be offset here, aren't they? They've got because they've had that stop earlier on. And
he may well make up a fair amount of ground at one point. It's all going to depend when we get any kind of intervention, what sort, and where is he in the queue.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get through. He's going to be able to get through and past everybody who comes in for their stops and make up enough ground. John Falb on pit lane.
I'm not quite sure we'll get through on everybody if it's fuel only. Yeah. But he's going to make up some ground without a shadow of a doubt, but will later have to pit, of course. Does take him a little further out of the realms of potentially needing a splash, allegedly. Here we've got trouble for Blake McDonald, but no way through. Bob Yuan trying to use the traffic, may well still be able to use the traffic. He's got by him, he's alongside him. Now it's side by side. Now there's a bit of contact. Now it's a drag race. Corvette a little quicker on the straight line in this phase. Now the Porsche's coming back at him. Bob Yuan's got the better line coming down to the chicane. I think he's got it done.
I think he has, but I think Blake's not going to give it up. And he's trying to go round the outside on the brakes. Brilliantly done. What a move. Fantastic by Blake McDonald. And I think he has made that stick. It looked like Bob had got the deal done completely. There was no way for Blake to come back, but somehow he managed to get deeper on the brakes than Bob. And that's saying something, because he has been the last of the late breakers the whole series.
Yeah, behind it's another Corvette in a battle, and it is Tom van Rompuy up the inside of Dustin Blattner. He's taken that place. He's looking to get to this battle too. That side-by-side contact.
Was that a bit of contact?
I think it might have been, and that has made the difference. I think that was contact.
Yeah, and that was coming through turn 9, and Bob's been trying to run that sort of deeper, tighter line as coming off. And the two cars just came together as they came towards the exit of the corner and pushed Blake out and over that exit curb, but hopefully no damage done to the car.
There's our race leader.
Indeed.
On pit lane, the top 3 cars, high-class racing there too. So's the 43, the 4, the 3. They're all coming in.
88 just going on pit lane now.
Yeah, that's it. The top 7 cars confirmed on pit lane. Now it becomes the next phase. It's a team game. Battle of the pit crews.
just seeing this exit here. What's happened here? There was some contact there. The way that Blake's car walked across the track there, and he had to use all of that exit curb and more just to save it. And let's just see whether there's any damage on that left-hand side of his car. The right-hand side as we're looking at it now. Looks,
it's
another. It's just walked across the track there as he got on the brakes, ABS-wise. There's some damage there on that left rear?
That's left him a little bit exposed to risk here, but just still seem to have very good straight line speed. Bob Yuan has made good his escape. And no sign at the moment there's going to be any look at that incident.
No, not at the moment. Seems okay, good and straight, and Blake's just going to be reset, okay. And I know Matt will be on the radio to him, just talking him through this, just going, okay, right, just get back into your rhythm, reset, eyes forward. Let's focus on trying to catch up with Bob. Pace has been great.
So in and out. Retains the lead, Giorgio Roda. And it is a warning flag for abusing track limits to Blake McDonald. So we'll see whether or not there's any further messages, but that's the way that at least part of this battle has been seen by race control.
Yeah.
8 seconds to the good, Giorgio Roda from John Falb, and that came courtesy of a 2-second quicker stop from Algo Pro Racing on United Autosports. Roberto Lacorte, by the way, cycles through in third at this point, but remember, will have to stop again in about 10 minutes' time.
Yeah, he's effectively a whole pit stop down, isn't he now, just to those top two.
But now's the time for him to use that track position and make an impact. Yeah. Nick Adcock and Fabien Michel battling away for 8th.
Yeah, they'll be hoping. Yeah, in the 47, they'll still be hoping for that intervention, some form of virtual safety car to help them reset their race. But at the moment, racing's been hard, but it's been clean. And I don't see the opportunity at the moment.
You know, 4 cars, by the way, in that battle. Through comes Fred Portad. Let's hope that Ajith Kumar ready to go. That is another 20 minutes before we should see those cars on pit lane. Incident involving car 11 and 87 at turn 9 under review, causing a collision.
Yeah.
And that is the one that we saw.
Oh, 47, Roberto's just turned it around, just trying to stay out the way of the GT traffic. He was hard on the brakes there, recognised that he wasn't going to get the deal done. He's trying to check up, locks the rears.
Let's see it again in close contention with a group of cars. Gaps closing front. I think there might have been a tag with the back of the 54 car there as well.
Yeah, it was a 51, was it?
I think there might have been a 54.
Was it?
But,
okay.
But got into it.
That won't be helping his progress, will it?
There is no damage I can see to the front of the car.
No.
But it's time and confidence.
71, just side-by-side contact there. Roberto just got in a little bit deep, and then George is doing the 71. It's just in everybody's, well, not in everybody's way, but just seems like he's getting tagged by everybody as they're going by.
This is the critical battle. These are the 2 championship leaders. The championship is led at the moment by dint of a second place finish for the 47 car by Chetelaar Racing.
Yeah.
With the same points as the car that's now in his wing mirrors in the hands of George Kurtz.
Yeah, but George is 1 pit stop up, isn't he?
He is indeed.
And he's further into his drive time, so it's advantage the 4 car at the moment. And Roberto, is the pressure telling? Is it just adding that little spin he had there at turn 1, which fortunately no real damage to the car, but it's just eaten up some more time for him. And just sort of sunk him back into the hands and the grasp here of George Kurtz. And George will just sit here all day and just drive around. Absolutely. Going, okay, I'm just going to eat up my time here. I can just sit behind and watch and just put the pressure on Roberto. And that's, you know, a big part of the mind game here in this sport. You can't see the people that you're battling, but you can see the vehicles that you're racing and driving against. And that's a big part of this whole sport that's just amazing.
Yeah, there you go. So Blake McDonald tucking in, has gapped Tom Van Rompuy a little here. It's more comfortable.
Impressive the way that Blake has managed to pull himself back on track in the right rhythm and flow. Yes, that would have just thrown him off. What happened there with Bob, that contact and the way that the car would have behaved, and it would have picked up a load of pickup and debris as you'd run wide coming off of turn 9. It would have taken him a lap or 2 to get everything back up to the right racing sort of condition. but he's reset nicely, started to pull away from Tom Van Rompuy, and I bet you he is absolutely determined to try and chase down Bob in the 87.
No further action in that investigation for Phil Fayer, the unsafe rejoin after the spin. Michael Jensen getting onto terms now with Alexander Matchell for 4th place. Remember, this is our defending championship winning car from last year, the 25 car. Different teammates for Michael Jensen, but Michael coming back and wanted to keep one hand on this trophy.
Yeah, Alexander was just walking the car into turn 6, locking the rears on the brakes, and just gave up a little bit of time, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to take advantage of that. Who have we had here? Big spin.
That's the 50. I think that's it is the 50.
Oh, lost the mirror as well.
They have indeed. So that would indicate there's been contact.
Yeah, was there something there with the way that those cars were coming side by side through and off of turn 3?
So we saw the end of that incident, not the beginning.
Yeah.
Final races in ACO rules racing for the older iteration of the Ferrari 296 GT3, and the wing mirror assembly is one of the things that's changed. It has proved to be a bit vulnerable in the early years of this car.
It keeps getting plucked off, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Evo version in ACO terms will debut in a month's time in Qatar with Vista AF Corsa. We've already seen those cars in IMSA competition. Michael Jensen is looking really racy here. They're coming up on the LMP3 race leader, and Paul Loncher 12 seconds to the good. He's had a great run here.
He has been impressive all weekend.
He's not just single lap pace he's got.
It's certainly delivering it over a stint here, and they're going to be hard to beat. If it keeps going green, I see that there'll be much there for everyone else.
On board now with Phil Fayer. He was the first pit stopper, fuel only for Phil. He's cycled up into 11th place. His battle now is with Horst Felbermar Jr. for the top 10 position. And there is that battle.
Yeah, as we came down, we saw the on-board shot there. It was coming down into turn 5. He was just working some of the switches there on the control panel. Not sure exactly what he's looking to do. Phil's maybe battling with something inside the car there. He's having to work. We are back on board. And he's trying to line up the 88, Horst Felbermar Jr. as they're coming off of 7 through this traffic. He's just looking for the opportunities. There's going to be something that happens here in this sort of banked, long left-hander, multiple lanes and lines you can take.
Oh,
and yes, there is.
Goes to the outside. That doesn't work. Phil Fayer takes that position. Through comes Daniel Schneider as well to take Felbermar up the inside of the LMP3 GT. Great stuff through traffic there from Phil Fayer, and he's gapped the 2 cars behind him, just with a bit more of a cool head. Yeah,
and it's one of those things, you're coming down to a corner like that and you're just trying to pick the right lane to take and which direction you're going to go. And Phil just read that perfectly, and Horst Felbermar was on the wrong end of that, that's for sure.
Incident involving car 30 and 50 at turn 3, so it appears that was Fred Portan involved with Greg Bennett. We didn't see it, we don't know which way that is more likely to go. We saw the consequence for the 50, that's all we saw.
Yeah. Horst Felbermar Jr. will be sitting there running as
that was contact.
71 and the 54.
And the 45.
Oh, he did well there. 54 was, turning one another around there.
Gets the car back underway. See this again.
71, 54 up the inside. And he got it. Yeah, needed to just breathe that a little bit.
What's the contact?
There was sort of contact there. But
I mean, between the 45, it was very close if it wasn't.
Yeah.
On board with Julian Gerby. Won't be long before we see the LMP3s down pit lane. About another 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah, be somewhere around there, maybe just a tick longer. They can go a bit deeper, can't they?
They can here. Closer to 70 than 60 minutes on a fuel tank here.
So Julian's made great progress, hasn't he?
Yes, he's enjoying himself here. There have been frustrations, I'm sure for Julian.
Yeah, he's only a second or so back.
It's Bekantsov.
Yeah.
Bekantsov won't want to get involved here. He's in a championship leading position. Doesn't want to get into a battle that's going to take his eye off the prize. He's now in a Ferrari sandwich.
So what we seeing here coming down into turn 6. And is there a bit of contact here of 94 and the
94 and the 21?
21, yeah. Was there going to be contact there as they came through 7?
Just seeing where that's actually ended up, and the answer is no change. Tim Well not making it through on that exchange. Here's the 47, still under pressure from George Kurtz, and Fred Pordad right there as well.
You know what? Fred Pordad has driven extremely well here this weekend in today's race. He really has to kind of come alive. It seems like he's really found his form.
Well, we know Roman Dumat and his team produce a very fast race car. We've seen that from the debut, when they won on debut in Sepang last year, remember?
Yeah.
And that's George, bit of a lock-up, just cedes another couple of car lengths to the chasing car.
Crossland to this, yeah. Just under a bit of pressure there from Stefan Aust.
So all sorts of battles here. These bronze drivers measuring themselves against their peers. Mirko Konopka is there in that battle as well, and he's driving really well this season.
Yeah, you know, reinvigorated.
He is, and very happy. A long chat with Miro. Super guy. Super proud of his team and their efforts, and looking for what comes next for him in motorsport. A quick chat about what that might be. I'm not going to give away any of his thoughts on what his programs might be, but he's not ready to quit yet.
No.
The grand old man of the Asia Le Mans series started, I'm sure, more race than anybody else.
94.
Trouble for the 94. Now, what's happened there? They've had no luck.
No, it's been a tough one for them. Really tough one.
So Tim Well was involved in that close call, wasn't he, with the 23? What's happened? I'm sure we'll hear from David shortly. He'll be doing his young Gazelle impression and sprinting down the pit lane. Another very close call with the wall there. Stayed off it there, Stefan Aust.
He did. He just got a bit too deep and too wide and couldn't quite get the car rotated in time.
We'll tell you, John Falb is keeping Giorgio Roda very honest. Side by side here between the 25 and the number 3. It's Alexander Matchell under pressure here from Michael Jensen. Michael getting more and more comfortable in these P2 cars. His second season in the Asia Le Mans series. Here's George Kurtz having a crack.
Roberto Lacorte.
And Fred Pordad's right there as well.
Yeah, and these guys, you know, Roberto will be under pressure here. He's not going to be too far away from his stop. But George will be sitting there just going, got you exactly where I want you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, thinking about what it's going to be doing. You know, they've only got about another 7 minutes that they have to do on their drive time.
George will be listening to what his team are telling him. They'll be telling him whether or not there's a risk that needs to be taken. And the answer is there doesn't.
Fred is great pace, which bodes well for this car, the 30 car, when it gets into the hands.
Lacorte coming now into traffic and will soon have to stop, remember. He's out of sequence with the rest of these cars because of that start by Charles Malaysia.
Could be this lap, maybe
looks like
the next.
He may be going for the right-hand side. Is he? Not yet.
No, he's got one more, I think, to do.
Pordad looking to the inside, trying to get Antares out into that final turn. We know that's a super tricky place to pass. Time and again, we've seen incidents coming off the apex there.
Yeah, it's not the safest place to do it. It is quite a high-risk place, and we just need to breathe it like he did.
So, hearing really bad luck for lovers of Danish-entered LMP3 cars, and that is, we believe, going to be confirmed as a retirement in the contact down at the chicane. Meantime, on we go between Matchell and Jensen. Two feisty characters.
Saw Stefan Aust just getting past Crichton and Tudis just there, and Stefan will be pleased with his progress.
Yeah, Alexander Matchell, ever smiling. Yeah, German racer, loves his sports. Bumped into him a couple of years ago at Le Mans in his monstrous motorhome. Dakar style stuff. We had a conversation about where he takes it, to which the answer was anywhere I like.
Great.
And, Michael Jensen enjoying the spoils of a long career, hard one, and investing in his future. And one of many drivers here with wives and families, and Great to see that this is part of the next phase of life's adventure for him. Classic gentleman driver, loves it. And interesting that his attitude to it has changed. He's always been feisty. He's the LMS LMP3 champion, but from it being experiential, it's now very much more competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just looking there on the number 3 car. I'm not sure if it's got something rubbing, bit of tyre rub, or there's some smoke coming from it. It just didn't quite look right on the number 3. So I don't know if that's...
car, yeah.
Yeah, to see.
This is Lewis Stern and the 23 car back in good order after the monstrous shunts.
It was huge in Dubai. Turn 5, wasn't it? Turn 4, turn 5 down there.
Another incident that shows that the forces on these race cars are not well served at times by television. It's when things go wrong, you see just how quickly things go wrong, and the speeds and the forces involved. There is Michael Jensen looking to the outside this time. Alexander Matchell tries to force him wide into the final aspect of that chicane, and now tries to get in the toe. Not quite there yet, but there's traffic ahead. Could that form the pick?
Yep.
It's Giacomo Petrobelli. Choose wisely, Alexander, because you're under pressure here. Round the outside comes Jensen. Is there a way through there? Is that door going to close? Not quite.
No, it isn't. And up to the challenge. Michael didn't quite manage to get the deal done there.
Trouble for the Origine car. That car in 6th place. There will be 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. That will be for the contact with Blake McDonald that saw the position change.
Yep. And there's some 5 seconds now in between that 87 car and the TF Sport Corvette of Blake McDonald.
Mira Konopka here getting into battle with the 2 P3 cars between them, with Kreitel and Tudis.
Julian Gerby there, just looking to go around Bekantov. We're on board here with Julian.
Julian's driving really well.
He is. Bit of side draft there. It's coming through and into turn 9. Late on the brakes there. That wider, longer line. And Bekantov's, yeah, he's smart to it. Julian's gone wide there, and he won't be able to make that stick.
Yeah, Alexander will know this track well. Races in this region in Radicals, had done for years before he came in, as I recall, as an emergency replacement some years ago when we first came to the UAE during the COVID years, and has been pretty much a part of it ever since. But Julian, I think, is thoroughly enjoying this.
Yeah, he's having a great time.
Team Farage, team principal, as well as driver here. There is the pit stop for Lacorte. He came in and will drop back to the back of the LMP2 field.
Is he still going to be on the lead lap? With the incident he had at turn 1 and the other bits.
It was a quick pit stop. Let's keep an eye on that. He's out now and back into 16th place. We'll see just exactly what the gap is when he clears the next timing sector.
I think Giorgio Roda, I think, is going to put him a lap down here.
He is a lap down, I think.
Yeah. Where are we on the
hang
map?
on. No, he's not. Apologies, I'm looking at the wrong car. We'll keep a look in. So the 5 car.
It's close, very, very close. Yeah, he's got maybe 100 metres.
Meantime, Julian Gerby looking up the inside. No, he's not got space there. He knew it right at the end, didn't he?
It's like he had fade there on the brakes. Couldn't quite press the brake pedal hard enough. Oh dear, that was close.
Great battles all around this racetrack, and it's been super racing so far.
Clean as well.
It has. Team Virage 14 seconds back from CLX Motorsport. It's been a magnificent start from Paul Lancher.
Trying to said in the drivers' briefing. They all seem to be behaving today.
I did see Gwen Boursier putting boxing gloves on before he went in.
Or taking them off, actually.
Still Julian Gerby trying to look for a way by this Inter-Europol car, the 13 car, rebuilt here in the garage after damage suffered.
You can see here from this shot how sort of misty the windscreen is and how difficult it can be to see. You know, when you get this deep into a stint and you've been running for nearly an hour, you know, there's a lot of muck and bits and pieces have been thrown up, whether it's rubber, whether it's oil that's come off the back of other cars. And it's one of the things, the challenges that you have to sort of deal with in endurance racing. And that's where at the pit stop, you really hope your guys are like either giving you a tear off or they're cleaning that screen extremely well.
Absolutely right.
And that'll become even more important as the sun starts to go down and we get into run under the lights.
Grit, sand, any kind of fluid that's been in the air, rubber, you name it. It is astonishing how filthy they can be. And if I know there's a subgroup of endurance racing fans that do love a filthy race car. I will admit to being one of them. If you see the cars after a 24-hour race, they are absolutely caked in just about everything.
Yeah.
This is the 50 car coming to pit lane by the look of things. Through comes the 4, the 30.
We're going to start seeing the GT pit stops here.
George Kurtz is getting a warning flag for track limits. He's got to watch things, and that means that, of course, they were in contention with Roberto Lacorte earlier. What is the gap? It's 1 minute and 42 seconds. You're right. It's 3-4 seconds. He's got to be on it now, and Giorgio Roda, I'm sure, will be getting the message.
Yeah.
Pace right now might be a good thing. 85 car looking to the inside, and the outside that becomes the inside of the 23.
Fred looking up the inside. Fred Pordad
monstered it,
trying to get it done on George, and he just looks like he's reinvigorated since having that treatment to fix this bad back of his, and he's really putting George under big pressure here.
He'll have got the message, I'm sure, from Roman Damani's crew. He can't afford, the car you're attacking can't afford another track limits. He's had the warning, so he's got to be just a little bit careful here.
Yeah.
Particularly in phases like this.
George has got to be thinking here, long term, just breathe it. Do I just let Fred go? And are we really racing the 30 car for the championship, or do we need to focus on our championship effort for racing? Oh, 47. Oh, Roberto's gone in really deep there. Is there any damage?
It's emotion getting the better of him. That's a big lock-up for George, and this time Fred Pordad makes the move. That's the move for 7th place.
No, it's not over though. It's not over. Fred made it stick there on George, and George just decided, okay, I'm breathing this, I'm out.
Great stuff.
Yeah, and good move there though by Fred. And George is just going to, I think somebody from the team has been on the radio just sort of saying, George, we've just got to be smart here, be cool. Let's just see how this race unfolds. Keep ourselves in the race here. Don't do anything rash or lively.
All sorts of things at play here. Amongst them, a championship, an automatic entry to Le Mans. We keep saying it, but I'll say it again one more time. One of the most valuable prizes in all sorts of way, emotionally and commercially for that matter. An automatic entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans in June.
Yeah, it's big. It's huge for all of these teams in P2 and in GT.
Always was a massive international event, but in this era, bigger still.
Steve Jans.
Now, Steve Jans from the lead in GT. We're into the phase of GT pit stops, and just saw that was the 70 car, Daniel Schneider on pit lane. Is that them taking Daniel out of the car? This is driver time done, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So great run from the number 9 car, not headed in that first hour and 3 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly would be hoping for a trouble-free run and a clean and straightforward race. It's not been their series so far, and Steve's done a great job here. Got the rest of the driver lineup to come through.
Kreitl and Tudis also on pit lane. I'm sure that will be for a switch of drivers.
10 seconds.
Yeah, in for the 87 car. They will leave it alone for 10 seconds before they go to work on the Origin car. Then we can get back to exactly what the task in hand is with the real-time differences that apply.
Left and right there, the 29 coming on pit lane. Is that for one of their first stops?
That should be their first stop, and we'll keep a note of who's burning those long stops in LMP3.
Yeah, Alexander Matchel and Michael Jensen have been battling over this position for what it seems like the whole race.
Well, while they're doing that, by the way, Giorgio Roda is seeing John Falb getting bigger and bigger in his mirrors at 3 seconds now. So he's made progress.
An impressive run, hasn't it, by John?
Yeah.
And they'll be running to the end of this stint. They've got about another 15 minutes. So most probably another sort of 10-ish laps, 9 laps.
Leader in from LMP3, and again another team with an impressive run from
17.
What's going on here? Yeah. Dollies are ready. Is that just to reposition the car?
I don't know, but can he start the car, or is there a problem there? That took a long time to get going.
I want to see what the pit stop time was for that car.
Yeah, maybe he was sitting there just waiting for the countdown on the watch. They usually have a countdown on the screen that you see in front.
And that for Paul Langer was 1 minute and 42 seconds, pretty much spot on, maybe a couple of seconds off. That was a long stop burned for the number 17 car, and we'll wait and see if anybody else does that.
You see the big number there on the middle of the screen he's got on the steering wheel. That's 59 kilometres an hour.
As you'll notice, the Ligier's right on drive.
Yeah, and as he releases that pit lane speed limit, it just goes then back to gear position.
So confirmed, by the way, both Victor Sports and Nielsen Racing have switched to their silver drivers. Jacob Abel in the 70 car, Gianbolo Besi in the number 64 Nielsen Racing car. So beginning to get into a different phase of this race.
Yeah, it's going to pick up in intensity here.
This is still Roberto Lacorte aboard the 47, and he's going to have to go deeper.
He is.
Because of the timing of that pit stop. And he's under pressure. He's now a lap down.
He is.
It's John Falb trying to get by, and he wants to get by because he's in pursuit of the car ahead. Still has not got by, and this is helping Giorgio Roda. Fred Pordad on pit lane. That should be the end of his time aboard the 30 car. That car still, by the way, under investigation for a brush between that car and the 50. There is the 30 car.
Yeah, we've still got
change.
Still got about another 9 minutes of Roberto's drive time to come.
And this should be James Allen, and that being the case, the afterburners will be lit, because what we've got used to with James Allen in this car is rapid progress.
Yeah, he's been rapid in that car. And done a brilliant job in it.
And Terrace-Al, the latest driver to get a warning for abusing track limits, and Ajit Kumar ready to go after Julien Gerby's stint. Checking the rest of the numbers here for pit stops.
Oh, Steve Jans there having to use all the road and more. Is it Phil Fair still on board? No, I think it's switched. The 6 car, who's on board there? No, it's still Phil. He went very, very deep there, and Steve Jans just having to be smart, be mindful, got his teammate right up behind him.
And he's actually just retaken that, I think, because the QMF by Getspeed car was timed last time around ahead of the 9.
Yeah, it looked like Abdullah Al Khalifi was just trying to get things going and warmed up. Oh, deep on the brakes there from Tony McIntosh in the 69. Trying to get past, I think he was trying to get past the Ferrari there, the 51 car. Around the outside, is he going to be able to get it done?
Well, let's get back down to David Addison. He's hot foot down to RD Limited as Ajit Kumar gets aboard the 1, and he's catching up with Fred Pordad.
One of the good stories of the weekend is that Fred Pordad is back in a car. Well, he's leapt out of it, and Fred, not only was in a great stint, but by the look of you, you're fighting fit.
Well, fitness and back discomfort are two different things. So yes, my fitness is okay, but yeah, I was able to get some work done. I missed the Dubai rounds, but thanks to some great physiotherapists, they got me at least being able to sit in the car for an hour or so. So very thankful to all of them, the medical folks and the team and our team physio. So I'm quite happy overall.
But people were suggesting in that stint that it was one of your best ever. You know, you looked at home in the car. Has that back pain been troubling you for a while, or has it been sudden?
Well, to be honest, it's the seat. We had a little problem with the seat. We got a new seat before Dubai, and it didn't work. So we went back to the old seat, which has its own issues. Position in these cars is critical for comfort, especially for older guys like me. So I think we've got it figured out. We know what to do. Pour a third seat.
So this is the leather one with the cup holder, is it?
Yes, exactly. Something a little more luxurious.
Race is going well, though.
Yeah, so far, I don't know where we are, but I think everybody's behaving out there. Good, clean competition so far. Happy about that. I got to have a couple of battles, which was fun. And yeah, looking forward to a good finish and then tomorrow.
Excellent. Good to see you back. Thanks, Fred.
Come back to that seat thing in a moment. Great battle underway here. Dustin Blattner and Antares-Al were side by side coming onto the back straight, but it's the Ferrari driver that's made good his escape as the 223 events cars are in close contention. That is the battle for fourth between Lewis Stern and Terence Woodward.
Yeah, and what's that battle? Dustin Blattner's there in 7th and Antares-Al's in 8th. And this is what was going on as they're coming down into turn 5. Dustin's just got up the inside of Antares there and just got that deal done nicely. As you're sort of seeing there in the rearview mirror of Antares, you just sort of see Dustin just come up the inside, deliver the car to the apex well, and just getting on the power there nicely without too much wheel spin. Dustin's just got bottled up there with one of the LMP3 cars, which their speed across the apex through this section around the hotel is not too dissimilar between the P3 cars and the GT cars. And now you've got a P2 car right there. And who is that?
Well, it's a 20 car of John Falb. He's on it. He's dropped time with that exchange a little earlier with Roberto Lacorte.
Yeah, they're going to run here. I think 69 and 51.
That is lapping the 51, and he's under pressure here. Tony McIntosh from Giacomo Petrobelli behind.
Yeah, but I think that he's swapped that position because Giacomo was 3rd and Tony was in 4th, and Tony's just slowly eaten away at that lead that Giacomo had, that advantage he had. Since that pit stop, I think Tony's got himself out in the lead of this
group.
Yeah, exactly.
Car 30 is going to have 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. It's a good run from Fred Porter, but it did include, we haven't seen it, but a brush with the 50 car at turn 3. We saw Greg Bennett turned around and losing a mirror. We didn't see what caused it.
Okay.
But it's Tony McIntosh trying to make good his escape.
He's done nicely, actually, and he's got up the inside there. The Vista car, the Vista 296.
1 minute and 10 seconds. An hour and 10 minutes, my apologies, gone. It's felt like it's been 1 minute and 10 seconds, but boy, the pace has been fantastic. George Kurtz on pit lane, under the end of his drive time. Melty Jakobsen almost certainly next. Number 3 car, Deco Engineering. Griffin Peebles is now aboard, another young gun that's good to watch. And this is the 10 and the 87. Now that, I think, is Bob Yuan.
Yeah, Bob's just got past Antares. I mean, it seems that since the stop, Antares has just been dropping back a little. And I don't know whether that's just a reordering and something that we've missed.
There is Melty Jakobsen, the Danish colours on the side of his helmet. Yeah, don't mess with the Danes.
Yeah, this thing would start to go that little bit faster now. Getting new boots, new Michelins going on. And this CrowdStrike Racing by APR team, well drilled. And, 2 victories in Dubai. They'll be hoping for another one here today.
Gets the hammer down, and that's probably the one moment he's going to abuse the tyres in the next hour.
The rest of the time he's just got this sort of like light gossamer touch. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So, looking inside the Aston Martin garage now, we have Johnny Adam on camera, and he might be a little concerned why the Mercuria Cos Blackthorn Aston Martin has been dropping back, and lost maybe a second or so to Tony McIntosh.
It has the car that's a bit bigger trouble though on pit lane. I was looking for a explanation as to why that car had been on the pit lane for 4 minutes. Been hearing that, and we've got the 25 car on pit lane now. This is Michael Jensen. The United Autosports McLaren a stuck wheel in the last pit stop we're hearing, and that cost it, what is that, 3 minutes?
It's going to take it out of contention, isn't it?
That's rock knock for them. They've dropped a lap because of that.
It's going to be hard to get back. 25 again, going for new tyres. And it's the car just wouldn't come up on the jacks there.
Michael
left
Jensen,
front.
Yeah, out of the car. You can see that
Enzo Trulli, is it?
It is Enzo Trulli, the Italian colours, Italian colours on the side of his helmet.
Guys, the right front's going on. This is all a little bit laboured here. It's a little bit slow for the 25.
That's not a good stop, no. I don't think. Let's wait and see how that time comes on.
Yeah, I think that
1 minute and 28 seconds.
There may be some raised voices down there in the APR garage.
I think one raised voice.
Yes, that you'll be able to hear almost throughout the paddock.
Meantime, the 44 car, Jan Elache at the wheel. Jens Greder Moller is the latest bronze driver on pit lane from 3rd place. He's had a great start to this race. John Falb dropping back again to Giorgio Roda, who now holds an 11-second advantage. So we're beginning to get to the stage where the last of this is Jan Lachey under pressure from 64 car. Yes, indeed, and that position changes.
Yeah, he's on a charge, trying to get themselves back into contention in the Nielsen racing car.
This is a bronze-on-bronze fight.
Yeah,
this is Lutz Felbermeyer Jr. under attack from Ryukatsu Tsujiko. And this will be a massive fillip for Ponos Racing. What they wanted to be doing, which is not just driving, not just racing, but really racing, a racing position. And the team principal, the team owner is doing just that. See just in the background there, I think, was that the 64 car on pit lane? It was the 6, Phil Fair.
Yeah, and I think we've got a number of different strategies here for these P2 runners. Just waiting to sort of see how this unfolds. Got a number of the cars coming in. This United car, the number 6, and then this is high class racing in the 49, and just trying to sort of get to the end of that stint in terms of the fuel stint and use that time. It seemed that their bronze driver was running pretty well, and they wanted to make sure that they sort of ate up that time while they had the fuel in the car. And we're just going to see how this all unravels, because there's a number of different strategies here being in play. And to me, Griffin Peebles in the number 3 DKR car, I think he is the first of the runners who has their Silver Stroke Pro driver in the car.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right.
Griffin in the DKR Engineering, I think that was a pretty smart move there. And this is Roberto Lacorte doing all of his drive time, and now it's going to be, is it Charles Balesi?
Charles Balesi back in the car, so I'm sure there'll be tales to be told.
Roberto looks a little stiff there.
He does.
And a little bit dejected.
He won't be happy. They were looking for a better run. It just didn't come their way in terms of the way the race panned out.
No.
The really interesting battle now, you're absolutely right, it's going to be Griffin Peebles, newbie in LMP2 this season, against known quantity James Allen. 7 seconds is the gap. And they're battling at the moment for 7th place, with all of the cars ahead of them still with the bronze drivers. So let's take a look back then at the first hour and more here at Yas Marina. Race 5 got underway. 16 LMP2 cars tearing down behind Giorgio Roda into turn 1. Big lock-up from Kreisel and Tunis as Charles Balesi started to make up places from the rear of the grid. Close quarters 2 in LMP3. Plenty of wheel-to-wheel stuff. And the 19 car starting grid in GT also through the first phase without incident. On board, Dustin Blattner behind the battling AMG and Aston Martin. WRT crew enjoying that battle. Side by side, Julian Kirby doing battle, getting the number 1 car back to where Team Virage would like it to have come. Charles Balesi making his way to the front of the field before handing the car over to Roberto Lacorte. And this was the lead taken from Giorgio Roda. Ready to go, the man behind this Chettelard Racing effort as John Falb. There you go, bit of a kiss with the Armco. There's a trophy for later. Phil Fayer losing the car, almost collecting Michael Jensen's APR car in doing so, but he will be back on track with just a little time lost. Georgios Kolovas and George Kurtz battling away. The championship leading car. Blake McDonald and Bob Duan, a several laps long battle, ended with minor contact between the two. There'll be a 10-second penalty for the Chinese driver later for that one. And another spin, this time for the 47 car, Roberto Lacorte, getting caught up in traffic. He'd lose time and fall off the lead lap as a result of that. And then side-by-side contact with the 94 car from the 23. That would end up with the car having a split radiator. The 94 would be a retirement. All sorts of battles, 64 and the 22 battling away. Squirrely moment for the 13 car. and getting involved with the number 1. Julian Kirby going around the outside of championship contending car, trying to find a way through. Over the curbs he would go. The 13 car in the hands of Alexander Bekantsov would come out in front. It was another off-track moment for Roberto Lacorte after contact with the number 15 Kessel Racing car. And still the battles go on. This was Dustin Blattner after the first pit stops, going back ahead of Antarasau in the championship defending Montai car. Giorgio Roda leads the way deep into the second hour. So there is the overall classification with the number 20 car on pit road now. John Falby did not get to Giorgio Roda, and it is Roda that leads the way from the 20 and the 22 from Proton competition. A great run so far from Stefan Aust. LMP3 led by interior pole competition from the 8 from Team Virage and the 23 from 23 Events Racing, but the 17 car is the first car to have burned one of the long stops. In GT, it has been a Get Speed and QMMF by Get Speed 1-2 from the start, but up into third position in real contention, Tony McIntosh in the Team WRT number 69 BMW, Giacomo Petribelli just a few seconds back with Renat Salikov in the second WRT car right there as well. Great racing up and down the order, and Ollie Gavin full green so far.
It has been full green, and we're still waiting for Giorgio Roda. Oh, I think he's now on pit road. The number 5 will finally be coming down, and I think this will be very close. Yes, it will be him out of the car now. And so he's done a fine job in the number 5 United Autosports car.
Faultless.
Yeah, really faultless. Griffin Peebles is actually doing a brilliant job in the number 3. And I think there's plenty of other stuff that's going to unwind here as we go through the next
Right,
few
with
laps.
all that going on, let's get back down to David Addison. He's made his way to Chetlar Racing, and Roberto Lacorte looking hot and bothered.
Roberto Lacorte, it's been a tough day and a tough stint.
Yeah, it's not easy to manage the position. From our side, we have to push to the limit, to try to do our best to come back in the race, because we have to do something different compared to the other, but the situation is not for our side, but with us, because without caution, without a situation that can change the track position is definitely difficult.
And you were pushing hard, you had a spin, so you were certainly pushing.
Yeah, it's only the thing that we have to do, push.
And now Charles and then Antonio will have to do the same, just go flat out.
What not?
Antonio later and now Charles, they just go flat out. That's all you can do.
Yeah. All in. The only one strategy now is all in.
Thank you.
Well, it's good news for us watching, without a shadow of a doubt. In and out, by the way, the lead car, the number 5 car, now in the hands of Gregoire Saucy, and he's just 2 seconds ahead of Griffin Peebles through the next timing beam. So now we get a battle for the lead, and it's a very different battle, because all of a sudden it is the number 3 car with the RD Limited car right behind Griffin Peebles. So Saucy, Peebles, Allen, right there, separated by 4 seconds between the 3 of them.
And I think Charles Malacy is just up the road here. I think it's Charles Malacy is just there going out the shot, coming out of 7, and there's Gregoire Saucy chasing him down, so he's trying to keep himself on that same lap.
Well, he's back on the lead lap because of a shorter pit stop for the Chetlar Racing car.
Yeah, I think they're still desperate for this virtual safety car period. What's happened here?
This is the 59 car. Is it the 44 that's involved? Here! Takes out the marker board from Jan Erlache. Look to try to get around the outside of... is it still Francois Heriot in that car? It is, in the 92 car.
Yeah, just looking to use the racetrack, all of it, and a bit more. And they might have a little bit of a cooling issue now. Yeah,
that did go straight into one of the cooling ducts on the right side front of the 44 car.
But Griffin Peebles is doing a fantastic job here and putting the pressure on Gregoire Saucy, and as they're trying to work through all of this traffic left and right coming down here into turn 1, and the 50 car there just holding Griffin up a little bit, but he's got through and off nicely, and they're still chasing after. That's Charles Malacy in the 47, and he's going to be doing all. He's going to defend pretty hard here to try and stay on his lead lap.
Look at Allen up the inside here. He's passed Sosi up the inside. He's made that move stick. Peebles too has passed the United Autosports car, and now James Allen's got a great run on Griffin Peebles down the back straight. Great move.
Yes, James is right there in the tow. He is going to be choosing his spot. Is it going to go inside or outside? He's looking like he's going to go up the inside. Is Griffin going to be able to give him the room? He has. And down the inside, James Allen goes. Just overshoots slightly there at the apex, but I don't think Griffin's going to give this up. He's trying to go around the outside. He's got better drive. And he's on the inside now as they go down through turn 8 and into turn 9. Oh, wheel-to-wheel stuff there coming up on the Corvette. And, Griffin's just given James just enough room. Who's going to go out wide here? James has gone deep and he's gone wide, but Griffin's gone that shorter, tighter route, and his brilliant move there. Fantastic racing.
Beautiful moves from both these drivers. Fantastic racing here at Yas Marina. We're deep into the second hour.
It's been turned up to 11, I think.
Absolutely. This is the lead battle.
And James is like, right, I'm going to take this to you and going to see how you can deal with this pressure. And yeah, this is brilliant racing in the P2 class.
So United Autosports Gregoire Saucy, by the way, has dropped way back, 8 seconds back from this. Is that a new tyre issue? Has he got a problem?
I don't know, but there is a problem there. I'm not sure. This is maybe the issue here.
This is the move from first, the number 3 car.
He was already in trouble here, the United car. Something's going on there. It's just not right. There's something, just the way that the body language of it's just not right. It's just not switched on. So they're five back on pit lane here.
And the dollies are out. This is desperate luck again. They'll fuel the car in any case, but that car is going into the garage. What do they have to do to cut a break?
That's extraordinary. This is such a great team, well drilled, run a brilliant car, fast car. But it's just been one thing after another.
Staggering stuff in the sister car, by the way. Ben Hanley, fastest lap of the race, 1:41.793. As he makes his way through, that'll be 8th position in moments, because this car is going to drop down the order again. It's the rear coat, the engine cover off the car. Desperate luck. Yeah, and in particular for Giorgio Roda.
He'll be head in hand to the back of the garage.
He will. What do I have to do? He ran the perfect race.
Yeah, he did.
Meantime, back on track. Here's the 34 car with Tom van Rompuy still aboard this car.
Getting very close to their drive time, aren't they?
That was very close to a rub with the barriers there from Griffin Peebles. Still under attack from James Allen. This is a great battle.
Yep. They've
got 10 seconds until Matt Kaiser is further down the road, under pressure from teammate the 25 car. He's in the 20, Enzo Trulli. Gus Meneses 3 seconds back and under pressure from Malte Jakobsen.
Charles Malacy's managing to keep that gap there between Griffin Peebles and himself, and just maybe stretching it away a little bit. He's going to be doing all he can to keep on this lead lap. He's right at the very back of it. But the harder that these two race, Griffin Peebles and James Allen, the better it is for Charles Malacy.
Great stuff with these two. This could be quite something.
Yeah.
Make their way through the traffic. Again, James Allen gets the better run there. Is trying to put the younger man under pressure here. He's by far the more experienced man in a P2 car.
Yeah, but Griffin is equal to the challenge.
That was a magnificent battle between the two of them through these two turns, and frankly for the rest of the lap.
Yeah, it was brilliant. And Griffin wasn't intimidated. He was like, I know where to place the car, I know what to do, I know where the performance is. I'm not going to get overawed by this or overwhelmed by it. I'm right, okay, I'll fight you wheel to wheel.
Better run there, though, out of the chicane from the RD Limited car. Closes it again. They come into the bank turn this time. Doesn't go quite as wide, sticks to the line.
And Griffin's actually placing the car nicely. He's sort of like, yeah, okay, to get this spot from me, you're going to have to go really do something special.
They are still really catching Malacy, you know.
Yeah.
They're going quick as a balloon in the middle of the track.
Yeah, and Roman will be passing on all of his knowledge and info that he has, and asking the engineering group all of those questions that will be in his head as a driver, and how to make and get James past and through that DKR number 3 car.
Petrobelli on pit lane from 3rd. That puts Tony McIntosh for the moment up into 2nd place. This is taking way too long. This number 5 car, I'm afraid.
It's out of the running.
It's out of the running.
Out of the contention, certainly, for any sort of victory or any podium position or even a points finish here at this point. It's brutal.
Absolutely brutal. James Allen again takes the title line down to the back straight, looking to get a good run down this long straight.
Yeah, getting up to 290 Ks as they come down here into turn 6, and it'll be about 3.2 G on the brakes here. Hard on the brakes, coming all the way down to 1st gear. 65 Ks, 70 Ks across there, and then hard on the throttle, going back through the box, getting themselves back up to about 275 Ks an hour before turn 9. So there goes the balloon.
That's the balloon. It's atomised. Very sorry. Look.
So we're just getting some information here. Oh, deep. Bob is super deep. The 87 car there. Oh, contact as well through on the 51 car.
That's the lapped car.
Yeah, it's a little bit rude.
But he's tried to get away from Dustin Blattner.
Yeah, Dustin's. Oh, is it the Vector car coming through? And
Blattner's on him here.
He is. And Bob's just trying to find his way through this slower traffic, and also navigate 7th and 8th place. And, just that the cars up in front, the Ecurie-Cos Petrobelli and Tom Van Rompuy. This is the Vector car trying to 3 wide. Yeah.
Oh, dear me, and threaded the needle.
He did.
Jacob Abel needed to be very aware of where the car was. He's doing very well, up to 7th place at the moment, by the way. Good run from them.
Yeah. And, Dustin's really leaning on those Michelins, the same as Giacomo Petrobelli is, and I think these 4 are all going to get together here shortly. Tom Van Rompuy at the head of that queue in the Team Turkey car.
This is the battle for 5th place between 4 cars. Through goes the number 3 car, Griffin Peebles, still ahead of James Allen. This is shaping up to be an absolutely cracking battle.
Yeah, and James, I think he's just biding his time. He's just going, okay, right, I had a crack at you here. I'm just waiting to sort of see how things progress as we get through more traffic. I think he's waiting for his opportunity. When it comes, he'll pounce.
Yeah, DK Engineering, remember, are a previous championship-winning team in this in the Asian Le Mans Series. In your era, indeed, Ollie. When it was an all-UAE championship during the COVID years.
It was, and is this going to be an opportunity here for James? He's going to go.
I think he might.
He's got pinched off there.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's fast, it's frenetic, it's frantic. It's just trying to thread your way through all of these corners here, trying to navigate in and out of the traffic, whether it's GT, P3, but for the P2 runners, they've got so much performance and very little drop-off in performance from these Michelins, and Griffin's just throwing up the inside there at that final turn.
He's getting past.
Yeah, he is. And so what's we got going on here? Coming down, Dustin Blattner just going around. Oh, Podium is, he uses every bit of the road and also every bit of his car to keep people in behind or move them out the way. Griffin Peebles coming into turn 5 again. I think we're going to see this difference in line and approach here in this turn 5, and James Allen always manages to get the car across that apex extremely well and then get back to their throttle, and Griffin's
a better run.
Yeah, he has. And Griffin's just gives up a little bit of time there on entry. Can James make this stick? It does seem that DKR car is extremely slippery. It was one of the things that David Addison was talking about on the grid, back to us, and saying that a number of the engineers from the different teams were walking up and down the grid to see what wing levels the different teams had got their cars and the Oreca 07 chassis set up with, and that does really affect the straight line speed. And I would guess that the DKR car is pretty well trimmed out, and here's James trying to come up the outside, but he hasn't quite got enough here.
Traffic coming.
Yeah, traffic is coming, and it's whether James is going to be able to use that or whether caught this slower traffic in just in the wrong spot. And James will be just trying to line him up. Just trying to line him up here as they come through and off of 14. The drive, is he going to be able to pounce as they come through and into 15 and then 16? No, he can't.
He's got it done with the traffic. That will help him for a little wee while. Bit of a breather.
Yeah, but I think that 3 car is nicely trimmed out. And the 30 car is just maybe carrying just a little bit more rear wing, so a little bit more straight, a little bit less straight line speed than the 3 car. As we go through this section of the racetrack, though, that extra bit of downforce that the 30 is going to be carrying, I think, is really going to be helping it. And just also looking after its tyres for that little bit longer.
Just looking ahead, by the way, the 47 car, Hans of Charles-Mallacy, they are catching that car. And there's certainly one light out at the rear of that car. I do wonder whether or not there might be some damage on the left rear of the 47. We've not had a good look at it. We'll try and do that.
It did have some contact, didn't it?
It did in the coming minutes when we get that opportunity. There's so much else upon the camera at the moment.
Yeah, and a lot of these bronze runners here in GT, they've now done their drive time, so they could pit now.
Yellow flags, turn 4.
It's the first ones we've seen. Turn 4 is usually, it's fast. Yellow flags removed at turn 4. Giacomo Petrobelli looking to come up the inside. Can't quite get it done on Tom Van Rompuy. On board here with the 74. Dustin Blattner just being passed there by the 43, and that's one of the things that every GT driver has to deal with. Just got to breathe it, open the hands there, let the P2 car come through, and it just gives you that. You get backed up, you lose time, and then you got to reset, go again, and just try and close back up onto the pack in front. Yeah. Dustin's working hard.
Different languages, isn't it? P2, P3 and GT, and in GT, Orica is a swear word. But away we go, down, tearing down this battling pack of GTs. Tom Van Rompuy holding off Giacomo Petrobelli, but just barely. Mid-engine Corvette, front-engine Aston Martin. Very different answers to the same question. Podium right there, Dustin Blattner right there. Griffin Peoples still under pressure, but still holding the lead from James Allen. And looking at the relative lap times, and now Charles-Mallacy is beginning to make a go. Petrobelli up the inside, can he make it count this time? A little bit stymied for line there, the Corvette man by the passing Orica, but just keeps it ahead as they come into the tricky hotel section. A little bit of a squirrely moment there for Petrobelli. That's allowed Podium to catch up again, and here comes Dustin Blattner too.
Yeah, these 4 cars all squabbling over positions, and all pretty. Bobman was really close to the wall again there, but they're all quite strong characters, and certainly these 2 in the middle here, Giacomo Petrobelli and Bobman, have been in quite a bit of bumping and banging over the last few races, as it looks like Giacomo's going to get it done into turn 1.
Yes, indeed. Wait for that to be confirmed, and it's changed 2 for the lead. So where did that happen?
James Allen, I think he's used the traffic there. If we're looking further back up the road, back up the track, and I think that he's maybe used that GT traffic to his advantage at turn 9. We're
also going to have 3 drive-through penalties for the trailing pack of GT cars. 54 and the 77 amongst them. This is it when he's...
Oh, the 85's just confused Griffin, and then he's pushed him wide, and James just gone up the inside, used that tight line.
Beautifully done.
Oh, brilliantly done. And I think that's maybe just also that tick more downforce that the 30's running.
Blake McDonald is going to get 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. That's still that mirror from the 50, by the way, there. And now he's clear. He's looking to try and gap the number 3 car. Griffin Peoples will try and have none of that.
If the 3 can come back at him on the straight, if he is running that little bit less downforce, is he going to be able to just sneak up on the back of it? Engineering group there at DKR. And they'll be hoping that Griffin will be able to get back onto the gearbox of James Allen here as they come down into turn 6. And it seems that it's pretty equal. And if James is doing anything, he's just using the way that Orica chassis just works in and through. That entry phase he's very good at, and then he's able to sort of sharpen the corner off and get the car rotated quickly and controlled.
we first saw Griffin Peoples in the Asian Le Mans Series last year. He helped Breton Racing to the championship, joined the championship late, therefore was not a championship winner himself. We were impressed with him in a P3 car. That was impressive.
Yeah, it was, really was.
Controlled, rapid, aggressive and defensive.
Yeah, 44 car there, still got all of that, the board, the braking board, the braking marker board on the side of the racetrack. It's still got it in the louvers there, or the dive planes on the nose of the Oreca 07 chassis.
Oh, bit drift there from the number 3 car. Still in pursuit here, Alan, from Griffin Peoples. 6 seconds back now, Enzo Trulli, who's gone by Matthias Kaiser. Gus Menezes is still holding off Milton Jakobsen, who I'm absolutely certain will again be in look after your tyres mode.
Yeah.
It served them so well in Dubai. Yes, this is a very different kettle of fish. This is the 49 and the 4 battling away. This is Gus Menezes and Milton Jakobsen. Traffic now. Now what happens?
Yeah, Malt's going to be looking to try and pick his way through there. He's gone very wide there as he came down into turn 5.
Previous Peugeot hypercar driver versus current Peugeot hypercar driver. Maybe a tiny little bit of needle in that. But won't be concerning Milton Jakobsen, certainly. He's just got his eye on the car ahead, looking for an opportunity to close the gap.
We're just hearing that the 5 car has got...
It came back out, he's gone back in again. Gearbox issues again for that car.
Really tough.
It was the 6 car, wasn't it? Yes.
What's that?
That is the 13.
Yeah.
That's the panel that sits, I think, in front of the windscreen on the 13.
I would say that only comes off with contact.
Yeah.
So where's that come from?
Team manager, car 47 to race control.
Was it the 47 that's had the incident?
Maybe. The point I was going to make is it was a broken dog ring in the gearbox that caused the problem with the 2 meshed gears at Dubai, and there was concern as to whether or not there might be a batch issue.
Yeah, I think Richard Dean was contacted, wasn't he, by a number of other teams who had a similar failure, and there was certainly some things being talked about.
We're going to go full course yellow. That will be for that debris.
Wow.
So full course yellow it will be, and my guess would be that's going to be quite a short intervention. It is debris, we think, from the 13 car. We've not had a shot of that car.
No, where has it come from? Has it come from the nose? Yeah, we're just trying to see.
It has got the number on it, but we've got the wrong angle to be sure. It does look as if it's that part. Full course yellow.
Yeah.
Down to 80 kilometres an hour. And positions should be kept. It's not quite like that. Depends on when the full course yellow comes out and what your speed is at that point.
But it's a relatively fair way of doing it.
It's looking for a gap in the traffic that is that you're able to get a marshal to that piece.
Yeah, that is a P3 number, isn't it?
I think that's 13. So we're 17 minutes from the halfway point. Those first 2 hours have absolutely flown.
Yeah, and we're just waiting now to sort of see how it unfolds in GT, because a lot of those bronze drivers in GT will have completed all their drive time, and so it's the next opportunity. There we go, nicely done, well done, Marshall.
It is the
Here's
13.
Yeah, showing it to us nicely there. Big grin on his face.
That's
happy in his work.
That's one for the garage wall.
Yeah, thank you. I just framed that.
He's
Lovely.
just 5,600 pieces away from making his own Ligier. There is the 13, by the way.
I think he'll just try and throw it back on.
That would be a shot, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Maybe he's that skillful.
Bet he doesn't try. So I don't think it's going to be long before we're back. There may well be another couple of bits and pieces that Gwen Boursier would like our valiant marshals to attend to. So
yeah.
we'll wait for him to make those decisions.
So much at this point, you're just waiting on that radio call. You're trying to not ask the team anything. You're just waiting for the team to come back to tell you, okay, back to green.
Look at the gap, by the way. Charles Milesi still on the lead lap at the moment, but with James Allen right behind him.
Yeah. And this is going to be critical how you get your racing going again. And Charles Milesi will be, well schooled and versed at this. But it's, Breton here.
There's Michaela. Previously team manager, by the way, of ASC Bratislava back in the day for a long time now with Breton Racing.
This will be interesting to see this race here between these three. When it goes back green, this will be tasty.
Won't it just? And this is going to be about who's quick off the limiter. There was indeed some more debris that they wanted removed. I think that might have been that mirror down at turn 3.
Yeah, Giacomo Petrobelli did get in front of these guys, and so he's up the road a little bit.
He is.
And, Tom Van Rompuy just looked like he was struggling a little bit with the Corvette. Team Turkey, number 34. But I think we're not too far away here from going back to green. And when it does, Bob Yang and Dustin Blattner are going to be max attack.
Yes, indeed. Corvette from
at 16:46
Porsche
00,
Ferrari.
we will be removing full Corsilo. In less than 30 seconds, we will be removing full Corsilo.
Glenn Boursier will be counting it down 23 seconds. And then we'll see. And they're going to be on the straight when it happens.
They are going to be on the straight when it happens, and these guys are going to be primed and looking to see, okay.
We'll be removing full Corsilo in 10, 9, 8, 7,
go time.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full Corsilo is removed.
Oh.
And it's Blattner that makes the first move. He's alongside Bob Yuan. He's made that move. Now he's on the tail of the Corvette, pulls in between the two. That was a lightning restart. Tries to get at the inside. Then it's Bob Yuan with his trademark late braking manoeuvre, takes the position back. That's right in front of Griffin Peoples.
Wow,
and now Dustin Blattner does it again.
Oh.
On the exit of the chicane, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, Dustin had him absolutely in his sights. Just sort of like batted him away. You're not going to take that place back from me. I'm just coming through. And yeah, very, very smart restart there from Dustin Blattner.
Could be trouble ahead for Giacomo Petrobelli. He's under investigation now for track limits, as is Francois Ario in the 92 Porsche that sits where? A little further back down in 11th place. 6 United car on the 70 from Vector Sport RLR, and that position change comes. That's for 7th. Ben Hanley on Jacob Abel. James Allen with Griffin Peoples, Enzo Trulli, Matthias Kaiser, Gus Menezes, Melter Jakobsen, and then that battle between what is now Ben Hanley ahead of Jacob Abel.
Yeah, we're just still watching this battle here between Tom Van Rompuy. Dustin Blattner's got past Bob Yuan, and yeah, it's going to be intense all the way through to their stop, which I think is going to be coming up
10-12 minutes,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah, 10 or 12 minutes they're going to be. They can do. Excuse me one second while I look here. Another 10 laps, I think.
Yep, as we got, as you do that, Matt Kaiser just leapfrogging this group. And if we look in the background, should see the next group coming through, and it is going to be high-class racing with Gus Menezes, who on the restart just pulled away a little from Melter Jakobsen. Ben Hanley is a chunk of time behind, though, 23 seconds. That's the big gap in that lead group.
Yeah. 87 on board here. You'll be able to see just below the windscreen there's that rear view camera, an indication of cars coming up behind, and that P2 car going past Bob Yuan as they came down into turn 6. That's what these GT drivers are relying on, and to help give them information. Bob goes in deep once again there, coming into turn 7. Oh, that's hard on the number 1 car. That was the 8.
It's the 8.
Yeah.
So that is Roman Wozniak still at the wheel. Into Europol's Alex Bekantsov on pit lane from the lead.
That's the that was the bit of bodywork that we're missing.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. That front suspension there, the springs and the dampers.
I think a replacement for that.
Because that will be giving them a disadvantage. That's be quite a draggy part of the race car.
I'm not clear on what the regulations say about that panel, because that's where the number is.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like they've got a replacement coming for that car.
Yeah. They've been on the phone to what panels are us.
Maybe they've rung up the guy who was down at turn 6 and said, "Can we have it back?"
There you go, and that's going to be fitted with one of the that's the mounting point broken.
But it looks like it's being fitted.
It's been ripped off because the mounts are still there.
Yeah, they are, and I'm not sure that's going to work.
That tape is not going to hold that.
Yeah, and
this could be trouble ahead for this car, you know.
It could well be, and they're going to give it a go, but I think that's going to be...
If that lasts a lap, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, same.
It's because it's just the aerodynamic forces on that nose.
Aero, these things go quick, 270, 60 miles an hour.
Drive-through penalties for cars 56. That is Giacomo Petrobelli from 5th place in the Ecurie Cross Blackthorn Aston Martin in front of that shot, and the 92. That is the Monti car. That is track limits for both.
Oh, that's so tough on that Aston Martin, the Ecurie Cross Blackthorn car. They'll be frustrated by that.
Jacob Abel in pit lane from 9th position. Still, this GT battle underway. Dustin Blattner now beginning to turn the screw, is the scout Bob Yuan. Now he's looking to see what he can do about Tom Van Rompuy.
Yep, and Dustin will be looking to size him up. I think Tom's battling a little bit here with his Corvette, and he's just trying to keep it underneath him. Since they've gone to this, that's Dustin's trying to size him up there. Would have been an optimistic move to try to get up the inside there at 13 or in 14, but he's trying to get the overlap here, the drive off the corner. And he's trying to get alongside coming into 15. There's no room there. And is he going to throw it at the inside at 16? No, he's just breathed it. And it's all about the run down to turn 1. Being smart here and just using your speed where you can. And maybe is it going to be that he's going to have to use Phil Fayer or the 6 car coming up behind, use that car as a bit of a pick and get through and off. Oh, heavy hit there on the apex of turn 1 there for the Dustin Blattner 74 car. Just be careful how you use those curbs. Don't want to use the car up too much here. Got your teammates still to come, and there's plenty to go here. 2 hours of racing.
30 car from the lead on pit lane.
Oh, Tom's gone in deep there, walked it across the track on the way in. And Dustin's just made a little bit of time up. These cars look like they're right at the end of their sort of tyre life. And cars looking a little lazy.
Bob
really
Yuan's
super responsive.
Caught up again in this group. So Audi Limited's James Allen. And tyres changed for that car. Still this battle between Malte Jakobsen this time. Looks up the inside, coming into the hotel section. You're in close contention with Tony McIntosh on its...
Smart there from Tony. Breathed it, let them through. These two are battling intensely.
Still traffic, LMP3 traffic to the outside there. Got to make it through. In the number 4 car, gets to the inside. Now come to complete the lap to the final turn. It's Antares Alves number 10 car, and they've still not got this done.
No, and this is what multi-class racing is all about, how you navigate your way through all this intense traffic. Being smart, just looking after your car. Malt's one of the best in the business with this in P2, and he knows how to get his way through that slower GT traffic and P3, but it's not over. And here we are with the 25 and the 3. 25 got to the front.
That was a long stop for the number 30 car, 1 minute and 37 seconds. That's longer than it should have been.
That is way longer.
Would be keen to find out if David Anderson gets a moment to find out what
he'll be there in a flash. He's so light on his feet.
He's amazing.
Yeah, really brilliant.
Griffin Peebles has lost that position to Enzo Trulli.
Yeah,
Trulli leads the race.
Yeah, and I think that's down to the stop here. And, but Malt is on a tear. Purple sector.
They've not stopped. That's Trulli's pace.
Let me see.
I think that's Trulli's pace. I think he's caught and passed him.
Yeah. Yes, they're due a stop, excuse me.
Yeah.
They are due a stop.
There is James Allen. He's actually off the lead lap at the moment. That looks like a headlamp cover.
Or is that the cover off the 13?
I think, you know what, you might be right. It did look to have tape, didn't it?
Yes, but it looks greeny.
Let's see.
Oh, what's happened here? This is the 30 coming
This is the 25 past the 3.
Yeah.
That's the outside
and
of the
actually,
9.
the 25 on average.
We have report of debris entry T11 on the right-hand side.
Yeah. So,
10 seconds. There was a 10-second penalty for the 30, I think.
Right. Well, we were both correct about the 13, weren't we? That wasn't going to work, not in a million years, and it hasn't.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Again, and that might be, depending on where on track that is, another intervention, and that will not amuse race control.
No, I get the feeling that 13 is going to have quite the penalty coming its way.
92 car. This car has had a drive-through penalty, and they had not served that.
So I was just going to get back to the speed and the pace of Enzo Trulli. He's been a second faster than Griffin Peebles on average through this stint. 22 laps he's done so far. He's going to be on pit lane, I think, next lap around.
Yeah. Meantime, Bob Yuan down pit lane for what will be the end of his drive time. Good stuff here from Tom van Rompuy, holding off a usually rampant Dustin Blattner. This is a good spell from Tom, and they're going to come out side by side with the 26 car.
Yikes.
I think that was a drive-through penalty for the 26.
Oh my word. When he left the pit lane, he was right on that line as he's coming out. I think he might have even crossed it almost straight into the side of the 34 car there. It's almost a repeat of what happened in testing earlier on in the weekend.
It was a drive-through penalty for the 26 on his way out from there.
Was it for sleeping or not being able to see other competitors on the racetrack?
Dear me, let's watch again this one.
Oh my word, look at this. Oh no, he's just, how can you be there? I mean, what are they doing?
That could have been an absolute... Well, that's pretty much where the incident that eliminated the number 99 car.
The 99 car.
So Dustin Blattner's got a good run here. Not quite good enough, I don't think, but they're looking for the right line again through this bank turn.
Tom van Rompuy using all of his experience there to keep that Corvette going in the right direction and out of the wall. That could have been huge.
Peebles on pit lane, Trulli from Kaiser, 25 from 20, also
car
on pit
54,
lane,
5-4.
49
it's
and the
a
4.
drive-through penalty for constantly abusing track limits. Car 5-4, drive-through penalty.
That's the Custodio Toledo pedalled 54 car, already down in 16th, so that is not a car in immediate contention. What a battle this is.
Yeah. And Dustin Blattner's just used enough of his car here. It's still on the limit, I would say. He's sort of biding his time, but he's trying not to risk his car. He knows he's got his teammates to come at the end of this stint. They're going to be pitting very soon here.
3-4, it's a drive-through penalty for constantly abusing track limits.
And that's the problem for Tom van Rompuy. It's going to be a drive-through penalty. Track limits for him. The defence has been too enthusiastic. Dustin Blattner has effectively forced him into that position.
He has, and I mean, this is the thing where you just start counting up all of those track limits. I think you get 5 in each stint,
and by the way, all the while, Dustin Blattner in the 74 car in a dominant position in points, 21 points ahead in the championship coming into this race, is beginning to leapfrog up the order as others stumble.
Yes, indeed.
So it's the 9 from the 37, and shortly it's going to be the 74, because that 34 car owes us now a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, the 9 car has got a good, healthy lead, but they've got their silver drivers to come, and the silver drivers in the Get Speed lineups aren't maybe as fast as some of the other silvers. We've still got that debris on the racetrack there.
Not a nice place to have it either. It's not going to be an easy one to recover.
No.
It's reasonably easy to pick up the one on the apex of the chicane, because there's a great line of sight. Not so much there.
No, it's not. No investigation, full course yellow. It's good to hear.
We are under 2 minutes from the halfway point in what's been a fantastic motor race so far.
Yeah, we've got maybe another four laps for Dustin before he stops, I think, maybe 5.
Algar Pro Racing 1-2. Enzo Trulli, great stint from him in the 25 car. Our defending champions ahead of the 20 car, Matthias Kaiser. He's had a good stint as well. Ben Hanley in the number 6 car. In comes Dustin Blattner now, as does Tom van Rompuy. But there will be both a drive-through and a regular stop to be served by the Racing Team Turkey car.
Yeah, maybe that is just we've now going to count back here because they've not quite eked out the whole of their tank or their energy, and they just know that they can go with 2 more stops after this one to the end.
Yeah, their strategy through this season has been absolutely exemplary. Bit of a stumble there. It's Chris Ludham getting aboard the car now.
Yeah. Kessel run a brilliant 296, do a great job down there. All the guys and girls from Kessel Racing. And what have we got here? More. Oh, there's the 13 nose cover.
Still not off the track though.
No, trying to flick it off with the race cars.
The problem is, if that does break, the sharp edge could cut a tyre very easily.
Yep, and that's what Michelin will be looking at and wondering and concerned about. But, yeah, as things go now, I think we're going to see an awful lot of GT pit stops. Racing Team Turkey on pit lane. Yes, we've just seen the Kessel car.
It's another drive-through penalty for the 56.
Wow.
He's served one, he's got another for track limits, so I'm afraid it's beginning to unravel here.
Yeah, they compound, don't they?
Yep, they do.
And yeah.
Meantime, Melty Jakobsen aboard.
Jonas Reed is pressing on here.
He's caught him.
Yeah, and really putting him under pressure.
Yeah. Enzo Trulli on pit lane, so too is Ben Hanley and Kei Cozzolino in the Bonos Racing car. Matthias Kaiser, our latest leader, head of the 43 for Inter Europol. Those 2 cars, though, will owe us a stop, as does the Horst Felix Feldbreit car.
Malt's just come out the pits.
Right.
That's how this has ended up like this.
And Kei Cozzolino, no, hang on a second, the 22 car
is due a stop next lap.
Right.
He's done 21 on this stint.
And this is Jakobsen with the 25.
Just come out.
That's a position.
Yes. Enzo Trulli. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out how that's happened.
I think, well,
it was a 1:10 stop for Enzo Trulli.
Bolts up the inside.
Has Jakobsen stopped?
Yes, he has. He has. He's just stopped. Yes. Oh, trying to get up. Oh, Jonas did a good job there to miss them. And these two are battling hard here. P2 Racing at its best.
How has he closed that gap?
I'll get back to you. All I'm doing is watching the racing. As Bolt's looking to go, Jonas is trying to join the party here.
Car 8, by the way, which is Team Virage's Ajita Patel in 4th in under P3, under investigation for not following the race director's instructions at turns 6-7. That will have been an off-track moment, and the method of rejoining at the exit of the chicane. Can't shortcut it.
Enzo's just trying to edge away from Molt, and Molt's just looking to have another run at him. I think Jonas is in this lap for his stop in the 22 car.
Peugeot Garga's in from second.
Really close there with the Corvette as they came into turn 15. The Corvette just gave him the room, and I think who's on board the 34 now? Sally Yolok just gave him enough room.
Steve Janssen from the lead in GT, which puts the Qatari Kiroud car back ahead, still with Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi at the wheel of that car, as the latest pit stoppers cycle back down through the order.
Big shuffle here in the order. 20 cars. Yeah, Matthias Kaiser, he's gone to the front, but he's owing a stop. Gustavo Menez he's had a stop. He's about 3 laps into his. So I think we are, as things run here, this is kind of the order, the top 4 or 5.
Enzo Trulli's lost some time somewhere. I mean, Gus Benitez is ahead of Malte Jakobsen. That's right, because he was 4 seconds quicker on pit lane. Those two were nose to tail, but Trulli was seconds up the road.
Yeah, they've had a problem.
And he's had a slightly longer stop. It's not massively longer than Malte Jakobsen. I think he may have been off the road at some point. I'm sure we'll hear if that's the case. But it is Matthias Kaiser, still owes us a pit stop.
Yeah, he's
doing good fuel mileage.
Lap, I think. Yeah, he is. Maybe that's their strategy has been to go deeper, longer, because they're a good minute and a good 70 seconds up the road.
Yeah, this is Yeah, well, this is, I think, strategy from Algar Pro Racing. They're very good at that. Still no sign of the 20. This is the 22 coming down pit lane. It is.
Jonas Reed.
Still no sign of the 20, though, doing it. They're going long.
They are.
Well, all sorts of storylines. Let's find what's going on at Manthey. That's because we've got David Anderson with Antares, our defending champion.
And I think we may have made history today because Antares is not smiling, and you're always smiling, but you look disappointed after that stint.
Yeah, it was a very messy stint. I think it was going kind of well until after my fuel stop, I started coming into some of the back markers. And track limits are track limits, whether you incur them through your own mistake or whether it's because you're following other people driving erratically. Unfortunately, I copped ourselves some penalties, and in this level of racing, you make a mistake, you cop a penalty, you're game over.
Especially when it's this competitive, because the GT class is even more competitive than last year.
I think I've been here for quite a number of years by now. It is definitely world class, and this is the most competitive I've seen. And you don't make mistakes at this level.
And also that first half of the race, only one full course yellow, so there was a lot of green running. Did that surprise you, and also what did that do for the strategy?
I think that's exactly what made life very difficult for us, given my mistakes. Normally there is a high chance of a safety car, VSC or a safety car that packs everything up. So far we've seen green running. Recall this time last year, the races barely lasted 2 laps before going red flag. I think this is actually quite a change. Testament to the GT grid, but realistically, I've had some awful running behind the back markers in LMP3. I really would urge everyone to be thinking on behalf of other drivers. If you're a back marker in P3, get out of the way, man. You're ruining other people's race.
And later in the year, you're going to have a different GT car with the McLaren project. That exciting you?
It is actually something I am looking forward to. Obviously, I would like to conclude this mission well before transitioning. But when I see the orange car in front of me or around me, I have to say I have special dispensation.
Must be good. The smile came back when we talked about that. And Tara, it's good to see you. Let's hope the result comes a decent one.
Yeah, sad Antares is bad Antares. We don't like that, Mr. Alp. It's David Anderson, absolutely correct. The Garage 59 programme starts its history in the WC in about 5 weeks' time, and Antares Al will be part of that aboard the McLaren 720S Evo. It's good news. His character is always a delight across the paddock. But, again, that's what we call him, a gentleman driver, because what a gentleman he was being, owning it, really. This, though, is a cracking battle. Matt Kaiser caught again by Enzo Trulli.
Yeah, he is under big pressure here, and I think Matthias is. Oh, he's actually going to. No, excuse me. Has he? He's just come out the pits. Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got Gus Menezes leads the race now for High Class Racing, the 49, an hour and 52 minutes to go. 3 seconds ahead of this battle, as you can see, nose to tail with Melter Jakobsen catching them, and 3 seconds back. So it's going to be, again, an APR train if the regular kind of order repeats itself over the next few minutes. Up between, and Tarasao's car now in the hands of Klaus Bachler comes the 20. 25 in the hands of Enzo Trulli, also threads the needle. They'll now do battle to get ahead of the 69 car. Parker Thompson now trying to close the gap on Anthony Bartone, leads the race now and aboard the number 9 car. Where's the 37 car gone?
It's in pit lane now.
Of course, because it was leading the race. That's a late pit stop for the QMMF car. And therefore good fuel mileage for that car too.
Yeah, interesting to sort of see how this goes for the 9 and the 69. I think that Parker Thompson is going to catch Anthony Bartone.
Enzo
switch
Trulli
there. Enzo gets by Matthias Kaiser, and And we saw this in Dubai. Matthias was a little bit more hesitant on the restarts, or just getting himself going in the stints, but then came good as it got later and deeper into the stints.
I wonder whether or not there is a bit of team tactics here, and they think that this stage of the race, there is Melter Jakobsen, by the way, coming through under the bridge now, behind Matthias Kaiser. The game here is catch Gus Menezes. And I wonder if they think at the moment, with the car he's got underneath him, that Enzo Trulli's got the better opportunity to do that.
Absolutely. And, you know, are we seeing a similar sort of strategy and tactic also, as we've seen in the past from Molt Jakobsen, and this stint just taking care of things and taking care of those tyres so that he can hand them over to
Louis Delatraz.
Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, and behind, by the way, this is Ben Hanley under pressure now from the RD Limited car. James Allen, United number 6 car, with a strong run here. Rotten luck for the number 5, which is still in the garage, and that's done in terms of a competitive proposition. What a shame. Perfect run, it seemed, from Giorgio Roda. He'll be outside the garage, headbutting a wall somewhere, I'm sure.
Poor guy.
Put your helmet on first, Giorgio.
Terrible luck.
Unbelievable luck.
Yeah, really rough. But yeah, and I wonder what happened with the RD Limited stop. Why was it so?
I think we were hearing from David Addington, he'll confirm in my ear if he hears the commentary note, that there was a 10-second penalty for that car. So that's why that was a longer stop and dropped it back. It was the contact with the GT car from Fred Pordad, confirmed by David. Thank you for that. But still back into a strong run again for James Allen. Remember, Gidley gets a warning for abusing track limits, car 15. That car is down in 13th place and now in the hands of Dylan Medler. And
we're just seeing in the GT battle, number 9 Get Speed, Anthony Bartone on board, and Parker Thompson in the 69. Here we are, nose to tail. Parker, I think, has got himself set his sights well and truly on the back of that number 9 car. And 37 is just a little bit further back.
Yeah, it's the longer stop for the 37 car. So great run from the bronze driver. And now we move on to Ghanim Salah Ahmadid, the silver-ranked Qatari driver, who drops actually behind Augusta Farfus as well.
Yeah, he has. And it's interesting that WRT have set up with Augustus being in that 28 car now. And then it will be the silver driver to close it out.
Yeah, I guess they'll be pleased not to be in contention with a Corvette. He sold quite enough charity T-shirts over the last couple of years.
Whoa. And there's the Manthey car trying to get itself back on the unlap itself.
Yes, indeed. This is Clad's Backler, isn't it?
Yeah, he is. And he's sort of getting in the middle of this scrap, and Parker Thompson will be like, go away.
Yeah.
I want to fight the 9 car.
I'm busy.
Yeah. You can do your own thing. Go away. But you can see him in the rearview camera right there.
Yes, indeed.
The big green chevron over the top of it.
Look here.
Yeah, I'm right here, waving. You can see him waving. But you'll also see, if we stay on this shot, if there's any other P2 cars coming up behind, those cars will appear in that rear view camera, and then arrows and chevrons will appear, and then give you the indication of which side they've gone.
This could be an interesting moment, by the way. We're going to keep with this shots, I'm sure, but just to let you know.
There we go. There's the Settler car going round the outside of him, and Parker's looking for a way. He's going left and right, and he's trying to pile the pressure on Anthony Bartone coming into turn 12 here. Anthony's doing a nice job, but I think Parker's going to get a little frustrated here.
Just to let you know, Gus Menezes leads the race. He's 2 seconds clear of Enzo Trulli, who's closing that gap. They are both on a final warning for track limits.
Oh, Parker's lining him up here. Here we go. Is all the run. Oh, he's gone deep. Anthony's gone super deep there, the final turn. This has given Parker the perfect opportunity, but they've got a P2 car coming up behind. Now it's going to be round the outside. Is Parker going to be able to brake and get it done? Is he going to nip back up the inside here, coming into turn 2? No.
And now the inside line here, I think he's got him. I think he might have got him here. This is edgy stuff, wheel to wheel, door to door.
Oh, it's going to be track limits, I think, here. And there was a slight tab on the brake there from Parker Thompson.
I think he's got it done.
Yeah, he has.
And look at Klaus Bachler. Yes, please, I'll have some of that.
Anthony's gone in too deep there, I think. Yeah, the car walks out wide. Klaus has got through and off, and Klaus will be like, thank you very much.
Okay, that's one unlapped. Who's next?
Yeah.
Ticks it off on his chart that I'm sure he's got on the dashboard somewhere.
So there's quite a lot to be ticking off, though, isn't it? You know, side by side, though, Anthony hasn't given it up.
Our third place car in LMP3 in trouble, Ajit Patel, for not following race director's instructions. I think there was a run-off into the chicane. That's where we normally get that penalty here. So that's going to be, he's going to drop him back behind Izzat Barashi in the 23 car.
We're seeing here, oh, some more bodywork coming off of, was that a P3 car? No. So Anthony's still battling away with the Manthey car. Anthony's done quite a lot here on the brakes. He's going very deep on the brakes everywhere, trying to make up for some of that time, and he's gone deep here again, just walking the car in a little, and it was the mistake that was made at turn 16 that really unlocked all of this lap for him, just dropping back.
Well, we're going to go down to pits again. It's up to third now, ahead of Matthias Kaiser, Malte Jakobsen, and David Anderson, with perfect time as always, is with George Kurtz.
George Kurtz, it's going okay. Are we thinking points, or are we after a win today?
Well, we're always here for the win, but at the end of the day, we're focused on the championship. We got a decent start, kept it clean, and we've got the right guys in to finish the job. So at the end of the day, it's all about the championship for us.
That was a very, very long early period of the race without any interruption whatsoever, just that brief full course yellow. How much harder is that on you in the car for such a long time without any respite, if you like?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's hot here, but given some of the other stuff the other racing that we do at an hour in the car, hour and 15 is not a big deal. It's a high downforce track and a lot of turns, so you don't get a lot of chance to rest except for the long straights. But other than that, it was fine, and we got the big guns coming up and in the car now.
And the other thing that was obvious was that you were able to double stint tyres. Is that a nature of this circuit or today's temperatures? What's behind that?
Yeah, you have to look after the tires. It's definitely more forgiving than Dubai, but it's very easy to overheat the tires. I overheated mine at the end of the stint and just didn't have the performance. But if you look after them, by the time you get to sector 3, the tires are crying, and you just got to look after them, and they'll last.
An hour and 3/4 to go. A lot can still happen, of course.
Anything can happen, but at the end of the day, podiums win championships. That's what we're here for. We'd love a win. But if we get a podium and we just stay in front of the other cars, hopefully we'll come out the other side victorious.
If it gets to this point, what's the relationship between a CrowdStrike by APR car and the Algarve Pro Racing cars? Is it every man for himself, or might one of them help you out?
That's a question for the big man, Stu.
Oh, nicely swerved.
I'm a professional. So we'll see what happens, but right now, heads down. We got the right guys in, as I said, and as you've seen in the past, Louis is amazing at the end of the race, and hopefully we give him the car and put him in a position to win.
A wonderful non-answer. George, thanks very much.
Great stuff there from David Anderson and George Kurtz, and I think the answer is there is at the moment no answer. All sorts going on. Fastest lap of the race goes to James Allen in the RD Limited car. He's closed back up on Griffin Peebles, who's gone quicker than he's gone before. They're currently battling for 5th place as Malte Jakobsen makes his way through another battle. This is the
66 and the 54, isn't it?
Yeah, 51's just gone by the 66. It's a drive-through penalty for track limits for the 77 car. They're in a wretched day. Van Eindhoven in the Breton competition car down in 14th place. But all sorts of battles going on all the way down the order in the GT class. So, hour and 40 minutes to go, 100 minutes left of the 4 hours. Let's look back at the first 2 hours of this race. Bright sunshine and very warm temperatures as the hammer went down. The start of the first of 2 4-hour races at Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi. Big lock-up from Crichton and Tudis, but it was a clean start in all 3 classes. It's not to say it wasn't close. There was some body rub and there was some wheel-to-wheel stuff in all 3 classes, but the race would stay green. On board now, and closely contended too. Again there, very close between the 56 and the 37. Julian Gerby in the early parts of the race in the number 1 Team Virage car was on the move, but it was about Sharma Lacey trying to get to the front of the race. Forced to start from the back of the LMP2 grid, desperate to get Roberto Lacorte into the car as quickly as possible and as good a position as possible. Phil Freya too deep on the braking into the chicane. And then a brush between Blake McDonald and Bob Yuan would cost a 10-second penalty later on for the Porsche driver, but a positional loss for the Corvette. Roberto Lacorte would spin under pressure into turn 1. That would be costly. Battle between Proton and Nielsen, and then would be a brush on the exit of the chicane between the 23 and the 94. That would hold the radiator and be the end of the race for the high-class racing Ligier. Still, Julien Gerby not done with his stint, would run to the outside of the number 13 car, and that outside line looked like it might work, but Alexander Vakantsov brushed side by side with the Team Virage car, would retain the place. A second run off track after contact with the 15, Mimo Gidley for Roberto Lacorte, and damage to the rear left of that car. Battle in GT, Dustin Plattner going back ahead of Antero Sau. After a good early run, would have some struggles the latter part of his stint. And then a blinding battle between the number 3 and the 30 as the 5 that have led so well began to hit gearbox problems, but see the car into the garage twice and effectively out of the running. Plattner and Bob Yuan could not be closer. The Origine Porsche and the Kessel Ferrari. Concern from Romain Dumas, the RD and RD Limited, watching his man James Allen make the right choice through traffic and take the position from Griffin Peebles. Bodywork damage for the number 13 car. That would bring out a full course yellow for recovery of that piece. And still the battles went on. Peebles back ahead and getting onto terms with the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Through the next stage of pit stops. High Class lead the race from the Algarve Pro Racing trio. Hour and 38 minutes to go. This is the overall order, 77 laps. High Class Racing with the 25 car of Enzo Trulli right behind Gustavo Menezes. CrowdStrike Racing by EPR up into second place with Belter Jacobs, having gone by Matthias Kaiser in the last few moments. Griffin Peebles is next up with James Allen right with him too. Another fine battle. In LMP3, it's the 13 car with again that bodywork missing on the interior ball car. Chun-Ting Chu from Kevin Rabin in the CLX Motorsport car in, 30 seconds back from the Polish Enter car. Isaac Barashi sits third in the 23 events, number 23. In GT, Team WRT go to the lead of the race for the first time. It is Parker Thompson ahead of Anthony Bartone. Team WRT 69 BMW ahead of the 9 Get Speed AMG, and Gusto Farfus is closing the gap to Bartone to try to make it a BMW 1-2. Ghanim Salah Al Madid, having held second, that car in the hands of the bronze driver, is in fourth place. Heard, by the way, from David Addison that the issue for Enzo Trulli was just as that car was leaving the pits, the Team Virage number 8 car came in and he was unable to join the race without obstruction. That cost him the time. This We're back. This is a replay. That is side-by-side contact. They don't like that 15 car through there, is it? That's the second time we've seen a leading car after Roberto Lacorte hit Memo Gidley earlier.
Yeah, but it shows the pressure, doesn't it? Gustavo Menendez, he's just trying to get by, and he's got Enzo Trulli right in his wheel tracks.
Is that going to be looked at, though? I think it might well be.
Yeah.
The car was off track.
Yeah, it was pushed very, very wide, and it just shows the pressure here.
Because he's having a good run here, but Enzo Trulli has closed down on him.
Yeah.
High-class racing, we said a little earlier in the show, Ollie, have had pace all the way through the Asian Le Mans Series. They've had a pole position, but they've not had the race results.
No, they haven't been able to deliver, have they?
No, they've not.
No, and yeah, we'll just have to see how this works out now, and whether there's going to be any investigation there with that bit of contact.
And not far behind this pair and closing is Melty Jakobsen. Still come around again. It's more traffic again for Menezes. It's traffic too for his tormentor Enzo Trulli. There is the number 4 car, closer still. It was 3.5 seconds last time around, it's 2.6 now, and it's going to be a 3-car battle.
Yeah, just coming up on the GT leader as well. Parker Thompson here, just in the 69 car. He's just going to be lapped once more by these P2 runners.
We'll tell you, by the way, the number 5 has rejoined the race after 44 minutes in the pit garage. Giorgio Roda, just a horrible luck for him.
So been another terrible day for them. Oh, Gustavo in the high-class racing, taking some big risks here to get through the traffic.
And that was the race leader in GT, with Enzo Trulli going by and looking to put a lap on the number 50 car. Who's aboard that now? It's Carl Bennett aboard the number 50, about to be lapped by Parker Thompson. Gus Menezes leads, well, it's visual. And where is Melty Jakobsen? Right there. It's not 2.6 seconds anymore, it's under 2 seconds and closing.
James Allen, though, he's on an absolute tear. He's gone purple in the first sector. He's doing all he can to get himself back in the fight here after that penalty they had to serve. And this is definitely not over. We've got an hour and 34 minutes here. We're going to be about, 10 minutes away from these next round of pit stops where they will do driver changes. So Augusto Farfus, I think, is in the 28 now. He's just got past the 9 of Anthony Bartonen. Anthony's struggling a little bit with the WRT cars, both getting by, and it looks like a BMW lockout at the moment at the front of GT.
Interesting, they put the Platinum driver in at this stage of the race in the 28. They're looking for track position here without a shadow of a doubt.
And also, I think it gives them flexibility as well when it comes to this final stop.
Yeah.
And drive time as well.
5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the 56 Kyrgios Blackthorn car. That's the 3rd penalty. Johnny Adams just got into that car.
Pit stop infringement.
It's the second race on the trot. They've had multiple penalties.
That's difficult to take, because you're never going to be winning these races if there's just penalty after penalty, and you just got to have that little bit more discipline, whether it's on track or in pit lane. That's tough to take.
2.4 seconds separates the top 3 overall. This is the battle. The battle has won at the moment for Augusto Farfus over Anthony Bartone for 2nd place.
Enzo Trulli looking to line up here. He hasn't quite got on terms with Gustavo, but I think it's only a matter of laps. And yeah, these guys are coming through 15, 17 laps on their stints here. Malt's done 17. And so they're getting towards the back end of their stints.
What we've had in recent years in the Asian Le Mans Series is the emergence of new names coming to the fore in LMP2 racing, and LMP3 for that matter. Here's another one. This is Griffin Peoples, just ahead of James Allen, and they've just both gone by Matt Kaiser.
Yeah, they have. And
that's another battle for 4th position.
Matt Kaiser was forcing Parker Thompson all over that apex curve at turn 6. Good job, Parker was aware of that. It is fraught and frantic out there. These guys are just using every last bit of racetrack to extract the most from these Oreca 07 chassis. 80
laps in the books, more to come, and getting into dusk here at Yas Marina Circuit. We'll be seeing the the floodlights taking over what the sun has provided for the afternoon here shortly. Already can see the lights on the grandstands beginning to play on the surface of the track. Gus Benitez leads from Enzo Trulli, Malte Jakobsen, Griffin Peebles, James Allen, Matt Kaiser, Ben Hanley. They are your top 7. Nielsen Racing's Jembolo Bezi, Jacob Abel for Vector Sports, and Proton Competitions, Hurst, Felix Felpenmeyer complete the top 10.
Yep. And, Nielsen Racing are trying to get back on equal terms with those sort of 6-7 cars in front, but they've just got that gap that they can't bridge at the moment. But Jembolo Bezi is doing a nice job. And yeah, we'll have to see what happens in this last hour and a half of this race.
Could that be an issue? Incident involving car 66 and 74 at turn 6-7. I don't think we saw that under investigation causing a collision. That is the championship leading car.
Yeah, with
Chris Lullum
yeah,
the wheel. He's
yeah.
currently running 6th, and he is just trying to get back onto terms with Ye-Hong Lee in the Origin Motorsport car for 5th. And it's going quickly.
JMR, isn't it?
So, Trulli getting onto terms again with Jakobsen, my apologies, with Menezes. There's Jakobsen in the background, not closing in this phase. Indicates to me he's in tyre preservation again.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he's just going to be nursing those tyres through to the end.
It's been a winning combination, hasn't it?
It has, really has, yes.
Knowsley's got to put Louis Delatraz onto his old tyres for Delatraz's first effort, but then saving new tyres for the end of the race.
64 in. This is going to be Alex Quinn, I think, going in to the end. They're going to be short on the stop here.
Was that a driver change, though, or was he just in the cockpit?
I don't know. That was...
Well, Bates has done a good job there. Came in from... tumbling down the order now, but he was up there in 7th or 8th position before that stop. Fastest lap of his race, Griffin Peebles. He is fending off the attack of James Allen. That is no mean feat. 1:41.543, just 2/10 off the fastest lap of the race, which went to his current tormentor, James Allen.
Quinn is in the Nielsen car now. Alex Quinn is.
Right, so it's going to be another car to watch in terms of pace.
Yeah, he's been absolutely electric in that car, absolutely on fire. So let's see what Alex Quinn can now do behind the wheel of the 64.
90 minutes to go. Car 44, track limits, drive-through penalty. And that is who's aboard that car, Jean Olache at the moment. There is Stewie Cox, co-team owner of Algarve Pro Racing. Correctly, very proud indeed of what this operation has achieved in this championship and elsewhere. Now Malte Jakobsen is getting back onto terms. Now we've got no to tell, and it's under 2 seconds between the top 3 in this race.
Yeah, I wonder if Malt's going to start turning the wick up now.
It's shaping up to be another cracker.
Yeah, it sure is. And Gustavo done a nice job in the 49. Enzo, he's right there as well, and you get the feeling that these guys are just sort of like trading a few blows at the moment, but the real fight's still to come. This stop will be coming up shortly in the next 2 to 3 laps.
Quick mention, by the way, for the lead car. We know they've had the problems with the bodywork on the front, the nose of the car, but Chunting Chu is doing a great job in that 13 interior pole competition. Ligier extending the lead over the CLX car of Kevin Rabin. We haven't seen anything from race control about concerns about that second bit of lost bodywork.
No, maybe that's something they'll deal with later, but it's not a problem. Enzo's gone in a bit deep. They've made up some good time there, coming into 6. And it's all right at the end of this stint. The car's going to be nice and light now. They're going to be pretty lively.
I would say, by the way, this group are being caught by the chasing Griffin Peebles and James Allen in this phase.
Those two have been going purple sectors through the first, the first sector and the third sector. So yeah, those two are really on a tear. Oh, Enzo got a bit bottled up there with a Ferrari.
It's cost him a little bit against Malte Jakobsen.
Yeah, but this is a tight bit of track here, and you. Oh, the 21.
That's the 21. 7th place for Simon Mann, the silver driver aboard the.
Didn't see Malt. That was at the last second he opened the wheel.
And all of a sudden, that gap is nothing between all 3.
54 making them all go around the outside, and then Bolt's got to go up the inside. Yeah, this is the tricky part. How much risk do you take? Oh, it looks like. Sorry, excuse me, I was getting confused there with who's coming down into turn 1 first.
Well, it's Gus Menezes, and that's the team that wants the win. They want to launch the final part of their season with a win. But the other two cars are championship contenders. Does that mean you breathe at some point? Do you take the maximum points you possibly can? Is there risk involved here on pit lane? The number 30 of RD Limited, James Allen, gets out. Tristan Vautier gets in. Vautier has been quite the force in this car.
He has, he really has. Well, both James Allen and Tristan Vautier have done a fantastic job and really brought the car always forward. And yeah, this seems to really suit this RD Limited number 30 chassis, and it's yeah, car 50,
sorry, apologies, car 59, that is the United Autosports McLaren drive-through penalty track limits for Alexei Nesov. That car is already down in 18th place in class. So James Allen out after a stellar stint. He'll be disappointed. He did not pass Griffin Peebles at the second time of asking. Did it once?
Yeah, he did it once, but couldn't get by him again.
But I'm sure when the adrenaline's cooled off, he'll be very impressed with the efforts of that young man.
Yeah, he will.
James Allen, one of the quickest guys in this field in a P2 car.
That's impressive to see.
So, hour and 25 minutes now. It's still Gustavo Menezes on his return to prototype racing. Great to see him back.
I think another couple of laps and they'll be in pit lane.
Yep, 2.6 seconds separate the top three. That's Melter Jakobsen, just bottled up behind the Duquesne. Clears it now for what will be the start of the 86th lap of this Yas Marina circuit. Through comes Enzo Trulli. So Gus Menezes, real success in his prior career with Alpine in LMP2, with Glickenhaus and Peugeot in hypercar.
The high class have really got themselves dialed in here this weekend.
Yeah, it's great to see them back in LMP2 and in competitive form as well. And Gus Menezes, this is his best race of this season. He'll be, I think, very pleased with his form at this point.
Yeah, fantastic.
And Enzo Trulli, and we said about Griffin Peebles, here's if you like the other one. There's more than the two of them. A name we're going to be talking about in prototype racing for a while, I think.
Yeah, these guys are the future.
Yeah, son of ex-Formula 1 star Jarno Trulli, and he's got the better run through there.
Gustavo just walking the rear around a little bit there on the throttle.
Tarkin is 74, our championship leader in GT. And Enzo Trulli being respectful of that car at that phase of the corners. Sam Cox in the background, pacing.
Yeah, Tom Dillman there.
He's ready to go.
Yeah, just very relaxed. Waiting to get into the 25 car.
Got a better lead this time, Gus Menezes. Kept a cool head under pressure here. Incident involving car 49 and 15, causing a collision at turn 12.
Yeah, that was what we saw and we were commenting on, wasn't it?
We did.
And that was Gustavo and
the Castle car through the hotel section.
So that would have been was it Dylan Medler?
Yes. So Trulli now trying to get through on Young Lee, and here is the end of the stint for Melter Jakobsen. So we're about to see Louis Delatraz enter the fray with an hour and 22 minutes to go, and that's pretty ideal, I think, in terms of stint length.
Tyres are there, ready to go, and they are going to change tyres directly for Louis Delatraz, so new tyres to come right now.
Well, that's a change in strategy.
I think that's just related to the track and how the tyres do hang on here. Less deck, yeah. So the fuel, once the fuel is done, so they can go up to the car, and there we go. Start changing those tyres. Front done,
big old
left
drink.
rear done.
Yeah, big old drink of Total Energies fuel. That's filled it up. Reaching on from the pit wall.
a little bit laboured there, but still got it done.
Just to run through it, is High Class Racing lead the race still from the 25 APR with that stop from LT Atkinson. Here he comes now. Truly leads the race for the moment. He'll be down pit lane shortly though. Great run so far from High Class and from DKR Engineering. Good to see them both in the fray, and in the fray on pace.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes with this this investigation with it and the contact with the 15.
It's Theo Jansen, young man, climb aboard the cart now. Reigning champion in ELMS LMP3, and yet more talent coming through LMP3 into LMP2. Young Dane, and a proud Danish team featuring, I mentioned it on the grid in the garage there somewhere, John Nielsen, his 70th birthday today. Happy birthday, John.
Tyres going ready to go on the 49. Once it's done with the fuel, driver change is nearly done. Yeah, door shut. Yeah, nicely done, well executed. Everybody's got their own way of doing it, how they're going to choreograph this. We can't quite gun that on. The left side and then they do the right side. Oh, I've got a puncher here on the 13 car. Looks like... Oh, excuse me, no, that was flapping bodywork. I thought it was a tyre gone down.
Yeah, this is Ju, and he is leading this race by 48 seconds at the moment. Now need to check. I think he has done both. Has he done both of his? They may have only done one of their long stops. That might well come into play. Coming towards 20 minutes away from where you'd expect the final stop to be coming for them. Aboard now, the 69 car.
Leading in GT.
Yeah, by 5 seconds. Black and white car flag for car 66 driving standards. That's the JMR Corvette for Prince Abu.
It's been quietly going about their business as the 69 car.
Yeah, effectively so.
Yeah, Tony McIntosh had a very strong start while he was in the car, and Parker Thompson had taken over and making good headway, and it's a WRT 1-2 right now.
Well, out of the 49 car from a lead that was under threat throughout his stint, and a great run and a great return to form for Gustavo Menezes. He's with David now.
More pit stop cycling through, but a real star stint from Gustavo Menezes. Well done, that was quite a drive.
Yeah, honestly, 2 years out of the car.
Wow.
Never feels great coming back, but I feel, together with Anders and the boys from High Class, built up some momentum coming into this last one, and car was fantastic. So it's always a joy to drive when the car is doing what you want it to do.
How hard was that stint then?
I mean, doesn't feel good having a blue car in your mirror for half of it. I would have liked to be sailing alone, but it was a lot of fun.
And it's a really busy racetrack. You've got your own battle to have, and you've got to look out for the traffic.
Yeah, you know, you win some on some corners, you lose some on others, but I felt like we were able to keep on it. You have to drive these cars so aggressively, you know, and it's been a delight.
The reception you got when you got out of the car, everybody was smiling, high-fiving you. Team must be happy.
I had no idea I was in the lead. I swear, I thought I was in P3 or 4. I was just like, just keep pushing. So I was also just as surprised when I saw P1. So I can understand the smiles, and we'll have to keep fighting and see where we end up at the end.
Fantastic job, well done.
Yeah, great stuff from Gustavo Menezes. A real comeback drive there. Let's hope we see more of him in the future. And that's the 6 United Autosports car and the 20 on the way out.
Yeah.
So we're rapidly working our way through the pit stop cycle for this lead group. Meantime, 43 and 22. This at the moment with Bijou Garg and Jonas Reed is the battle for 5th, but these two will always stop fairly soon.
Yeah, Jonas is 21 laps in, so it'll be a couple more and then he'll be done.
And so truly in from the lead of the race.
Yeah.
And that should be the end of his time, I think.
Yes, it will be. It will be. Horst Felix Felbermeyer get themselves in the running. The 88 car.
Yep.
They're always a stop,
They
though.
do. They're the final car, I think, in that group that does owe us a stop.
Yeah.
But Enzo Trulli out of the 25. Tom Dillman, it will be aboard.
They've lost the nut under the car there. Saw that. He just the mechanic that grabbed the spare off of his belt. Not sure where the nut went.
Lost a second or two, maybe.
Yeah. And fresh tyres going on for Tom.
Fires up and goes. Where did he go?
He's gone out into the pit lane, I think. We'll see. 70
and the 64 battling away for 11th place. It's Vlad Lomko and Alex Quinn making his way up here. That's Alex Quinn ceding a position to Vlad Lomko.
It's not what I thought we'd be seeing.
So Tristan Vautier currently leads the race from Matthias Besch in the DK Engineering car. I think that might be on pace. Jonas Reed does owe us a stop, so does Bjorn Gaard. Then it's Theo Jensen, and he is 15 seconds back. I think he took tyres and the others didn't. I think it was fuel only for Vautier and Besch. I think it was 4 tyres for Theo Jensen. We're about to see what new tyres will do. Louis Delatraz's time, that was a 1:30. Then we know that was tyres.
Yeah.
Tom Dillman was tyres, that was 1:30. This is going to be interesting.
What have people decided to do, where and when? They leave their resource to the end of the race.
Jonas Reed right with Matthias Besch, but Jonas, I think
he owes us a pit stop.
He does.
He does owe us a pit stop there. One behind, and same with Bjorn Gaard. Yes.
Yes, for the Tirapol 43 car. This was where the nut was lost.
Yeah, gone under the car there.
Didn't see it when the car pulled away though. So has it gone straight through? That was just a couple of seconds lost.
Yeah, I think that maybe the other mechanic on the other side picked it up.
And by the way, that means lost a position to the high-class racing car. I think he could have taken that position at that moment, as the gap is 2.2 seconds. And I think it was more than 2 seconds lost there. 47, by the way, we should keep an eye on. Antonio Fuoco is aboard that car. It is a lap down and is running in 13th position. So at the moment, not scoring points, and that could be critical.
Yeah, this is going to be a big loss for them if it stays like this.
Matthias Besch looking to put a lap on Fuoco as well. He's actually sitting there between the lead car and Fuoco and Besch. So this is a critical moment for Antonio Fuoco. He needs to get by Tristan Vautier. That is not going to be easy.
No, it's not.
Hour and 14 minutes to go. Griffin Peoples, he should be delighted with that stint.
Yeah, he's done a fine job.
Up against far more experienced LMP2 driver. Yes, lost the position once, but the second time of asking, fended off his opponent.
Yeah. Richard Leeks, I think, is looking to get, or has got past James Rowe in the 11 car. And this is James looking to come back. No, not quite.
So, yeah, that is the 92, isn't it, ahead of Richie Leeds, James Rowe. So Johnny Adam is Richard's next target for 8th place, and he's just 2 seconds ahead.
Yeah.
So all sorts of battles yet again. Let's have a run down through what's going on here. This is a battle for 5th in LMP3. Zach Scoulart from New Zealand making his debut here, ahead of Ibrahim Berdawi, the 71 car that took the race win in dramatic circumstances, the second race in Dubai. It is Tristan Vautier for RD Limited leading the race overall from Matthias Besch, DK Engineering, 3.5 seconds, 3.9 seconds to the good. All sorts of cars in all sorts of positions and all sorts of positions. That's the 74 car goes by the 37.
Yeah,
that is for position.
And it's racing the Orijan car also for position. So it's done 2 almost in 1. It has.
It has. That's still Chris Ludlam.
Ludlam, yeah, it is.
Great move from Chris Ludlam.
Oh, 87's looking to come back. Yeah, 37 also trying to do something.
It's not done yet.
Yes. Whoa. Good drive off of there for the 87 and pushed out wide. I don't know whether there was any contact there, but they've got previous, haven't they?
They have,
the 87 and the 74. Chris Ludlam just drifting it in.
The 85 Duquesne in the middle of all this. It's a very busy part of the racetrack right now.
Yeah.
Standing on the bridge of the hotel, he's got a grandstand seat.
Yeah, the 37 is just pushing the 85 there, I think, as it was coming through at turn 14. into 15. P3 cars just getting a little bit in the mix of the GT battle. 88 trying to come through.
The Vautier, Besch, Jensen, Theodore Jensen, that is. Tom Dillman, Louis Delatraz. Semi Regtelief is in this battle as well. He's going quicker than the 20 cars gone before. Paul de Resta for United Autosports. Then Vlad Lomko, Alex Quinn up into 9th now, and Lorenzo Fluxer. They are the top 10. Into Europol competition, lead in LMP3. Chunting Chu is 53 seconds ahead of Kevin Rabin. Isaac Barashi in the CLX and 23 events. Number 23, that's the Duquesne locking up under pressure for the 71. That is a battle for 5th place in LMP3. We're watching here. This was side-by-side stuff. That's the 25 and the 49. This is the battle for 3rd, going the way of Tom Dillman with Theo Jensen. In GT, it is Team WRT 1-2. Parker Thompson, the 69 car, leads the sister car in the hands of Augusto Farfus, the 28, by 4.5 seconds. That's been a pretty steady gap. GetSpeed's Anthony Bartone has dropped back from the lead to 3rd.
34.
And the 34 in the garage. That from 13th place for Sally Jolic.
Yeah, Team Turkey, it's not been that happy a day, really, for these guys.
The gap to watch is Chris Lullum. He's 17.5 seconds back from Anthony Bartone at the moment. And that is our championship leading car.
Yeah, the Mercedes have just dropped off in this second stint. They've really lost that edge, it seems, and we'll wait and see what's going on here with the 34, but looking at that right front.
Yeah, we need at some point to be looking at the points in GT, because that was a big lead. 21 points coming into this race for the Kessel Racing car after a stunning season so far. So we'll keep an eye on that one as you take a look at the 49 car now coming under pressure from Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, and Louis just caught, and he's on new tyres, so he is on full attack mode here. Let's just wait and see how much he uses these tyres in this stint, because he's going to have to maybe run on these again in his final stint. So how hard you go, and Louis is one of the past masters of working with what he's got and trying to eke it out. And then knows exactly when to sort of pull the trigger in this category. An absolute world-class performer and driver. And he's putting Jensen under significant pressure now. They come down into turn 5, and it seems like Louis, yeah, nice and smooth, just rolling the speed through and off. And he's going to be waiting for his opportunity. Is he going to get that opportunity as they close in on this into Europol P3, number 13? And could be going.
Well, we've been watching some fantastic battles in LMP2. David Addison's going to have a chat with the man behind one of those battles. Griffin Peoples is with David now.
Another driver that's done a mighty stint, Griffin Peoples. It looked hard work, but it was a great battle and a good stint. You must be proud of yourself.
Yeah, my first stint on the old tyres. I think only James and me did this where we kept the tyres from the bronze. So I was trying to just survive, and we had a good battle just to stay in front of him, and then he got me when I went around the outside of traffic. But the pace was good. Then we did the pit stop for fuel and the new tyres, and I was really comfortable trying to get to a rhythm. I had good traffic management, and the pace was really good, and I think we're in a very good position, so I'm very happy.
How hard is that to leap into a car that's on old tyres? Because I suppose your instinct is to want fresh ones.
Yeah, new tyres, and I came out just in front of a couple P2s, so I really needed to work hard to get them up to temperature quickly and then stay in front of them. But I think I did a good job, and I stayed in front of them to get a lot of clean air from my stint. And I think I had a good pace, and we're in a good position now. And when you were on the old tyres, how much of a struggle was that? The setup wasn't as good for that set. I was struggling quite a bit with a bit of oversteer, but when we went to the new tyres, it was much, much better, and I was in a much better rhythm and trying to drive better to the car and save fuel and everything, so it was much better the second stint. And I guess the more miles you do in this type of racing, the more confident you feel, so looking forward to tomorrow already. Yeah. I definitely drove better in the second half once I got used to the car and the conditions, because it was a bit more hot today than the days before in the testing, so yeah, I'm very excited for tomorrow. And you're still in the mix, you're still in contention for a good result. Yeah, hopefully Matthias can give us a really good result. I mean, this team has done really well to fight with this really stiff competition in this championship, so hopefully we get a good result today and even better tomorrow.
Good work. Thanks, Griffin.
Yeah, good stuff from him. It's great to see talent coming through P3 through 2025 and into 2026. And P2 here in
Louis
Asia.
to go around the outside here at Theodor Jensen. Can't quite get it done, but he's going to do the old back up the outside. Got a really good run here. Oh, Theodore really leant on him there. Said, no, you're not. Not around the outside, no. You get back behind me.
All's fair in love, war and motorsport. And meantime, just doing a little bit of rapid calculation. Interesting stuff around the points in GT. We'll come to that a little deeper into this race. But I can tell you that the battle between the 9 and the 74 for third place could well be critical.
Yeah, it really will. And Theodore doing a nice job keeping Louis back there. Is this going to sort of play out a little bit more? Is Louis going to use the tyre just that bit more to see if he can get by him? Because all the time he is going to be behind him. He's got that aero wash, and the front tyres are going to be really working very, very hard. Louis gone in deep there. And is he going to try and get that slingshot through and off? Has he decided this is the lap for the toe?
I think he
needs
needs
a good spot.
Look
really.
at the back of the shots and coming onto the main straight now and closing on this pair is Sammy Megtanif.
Yeah.
The 20 car.
Sammy really is pulling the trigger. Louis gone deep into 6. He's got that done, I think. And is Theodore going to try and come back up the inside? No.
Way through.
I think Louis, absolutely perfect move. Yeah, textbook stuff there.
Fourth
from Louis
place.
Delatraz. Yeah, nicely done.
And every point here is going to be critical, and a dagger in the heart of Cetilar Racing. They are out of the points at the moment.
Oh, this will be a huge swing for them, won't it?
This is another attempt to repair. They need to show the number is the critical part of this. I think that's why that's happening there. It's not about that panel, it's about the number.
So, yeah, in the regulations, isn't it?
So he's going to lose them the lead of the race at the moment.
Yeah,
and he's trying to fire it. It's not going.
No, he's had to wait. I think that they're being held.
Is it the time?
I don't know. Was that one of their time stops?
We'll have a look in a moment.
Surely they would have fueled. We didn't get to that early enough.
We're closing in on the final hour of this race. So 5 hours of racing still to go in the Asian Le Mans Series this year. 1 more tonight, 4 more tomorrow. Remember, if you want to join us, starts an hour later, 4 p.m. local time here in Abu Dhabi. 17 from CLX, side by side briefly with the Feldmeier number 88. Tristan Vautier leads this race by 4.5 seconds from Matthias Besch, RD Limited from DKR Engineering. Tom Dillman 11.5 seconds back. Louis Delatraz 3.5 seconds back from that, having just taken that position from Theo Jensen in the high-class racing car that led this race in the hands of Gustavo Menezes. Great stint from him. Sami Megatoof is catching to the car of Theo Jensen. And Narain Karthikeyan is getting ready. It's been a quiet race for... Have we seen Julian Kirby still in that car?
I think Julian, he was in at the start and then he got out. And Ajit Kumar got in.
Did he do a full hour?
Let me just see. He did 25 laps. So let me just see on his drive time. Get back to you.
Okay. So on we go, RD Limited. And Tristan Vautier doing another fantastic job here at the wheel of this car, pulling away a little here from Matthias Besch. Not an easy man to gap. There is the number 3 car in another cracking race from Griffin Peebles with David Allison. About great battle he had.
Ajit Kumar done 52 minutes in the car, which is the minimum, I think, is 50.
Right, so he's done the minimum. And a really tricky, well, let's say what we see, disastrous second race at Dubai, but he cleared that 52 minutes, to be blunt, without me noticing at all.
Yeah.
and that marks a very significant improvement. So well done to him.
Yeah.
And in now comes the 92. Sorry, the 87, my apologies.
Yeah, I did think it was a 92.
As the 87 comes in from the 6th place. Also on the pit lane is Anthony Bartone. So Ye Hong Lee from 6th. Anthony Bartone is in from 5th. That will be the end of the drive time for both. This is our race leader in GT. Through comes Louis Delatraz.
And will the 69 look to pit this lap as well? Because he's right in the window here. They can get this final stop done.
Well, I'm up to 3rd at the moment. And hearing from David, the problem that's put the 34 Racing Team Turkey Corvette into the garage, a broken towing, rotten luck for them. Now they did have that contact, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. They did have that contact, but was that on that side? I think it was the other side. Parker Thompson going to continue here for another lap. They're very much in the window here to get it done to the end.
Well, we've seen BMW take the GT class in the Asia Le Mans Series previously. Mathematically, it's against them at the moment.
It is.
All sorts of things can happen. We'll come with a virtual points total once we've seen these final pit stops play through in this class. We are 15 seconds away from the end of the 3rd hour into the final hour of racing here, and now we can see the floodlights here begin to play a part. Here comes the number 6 from United Autosports. That car lapping in 7th place. Paul de Resta catching Sami Megtanif at the moment, who has caught Theo Jensen. Here is the championship leader in.
Yeah, Dennis Marshall will be jumping in this car. Chris Lulham getting out.
Yeah, good stint from Lulham.
Yeah, very good. Kept it pretty clean. I think they had one or two little incidents. Seeing the 11 car here in pit lane.
Yeah, they're battling for the lower points order at this stage, and a lot of GT cars. There is the 92 out of the pits.
You knew it was in there somewhere, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Sort of throwing darts at the dartboard here blind.
But Farfus in, Lulham in, Hamadid in, and Simon Mann in. They're the cars that run from 2nd down to 5th, but still staying out, you quite rightly say. Parker Thompson goes longer. Further down the order, Get Speed's Fab Schiller aboard the car now, the number 9 car. Gabriele Piana will complete the race for Team WRT in the 28 that runs 2nd. Tyres going on the 37. Origin Motorsport puts Lauren Heinrich in for a run to the flag. That should be interesting to watch. Ricky Berra too. And Matt Bell is now aboard the 11.
Yes, he is. And we're just going to see how things shake out here. And, I think... yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. 28 car back out as well.
Now Parker Thompson comes in, and that means the pit lane's pretty much empty. So the one thing he does profit from is not having other cars around him on pit road.
Yeah, so shouldn't have too many issues there.
58.5 minutes to go. And all these cars, of course, in LMP2, at least one more stop. That should be last stops for the GT cars, certainly last routine stops for all of them. Where is Parker Thompson? It won't be Parker Thompson, will it?
No, it's going to be Dan Harper who's going to go to the end in the 69.
And that's handy wheelman to have for your final hour. Looking just back there, that was the high-class racing car under massive pressure from Sami Megtanif, who does it under braking, or rather takes the inside line. That is a positional change. 20 car up into 5th place. RD Limited, DKR Engineering, then Algar Pro 25, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, number 4, and now the 20 car up into 5th place.
Yeah, Sami Megtanif really on a tear. Very quick average so far in this stint. A good couple of tenths up on Tom Dillman in the sister car, and a good second up on many others around him. So Paul de Resta is about half a second on average off of Sami Megtanif, and Paul de Resta's
88 on 64 here. So this is Alex Quinn being overtaken by Lorenzo Fluxer. Is that just the tyre going away from Alex?
It's been such a great time there for Alex in the 64 car. It's just not quite looked right, and maybe they're still managing a set of tyres.
I'll be honest with you, is my conclusion to it. Have they got a new set to put onto this car at the end? At the moment, Nielsen Racing 1 minute and 28 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, I would say that they must do. Quinn's average is significantly off.
Trouble. And that's
71.
That's 71 car. Has that car been around?
What happened there?
We're going to see. We have a camera there. So that car was sitting in 8th place in the hands of Matthias Rieber, the hero of the second race at Dubai.
Yeah.
We'll be seeing him in the Michelin Le Mans Cup.
Has he had one of those moments again when the car's just ground to a halt and stopped?
Very odd tyre track leading to that incident site. Be interested to see whether or not we pick that up a little later. But he is back in 8th place.
Aboard the TF Sport.
Now 7th with the
number 11
pit stop for the
Matt
26.
Bell. Yeah. Just trying to deal with some slower traffic in front. Somebody up behind him is just trying to guide it into turn 12 and then 13 around here by the hotel. It's car looks a little nervous.
Yeah,
just from the steering inputs.
A lot of work going on board this car, isn't there? And
yeah.
He has got his. It looked to me like, is that the BMW?
Yes, the 28 car.
So the 28 car puts a lap on Matt Bell.
Yeah. Let's see what Matt does here with keeping up with the 28. Who's in the 28 now?
Piana.
Gabriele Piana.
Here's the 56 car from second place. And this should be, I think, the last of the major players to stop. Johnny Adam climbs out. It is Kobe Powell's to climb aboard. Let's go down to the race-leading Team WRT. David Addington has got Parker Thompson to talk about his stint.
After a great display in Dubai, another great display for BMW and Parker Thompson. A good stint by you.
Wow, all the credits to the WRT guys. Car's really good. My teammates drove amazing. Anthony getting 5th in qualifying and then driving his way up to 3rd is phenomenal. It's what we expect out of him these days. He's doing a really good job. And now we've got Dan the man in to finish the race. So I like our chances.
It also shows the importance of qualifying. I mean, there's pressure on the bronze, 15 minutes and 2 lap times.
It really is a game of track position and of not making mistakes. You know, those track limit drive-through penalties kill a race. So it really is about staying clean. And luckily, Tony is phenomenal at that. I don't even think he got a track limit. I'm okay at it, not too bad. No penalties so far in Asian Le Mans, knock on wood. And Dan is pretty tight too. It's what WRT expects.
But you've got a hard job in GT. You're having your own race, and it's really fierce, and yet you've got P3 traffic to get past you and the P2 cars.
That is probably the most exciting thing for the fans and the most frustrating thing for the drivers. I had to keep my composure because there was a few instances where P3 drivers are in their own race, they're doing their own thing, but they are in your way. And I can tell you it's pretty frustrating. And then the P2s generally stay out of the way until they pop out of nowhere and they're beside you and you're offline, and then it takes a few more laps to get into rhythm. So far so good. Let's just keep it up.
Great work. See you on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, as we hear from Parker Thompson, what was a stellar stint from him. Bitter luck for the number 9 car. Fab Schiller is crawling back. All 4 wheels on the wagon.
Yeah, and they're all still inflated, but it just seems like it was venting something as it went into turn 6. And it's now, certainly not going at racing speed.
Kevin Rabin in from the lead in the number 17 car. That will be the final major stop for CLX Motorsports. Again, a team running for points here. Where is the number 13 car going to be as he emerges? So the number 9 car dropping down the order. That means WRT back up to a 1-2. Castle Racing up to 3rd now with Dennis Marshall, but beginning to come under pressure from Lauren Heinrich behind in the Origine Porsche, catching Dennis Marshall in this stage of the race.
Yes, and I think that they're all going to get caught actually. Well, Piana I think is going to come under pressure as well.
There's the 13. There is the 17.
71 also going by.
Yeah, that though is a lap down to those cars. Where is the RSGP car? It's a minute further back. This race is about those two cars, 13 and 17 to the flag.
Right.
52 minutes to go. Tristan Vautier still fending off Matthias Pesch. That car is going into the garage. That is rotten luck.
Yeah,
they have had brilliant form in qualifying and absolutely no luck in the races at all.
No. And I think that's will certainly take them out of contention, hasn't it? And they will, not be able to get any points from this. And the way that the driver's out, and the way the car's being pulled back in, and well, doesn't look good.
Well, as they put up the bonnet on the number 9 car, we're going to look back at the first 3 hours of this race at Abu Dhabi. Sunshine greeted the 45 car field and away they went. Giorgio Roda once again on pole position, and he led through a pretty orderly turn 1 with just Crichton and Tunis's lock-up clouding the way for the P3 cars coming through. Close thing amongst the junior prototypes too, but no contact, no dramas amongst the starting 10. And then the 19 GT cars, again, each finding their own space through what is a tricky first combination of corners here at Yas Marina. Side by side between the Aston Martin and the 37 AMG. WRT in the mix. Julien Gerby making it an exciting start for Team Virage, as Charles Malaysi forced to start from the back of the grid after troubles for Roberto Lacorte in qualifying. Would get to the front of the grid before the bronze driver got aboard the car. All sorts of battles underway. Blake McDonald with Bob Yuan. That side-by-side contact would cost the Porsche driver 10-second penalty later on in the race. Trouble for Roberto Lacorte, just getting himself caught out in traffic into turn 1 would cost time for the championship leader. Julien Gerby and doing battles with Alex Bekantov through the bank turn. And it would be the Russian driver. A little bit of side-by-side contact would keep that position at that point. Contact would see Roberto Lacorte run off track, cost him a little bit of time again, as through traffic, Griffin Peebles, James Allen battling away, going by the number 5 car that was in gearbox trouble. Bitter luck just after Gregoire Saucy took the car over. Side by side between championship leader the 74 car and the 87 Origin Porsche. RD Limited's Romain Dumas keeping an eye on proceedings. Peebles caught out a little in traffic, would go wide, and that would be enough for James Allen to take the position from the youngster. 13 car with bodywork missing at the front of the car. That would bring out a full course yellow. And again, battle between Peebles and James Allen. Enzo Trulli in the middle of that battle as well. Algar Pro very much to the fore once again, but a great run at the front of the race for Gustavo Menezes. Lost wheel nut for the 25 car. As finally the 49 car had to give up a position to the 4. Theo Jensen up against Louis Delatraz in this phase. Just before we came to these highlights, drama of the race-ruining variety for the number 9 AMG. The car sits stationary as we get into the final battles for the 5th race in the Asia Le Mans Series for 25-26. There's the overall classification. RD Limited lead by 4 seconds from DKR Engineering. Algar Pro Racing 8 seconds back with the number 4 car for the CrowdStrike Racing by APR squad, 4th in LMP3. It's Inter Europol versus CLX Motorsport to the flag. Enrique Bides from Alex Jacobi at the moment, 6 seconds the gap, and a Team WRT 1-2 with Dan Harper leading Gabriele Piana. Dennis Marshall up into 3rd place but under investigation for contact earlier with the car that still tracks him at the moment, just 5 seconds back. Lauren Heinrich and the Origin Motorsport Porsche. QMMF by GetSpeed, their AMG, less than 10 seconds back from that battle. 46 minutes to go, Ollie Gavin. Not done.
No, it's certainly not. And the 25 and the 4 are going at it hard. So that's going to be Tom Dillman and Louis Delatraz. These two are absolute pros in these cars, and it's looking like these guys are going to be battling it out for only 0.7 of a second apart, all the way through to the end. This is one more stop to go.
Antonio Froca, by the way, is 3.7 seconds off Felipe Larza for a point-scoring position. But right now, the opportunity is here, with Chetelaar having had a rotten race, to make good their escape in the points ahead of the final round tomorrow for both of these cars. We'll talk about points just in a wee while. Meantime, time to go back down to the pits, where David Anderson has caught up with James Allen after a stellar battle with Griffin Peoples that went both ways during that stint.
James Allen's had a mega effort. We can't go too far away from the cameraman, that's the only problem, and the car is due in. That's why all of a sudden it's got a bit leery down here. Right, let's put James somewhere and say this is looking all right. Race lead, and you're looking happy.
Yeah, I mean, look, we obviously have the pace. The car is really quick at the moment. Tristan's doing a good job out in the lead. He has taken my tyres, so he will probably need to take his own set at the next stop, so we may lose some positions. But so far he hasn't complained, and he's quite happy with the pace of the car, so it looks good.
And it's easier on tyres here, I guess, compared to Dubai. Everyone says what a much nicer surface this is.
Yes, the surface here is a lot grippier and a lot easier on tyres, much more than Dubai and Sepang. This is what makes this track a lot different to race at. It feels like Sepang and Dubai especially are more about tyre saving. This track is much more about raw pace and pushing every lap. It's a really fun place to be.
Does it matter that you've had a different driver with you for Fred racing here, and you had James in Dubai? You've obviously all gelled, and Fred was in the car in Sepang. Does it matter that you're shuffling drivers a bit?
It's made things a bit difficult. I mean, Fred was still in a bit of pain come this weekend, so we weren't sure if he was definitely going to drive. So we had James on standby just in case. He did CT3 yesterday morning, and he felt quite happy in the car. So look, it's not an ideal situation, but we have to deal with things as they come. So I mean, like we saw last week, James did a fantastic job, and we trust Fred to do his job as well. So it's really, this weekend, it's been tough, but we've got through it, and it's been really nice.
Right, so behind us, there's one more pit stop being prepared, new tyres, and Tristan can just go to the end.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the goal.
We'll see you on the podium then.
Hope so. don't want to say that too early, but we always hope so. Yeah, we'll see.
Good job. Thanks, James.
Excellent stuff from James Allen. Thanks very much again to David Addison. Some really good stuff in the pit lane tonight. Battle underway here between the 25 Algar Pro Racing car, Tom Dillman and Louis Delatraz. This will be hard fought. A change to what I expected to be saying in GT. Incident involving cars 21 and 69 under review, unsafe release. That's the leader. However, there's something I've overlooked. Here is that final pit stop for, this is edgy, 43 minutes to go.
It's close, isn't it?
It's really close. There's going to have to be a bit of fuel saving here. We're not quite in the positional points that I thought we were, because in points terms, so side by side here, 43 and the 3 car, and that is a lapped car, the 43.
Yeah,
that is Nolan Siegel. Away they go. We'll come back to that in a moment, but we could be looking at Kessel Racing winning this championship tonight here.
Yeah.
Because they are at the moment in a position, I'll explain why in a moment, where they're going, if it finished right now, they'd score second place points.
Sorry.
I'll explain in a moment. Something I'd overlooked. The 28 car will not score points here.
Because
they changed the name of the team.
Oh, I see.
So, right, we crack on, 42 minutes, we'll come back to that. Through traffic comes the number 3 car. That is Matthias Besch now leading the way, but we'll need to stop again. There's the 5 car slowing again.
Yeah.
That might just be bailing out of this battle because they're nowhere after the gearbox fault, but we'll see. See if whether or not they managed to pick up speed.
69 trying to get out of the way and sort of find its way through as the 4 comes through, the 5 comes through. We're on board here with the 69 coming through and off turn 16, and then down into turn 1.
They all managed that pretty well, and the 5 has continued, so I suspect that all is okay with Mikkel Jansen.
Yeah.
To explain, keep an eye for any dramas on track. The 28 car was entered at Sepang as the UNX by WRT racing car. They changed the driver squad and the team name. It's therefore not the same entry.
Okay.
So therefore, they're not going to score points.
So the contact that the 74 and the 87 had earlier on in the race, no further action.
So that pretty much at this point seals what we're looking at, which is, as I understand it, with thanks to Jeff Carter from the media office at the Asian Le Mans Series, as things stand, although 74 is running third, it would score points for second and would seal the championship tonight.
And they're that far out in front, they've had that strong a run.
Looks like trouble, by the way, for ARC Bratislava as well. That car is tumbling down the order with a long stop for Mathieu Vazivière. So hearing from David Allison that they believe it may well be a terminal engine fault for the number 9 car. That's very unusual for what is normally one of the strongest components on the planet. Matthias Besch, DK Engineering, now under real pressure from this hunting pack of Algarve Pro Racing run cars. Tom Dillman,
as Louis comes pit lane.
Yeah, in comes Louis Delatraz. A little bit of relief for Besch, but not much, because Tom Dillman is closing. They are very much now in the fuel window.
Yeah, it's about who has got the tyres at the end and the pace at the end, and if the 3 car has got those tyres, which I think that it has,
well,
they could have played a blinder here.
This could be an absolute cracker, couldn't it? Under 40 minutes to go. Louis Delatraz on pit lane. The 47 car on pit lane, and drops, by the way, to 12th at the moment as a result of that. Could be critical whether or not they can even score a point or two at this stage.
Yeah.
But right now, they're looking at a mighty blow, the Jetilar Racing crew, to their championship hopes.
Not sure. They're going with tyres, aren't they? Let's see. Have to read the body language there. But yeah, the 25, Tom Dillman really piling it on here with Matthias Besch, and they're both very close to the end of their stints here. I think Matthias is on some older tyres, and he's going to be battling away here to come round back towards the hotel.
Reset, 22-point gap. It would go to tomorrow.
Okay.
But it's very close, so they effectively retain their points gap.
Wow.
So the 74 perilously close to a championship win tonight if it stays like this. In comes the number 3 car from the lead, and that will put Tom Dillman, for the moment, into the lead of this race. Out of the pits, 1 minute and 10 seconds on pit lane, so we need to be watching these pit stop times. Comes Louis Delatraz. He filters back in 6th place, but all the cars ahead of him, I believe, need to stop again.
Yes.
Also in, Sami Megdunif from 3rd place, another cracking race from him.
Louis was doing a little bit of defending there to the 88. Fluxa on board there.
13 car pulling away a little, the interior block car from the 17.
Louis got his mirrors full. Fluxa.
This is full position, yeah.
Yes, it is, and I think, Louis got a little lucky there, because the Kessel Ferrari could have gone either way, and Lorenzo's just got a little bit unlucky with that break. Otherwise, he could have put Louis under big pressure.
It's Alex Quinn behind that pair, but he's a lap down.
Yeah, it's not quite come together for the Nielsen crew today, and
and by the way, High Class Racing and United Autosports number 6 car have also both stopped. And where is that?
That's a nasty bit of bodywork.
That is the kind of debris worthy of intervention, isn't it?
Yes, 6 and 7. Yeah, I think it could be off of this. It's got a couple of the diplanes here on the front of the 25 car are rearranged. Look at that,
yes,
the noses.
It's not that, it might be whatever that hit. But Tom Dillman leads the race. He does owe us a pit stop, but it is going to be mighty close after these last pit stops, and it's going to come down, I think, Ollie Gavin, what tyres are left.
Yeah, the 25 has been on a bit of a fuel save here. It's just trying to make this stop as short as possible, and but in doing so, what damage has it done there to that nose? It's got one of those dive planes is certainly awry, and it will affect the handling of this 25 car. It really will.
So Tom Dillman leads Louis Delatraz, who's got Lorenzo Fluxer right behind him, but I think Fluxer needs to stop again. Samir Megtanif drops back behind Louis Delatraz, 6 seconds back.
Yeah, Fluxer does, yeah.
And ahead of Tristan Vautier. But Vautier may well have fresher tyres.
Didn't see the stop. No, we did see the stop, excuse me, we did see the stop, and I think he has got fresher tyres.
Minute 26 for Vautier. Louis Delatraz, we know, is on Stintol tyres, because we saw them put new tyres on previous stints.
There we go. Lorenzo on pit lane.
So that stop. I'm hearing from David on pit lane that the 44 is a retirement.
At 18:25:30, in less than 30 seconds, we will be deploying full course yellow.
Full course yellow coming.
T67, they're totally right. We have debris on track on the left-hand side, T6 exit.
So that's exactly what we saw just a few moments ago. That's a chunky bit of carbon fibre.
We will be deploying full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow is deployed.
And that's why that will mess up your Michelin without any ado.
Keep right exiting T6, keep right exiting T6.
And we should see this, it's the same Marshall. Might be another piece from that Ligier is building. He's happy to get that one, so yeah, that's a bit that he's not going to
resume to the racing line at T6.
He's happy in his work.
He is indeed. Did that beautifully. Thank you, sir. Full course yellow, and the circuit goes quiet.
So let's see what happens here with Tom Dillman and this last stop he's got to do. That nose does look like it's got some damage.
At 18:26:45 in 30 seconds, we will be removing full course yellow.
So it is 34 minutes to go. We don't look as if, unless there's massive drama at the front of the GT field, we're going to get a title finish tonight.
We will be removing full course yellow in 10,
but it's going to be
9,
close.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
tricky here for
3,
Louis.
2, 1. Full course yellow is removed.
It's Lucas Auer, isn't it, ahead of him? Still had to just breathe off it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Couldn't go full attack, but Lucas just gave him the room. 37 car's looking like it's lining up for one of its better results here with Lucas Auer on board.
So how long before we see Tom Dillman on pit lane?
This lap, I think.
And he is just behind this car on track. So coming now through and towards the hotel complex. And then it's going to be about a chase on track to see where the 4 is going to be when that car emerges. Because we are going to be in a situation, I think, after tonight, where the two main championship protagonists are from the same team.
They are, yes. We're seeing the 25 on pit lane, not yet. Oh, slow.
Trouble!
Who is that?
Is that 25? Is that fuel for the 25? It is the 25.
Oh.
Has he run out of fuel?
It's very slow.
Lights are off. It's not
Lights
just
are back on.
It's not just fuel. It's something else. Oh dear me! Proper drama here. It's not fuel.
No, he's slow in pit lane as well, I think.
Did he not get onto speed when they came off full course yellow? Is he stuck on the pit? Is he stuck on the limiter?
No, he's not. I don't think there's any drive. Don't think there's any drive at all. Yeah, I think it's out of fuel.
Well,
wow. I'm not sure being out of fuel is a thing, or...
let's wait and see. We're going to find out soon enough, because if it's fuel and go, then he's out of fuel, and that's... the subs went wrong somewhere.
They can't plug it in until they've got that earthing cable on.
And now
that's the reason why they were waiting.
That is a disaster for the 25 car, and a gift for Louis Delatraz.
Yeah, that's
Tom Dillman will
big
be
miscalculation right there.
Absolutely livid.
Yeah. How that worked
Here
out.
comes Dillman, and it's going to be easier than we thought it would be in terms of the position.
Yeah, Louis is going to come through and take the lead.
And the 20 car is going to sweep through as well, because that car just 10 seconds behind. It's going to gift a position to, I think, to Tristan Vautier. Sent him now. He is going to go tumbling down this order as David Leach, the technical director, on the...
They don't often make a mistake like that, I have to say.
What's happened there?
Maybe there's a collector problem. Maybe there's a bit of a fuel pickup problem.
Well, 4 leads the race. We wait and see just exactly how far back the 25 is going to be. We've not yet cleared a timing beam. We can't yet tell you. It is 26 seconds. It's not about how long they're on pit lane. That was 1 minute and 23 seconds. It's about how long that in-lap was, and that was 2 minutes and 46 seconds. So Delatraz from Megtanif, Vautier, Besh, Dillman, De Resta. That has just given the number 4 car a massive leg up to the championship.
Yeah, it has. It's huge for them. Really, really big. 30 minutes to go, and they are sat well and truly in the driver's seat here. 20 car, 10 seconds back. Sami Magtanif, excellent first stint that he did in the car. We'll see how he goes in this one.
Well, let's go down to the pit lane. Chris Lullum out of the 74 car, marching towards a potential title tomorrow with David.
Let's just move away from all this drama in LMP2 for a moment and talk to Chris Lullum in GT. This is going really well.
Yeah, I mean, to follow what was going on during the stint was pretty tricky. You know, I was not always aware of where we were, but I knew I was making up some good positions and pushing us to the front, that's exactly what we need to do to secure the title.
You've been a real star in GT World Challenge in Europe this year, but here you've had to adapt to other traffic, you know, cars, prototypes lapping you as well as having your own race. How hard has that been?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to get used to LMP2s, LMP3s, which also do a similar kind of lap time to you, so navigating that to lose the least time possible for your race, and also just keeping it safe, keeping the car clean, it's quite tricky. It's a different skill set to GT World Challenge, also having the bronze drivers involved, but no, I'm really enjoying the experience.
And a different team as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but still with the Ferrari platform, so it's quite familiar to me, and to be honest, it drives quite the same, so it's nothing new there, but the 3 new tracks, that was the main learning curve.
So you can go away from here, report back to your mate Max Verstappen and say, do you know what, next winter you need to come and do this.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that, but that would be nice, yeah.
It's worth a try. Chris, good to see you, well done.
It is worth a try. Keep trying, David, but let's hope that if he is watching, he's seen that this can be a great learning curve, a great learning platform. Chris Lullum, what a star he's been in what's been a star-studded performance from the Castle Racing crew. Max, if you're watching and listening, you're more than welcome to come and join in the fun at the Asia Le Mans Series, wherever we might be next season. And that's trouble for the number 50 car, already with the replacement door after that tussle with the 30.
There's a 69 on board. Is this live right now, I think?
Live.
Yeah. Through turn 2, into 3, uphill here, cresting that hill. And just coming off about 180 Ks that they're doing at that spot. We've got the 4 car coming up behind. He dives up the inside, and Dan Harper, nice and cool behind the wheel, some 9 seconds up the road from his teammates.
Trouble down at turn 6, 7. I think that's an LMP3 car in woe. Just trying to work out who that is. Double yellows at turn 6, 7.
It is. What we had here, incident. Cars 50 and 71 under investigation.
We're not seeing that incident at the moment.
No.
There's also an incident under review, unsafe release, affecting the 69 car and the 21. That's our race leader in GT.
Yeah, I wonder which way around that was.
Let's wait and see. The championship to go to tomorrow. Can't afford to drop a point. So that is our virtual points total, and boy, that is a very interesting points total. That would be CrowdStrike Racing by APR leading by 25 points with 25 on the table. So it's still doable for Chetilar Racing, even if it goes there.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. Just.
Yeah.
It would be count back.
Yeah.
But Louis Deltras leads the way now. And he leads the way by 10 seconds from Sami Megtanith in the number 20 car.
Yeah.
RD Limited's Tristan Vautier is chasing hard. 7 seconds back from Delco Pro Racing number 20. And then the DK Engineering car of Matthias Besch. A further 7 seconds back. Tom Dillman back up to speed and is chasing hard.
All the way down though, isn't he, Tom?
Interpol meanwhile leading on MP3 from an increasing margin, 16, 17 seconds now over CLX Motorsport's Alex Jacobi. And then Team WRT lead and our second, but with a non-point scoring car, the 28 car. Dennis Marshall is 19 seconds back in third. Yeah, Paul Di Resta closing in on Tom Dillman here.
Yeah, and I think I'm still pretty surprised by that fueling issue that they had and miscalculation.
That is, by the way, the 5 car just behind the team car, number 6. Back up and running with Mikkel Jensen.
So be running through how the car feels. Just making sure all is good for the race tomorrow.
The good part of it is United Autosports number 5 and number 6 car. I've had all the luck this last couple of weekends. The bad news, it's been all bad luck.
I think that they would
really rotten luck.
Yeah. Not look back so fondly on these last couple of weeks.
I don't think they're going to be watching the highlights. I'm telling you that right now. No. 24 minutes to go, and it is CrowdStrike Racing by APR's Louis Delatraz. 2 wins at Dubai. Are they going to follow up with a third here to put themselves into a dominant championship position?
Yeah, I mean, it is really, really dominant right now.
And meantime, Antonio Fuoco down in 13th place, potentially 12th in his grasp. There is the 13th place car closing in on it is Marino Sato ahead, and then ahead of that, 11 seconds ahead of that, Alex Quinn. What's going on with the battle for 7th? It is Ricky Perra and Kobe Powells.
Yeah, the two of those are going back and forth a little, but I think Ricky Perra, I saw him before the start of the race and he said that we got the car in a nicer spot. He thinks we should be able to race well, and they have slowly marched forward. I think that they were hoping for more results here. It's not been that strong a run for the Manthey car. And yeah, is Kobe Powells just keeping him honest? I'd say he is. And I'd say there's another crew, Acuria Cos Blackthorn. They'll be looking back on all of the penalties and all the little bits and pieces they've had.
What could have been.
And yeah, and it's just really driven their race here today, but also previous races in Dubai. Yep. And I think that with the pace that's in the car, I think they'll be frustrated.
I completely agree. 8th place here. And they are what? There's certainly at least a position or two in those penalties that have been doled out.
Oh, I think they would be up with the WRT cars.
Yeah.
If they hadn't got those penalties. I mean, it goes back to the Parker Thompson interview, doesn't it? You know, someone like Tony McIntosh, he's driving, competing. Here we've got the drone show going on. That's down in the marina.
It is.
Yeah, fantastic to see. But yeah, Parker Thompson was saying, you know, how someone like Tony McIntosh only got 2 of those track limit warnings. Ooh,
oh, that's trouble.
Yeah, something's
caught underneath the 23 car.
Yeah, whatever it was is gone, I think.
One way or another.
And that's such an important part, because if your bronze driver can, you know, go quick and not get those track limits, then, you know, you're not going to be then pulled in for those penalties. And we saw many a bronze getting track limits and getting those penalties. And you know, it has such a big impact certainly when the race stays green like it has for the whole race. We've had those couple of full course yellows, but no virtual safety car or safety car periods, have we?
No, we have not. It's been very clean. Alex Quinn, by the way, fastest man on track at the moment and pushing hard to try and get into the points. Car 13 must repair the damper cover at the next pit stop. That is our leading car in LMP3 and that has championship.
Wow, I bet they've been going through the rule book as this race has been going on, because
sure,
that's been there for a good couple of hours, hasn't it?
21 minutes, which means they've got to come in and fix it, or there will be a penalty.
Gee, the 56 so nearly got taken out by the 85. The 85 just, I don't know, missed its break point and nearly took out the 56.
That's just handed an absolutely massive leg up to the CLX Motorsport car, but sat 1 point ahead coming into tonight and sits in second place. Would profit massively from a stop for that car, and we know the thing will not stay on.
No,
it's not a let's chuck it on with a couple of band-aids.
No. Here's Quinn on the number 4, Louis Delatraz, looking to unlap himself. And yeah, there's plenty of pace in that Nielsen racing car, and they've been working away pretty hard at this, all the Nielsen crew, trying to get this car going well and going strong. And it's in the hands of Alex Quinn and Chen Bonapassi. It's been very good, very quick. Just haven't quite had the luck today.
No.
They looked like they were really going to come through with that great result in Dubai, but it didn't quite work out for them.
So the question is, what's been going on there with didn't seem to be anything too much wrong with what was going on with the car, but somehow they've lost a phenomenal amount of ground.
Yeah, I don't know, to be perfectly honest, exactly what's happened, but I think they've just got on the wrong side of a few different bits and pieces. And yeah, we'll have to go back and look and see exactly how they lost the time.
Trouble for the number 11, turn 1 exit. It's Matt Bell, yellow removed, so Matt's had some kind of incident.
Yeah. It's been a tricky weekend for the 11.
So this...
With 85.
Another big lock-up from the Duquesne.
Yeah, and the 85 was trying to get the 56. So that was its first go at it, and then it nearly did virtually the same at turn 9.
Meantime, untroubled other than being unlapped by a now rampant Alex Quinn, who will be massively fired up, I'm sure.
Frustrated.
Indeed. Louis Delatraz goes through. Lap 122, 18.5 minutes remain.
Yeah.
Here's the 13. This car is in trouble here.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be race affecting here.
What do you do? Do you come in and fix it, or do you argue the case afterwards?
I'm sure they're arguing the case right now. With 20 minutes to go, they're going to be arguing the case right now, I'm sure of that.
We've tried to fix it, yeah, but it didn't work.
Yeah, and I'm not sure exactly how long.
But we've had this problem for a long. Oh, the 94's back out. That's good news. Now this may well be affecting the fix and making sure it's okay ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Remember, I think there's a morning warm-up, but they've got 17, 18 minutes. They'll be keen to use that to see whether or not the fix has been affected properly. Rotten luck for them.
Was that the high-class car?
It did look like the high-class car. No, that's the Team Virage car. That was Lorraine Carthakayan coming in.
What we got here? 69, Dan Harper.
GT leader, and it's been pretty straightforward to this point for this car. Once they've got to the lead, that is the championship position. As we said, it is 22 points, the gap, virtually, if the cars finish in the current order, with 25 on offer for tomorrow. So Team WRT, to take the championship win, would have to hope that Dramas hit the Kessel Racing 74 that frankly haven't hit it so far this season. 8th or better would be enough.
Yeah, it would. Dan looks...
and deservedly so, by the way, for Kessel.
Absolutely. Oh, it's just a brilliant team. Got a lot of time for Kessel Racing. Gianmaria and all the guys down there do a brilliant job.
They've taken a step here this year, without a doubt.
We're just hearing from down in the pits from David that it seems that the 13 is not scheduling to come into the pits.
I'm not that surprised. I'm not that surprised. They know that if they pit now, it's an absolute disaster. So I think they're looking to take this argument down the administrative route rather than the racing route.
Interesting. Okay.
So that'll be an interesting one for inter-Europol competition.
Yeah, let's see where that goes.
It won't be a big thing, but there was a weight issue about missing bodywork as well.
Yeah, it's already an aerodynamical thing as well, and you know, it's.
Alex Jacobi, by the way, is not catching Enrique Pires. Here comes the number 4 car through on the inside.
Yeah. But let's see what happens here. It looks like Matt's got some damage there on the right front. Corvette. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I'll be telling you later. No, I didn't. But through with 15 minutes remaining comes Louis Delatraz. At the moment, this looks fairly straightforward after some of the dramas we saw, most particularly what looked like the 25 car running out of fuel.
Yeah, it was very strange.
I wonder if he missed a pit call.
Maybe there's a radio issue.
Maybe
we just don't know. Yeah, because it looks actually on the on all of our timing stuff here that he did go very, very long.
Dillman is catching Matthias Besch, by the way, for 4th, but just barely. The 25 car, that will have an impact on the points. Still looking at 47, so Antonio Fuoco, he is 12th, so out of the points with Jetalar Racing, and 30 seconds out of the points. With Alex Quinn between you, he's not going to catch Alex Quinn.
No, he's not, and that's just been a really, really tough day, isn't it, for Settler?
Car 23 and 70 must repair front headlights for the next pit stop. That is the 3rd place car in LMP3, and the 70 is the Vector Sport RLR car, which is in the points.
But they're not going to be making another stop,
They're going to take a time penalty.
Yeah, what's that time penalty going to be?
So what this is race control making it clear that these are regulatory matters, that they must make the repair.
And they must inform the team also during the race. They have a chance to come in and fix it.
Yeah.
If they don't come in and fix it, well, then there's going to be a time penalty.
Yes.
Yeah. Ricky Perra and Kirby Powell's here fighting it out. These two have been going at this for a little while. Kirby, I think, has got a little bit more pace than Ricky, and he's just sort of left and right and just sort of sizing it up, and Ricky's just, well, he's extremely experienced world champion, isn't he?
Yeah, well, the Aston's been very strong here through its time in the Asian Le Mans Series. Looks like he's lining him up here.
Yeah, he's got good power, and he's just coming up and around the outside here. It's all going to be about the braking into turn 9, and looks like Ricky's going to try that shorter, tighter line, and it's paid off. And it's gone very wide though. And the 85s, they're trying to get in on the act, and this is tricky stuff here. And Ricky's still fighting pretty hard to keep Kobe behind, and those P3 cars are a bit bottled up behind him.
And by the way, those two P3 cars are battling for position. And they're battling for position, and that's now matters because that's the 4th place battle. So that means 2 cars ahead of them are looking at a penalty.
They are. You're right. And then that really opens up the championship, doesn't it?
It does. So that's got real potential. Car 47 under review, not following race director's instructions at turn 6-7. So that is the Jetalar Racing car, and that car clearly has had an issue at the chicane.
It goes from bad to worse for them. It's really not been good.
A truly terrible day for them. And they've got to start from the back again tomorrow, do they not?
Yeah, I think they might be looking at how they can switch things up. But it's all getting busy down into turn 5. 56, 70 around the outside, 43's there as well. But the 85 still nibbling away at the back of the 56. And the 29's right there as well.
43 and 70 is for position. That is Vlad Lonko, Nolan Siegel battling it out, and it's Siegel ahead. Vlad Lonko just pulling in behind.
He's going for it though. He's going to send it up the inside here. What's going to happen as they get to is just backed out a little bit. Nolan Siegel's giving him the room, and these two just overshot there. Oh, 29 through an 85.
That is a change of position.
Side by side here.
We may well have to wait some time post-race to find out what the actual result's going to be in LMP3.
Yes. Yeah, 43, 70, still going at it. The wide, longer line. Is that going to work out for the 70? No, he's breathed it. 43, Nolan Siegel coming through. Vlad Blanco just thinking the better of that. Is he going to be able to come back at him into 12, 13, 14? Nolan's just walking the rear of the car across the track there. Back underneath him and through this section here. 14 up to 15. Vlad just going to have to reset here and go again, but they've got that light problem, haven't they, that they've got to try and get on top of. And are they going to...
Is that going to be another one that's just going to be a post-race
chit chat?
We'll take it.
Yeah, whatever that penalty is going to be, but it's going to be decent, won't it?
It will. I'm just looking where they stand at this point. They can't afford the pit stop. It's going to be bad news if they pit, bad news if they don't. Meantime, 29 and 85. This could be a significant battle. And in the points, 29 sits third and not that far back.
No, certainly keeps it in the hunt, doesn't it?
It does. And by the way, Alex Quinn behind this quartet of cars in a hurry to get through. So Alex in the Nielsen racing car is closing on Vlad Lomko.
Yeah, he's what he gave up in the stint before when he was on the older tyres. He's now making it all up and some more. And he's going to be coming in a hurry. Yeah, his average is significantly quicker than anybody else's at the moment on track. It really is impressive.
And, bad news for the Duquesne. Warning flag track limits for Prevost in that car. Alexander Prevost drops to 5th behind Luciano Morano. First debut VPS, been scoring steadily. Lost potential wins in the final moments of both races in Dubai. In the most extraordinary of circumstances for both of them. There is an impassive George Kurtz.
Under control. He's got his best man on it.
Or one of his two best men.
Yeah, true.
It's quite lucky, isn't it?
Yeah, when you've got Molt Jakobsen and Louis Delatraz to go in the car, it's sort of like, yeah, I'd take those two. They're pretty good.
It's like me getting into a pub fight, but with a couple of heavyweights in my my back pocket.
In your back pocket?
Well, it would be a big back pocket, wouldn't it?
Would be very
massive rucksack.
None of that makes any sense.
Alex Quinn on pit road, 8.5 minutes. It's been a long day. Now that might well give Antonio Fuoco 11th place.
Right.
Which means one position from a point.
It's got a sniff of it.
Just a sniff. I think it's out of his reach. It does indeed put them through there, but 27 seconds back. But a drama for anybody ahead in the last 8 minutes would put them in a point scoring position.
Yeah.
I think we're down to that level of hope.
Yeah, we are.
But it's been a truly rotten day for Cetilar Racing. Came into today even on points with the number 4 car.
So this highlights here the sort of the problems that these two classes have in existing on the track at the same time. 85 has been behind the 56 and the 92 for a number of laps and can't quite get by them. Now it's getting swamped by the 20 car, and then there's the Cetilar car, and then there's
the Cetilar car trying to unlap itself from the 20 car, which by the way is catching Louis Delatraz at the moment.
Pera going very, very deep on the brakes there, trying to keep Kobe Powell's behind, and somehow he's managed to do it. And the 85 is still there trying to get by, and he can't quite make the move, and he's locking brakes, and the tyres are going cold. And
he's been locking brakes a lot, that Duquesne.
Yeah, maybe you just want to look at his brake bias. But it does look like it looks like it's tricky to drive that 85, and it's not the tyres, as the temperatures dropped away from the track, is it just not able to keep the tyre in the window? And here we come down into turn 9. Watch the 85 car. It goes in too deep and it's locked to brake again.
Yeah, there's a touch there, by the way. The Porsche to the rear of the Aston Martin.
Just slowly nudging it out the way.
Yeah. 6.5 minutes remain. With 4 hours more racing tomorrow. 4 p.m. start, remember, on Sunday here at Yas Marina Circuit to complete the Asian Le Mans Series for 2025-26. It's been a cracker. It's been a privilege to call it for you all. I'm looking forward to another 4 hours of utter madness and mayhem.
Yeah, Kirby Powers is still trying to put this move on Ricky Perra, but it's just not quite getting it done. I think that if he can really work him over as he comes down into 6 and 7, he could then get the really good run off of there and down and into turn 9. And I think if he can get there, I think he'll be able to make it stick. And I think this is the best opportunity for him. Oh, he's just unhooked the rear there, took too much curb there at the apex of 7, and his run is compromised. Is it going to be enough, though?
RT Limited comes streaming through. You're right, and he's going to try to the outside. He's been run to the outside of the circuit again.
Yeah, Ricky just sits there and runs that super tight line there all the way through turn 9, and that really works. That's where the Porsche's very good. Aston not so good at that spot. And the 85 is still there. Now been caught by the 10.
And by the way, now has had that warning for track limits cancelled. 43 and 70 meanwhile, still battling away for its 9th place. Now, 1 point to race here. It is only a single point that's at offer here, but the 70 has been told to fix that headlamp. That's the next car ahead of the Chetelaar.
Yeah, true.
If they get a penalty that is 30 seconds, for instance, and that's going to be something like a drive-through, then the answer is that would move Chetelaar Racing up by a single place into the point scoring position. It's something.
It is.
At the end of this race, they'd take it, I think.
Yeah, they would. They certainly would.
Car 92 must respect track limits at turn 9, lap 113 deleted. I take it that means the time rather than the actual.
Yeah, it would have been the time, yeah.
Not a message I've seen before. 4 minutes to go. 4 seconds is the gap between Louis Delatraz and Sonny McDonough.
Yeah, I think Louis is just managing this all the way through to the end now.
Yeah, Tom Dillman is catching Matthias Besch. He's now under 2 seconds back and is hauling in the RT Limited car. Yeah, so apologies to the DKR car.
Yeah.
For what would be useful points.
Yeah, after that incident, maybe it's a radio issue, communication, whatever. Certainly the 25's race has been significantly compromised by that incident. Louis into turn 1, start another lap. Molt.
Yep, he's doing his fantastic Princess Leia impersonation again. It's great. There you go. Thumbs up.
Yeah, big thumbs up.
But again, served the team well. Different agenda for Melter this weekend. The last 2 races in Dubai, putting in a fantastic stint to save a set of tyres at the end that really did give them a chance to have to send out Louis Delatraz on maximum attack mode. We are now under 3 minutes to go, so 2 racing laps for the race leader. McDonough under 4 seconds back. Dillman 1.2 back from Matthias Besch. That may well be on. 13 car with a penalty potentially looming is being caught in this phase by Alex Jacobi, and I think he's probably got the message that, look, if there's a penalty coming and it's a time penalty, let's make sure we make that gap as small as possible.
Indeed. Yeah. Did we get any more on the 69 and the 21, was it? With the
that was a investigation for unsafe release. Well, let's look at the gap there. That's under 30 seconds to the 3rd place car. if that was dealt a drive-through. We don't know which way that was. We didn't see it.
We never saw it.
But if that's a 30-second, again, there's so many things that are basically in the in-tray.
Yeah, they're going to be busy up in race control, aren't they?
This could be quite a lengthy evening.
Yeah. Louis going to come by, and I think he's going to be able to do. He's going to do one more lap after this.
I think you're right.
Yeah, it's not quite still.
No, so 2 more laps to go.
Yeah. Next
time, he lifts off a bit, which you can't afford to do much of because Megtanif is very close, just 4 seconds back. Dillman could serve him well, because he is absolutely on a charge. Whereas, there you go, that is the battle for 4th place. Now, this does have
an impact on the championship, doesn't it?
Potential championship implications. So Dillman not lifting off here, and he'll be fired up by whatever happened there. Just to remind you, if you did join us a little late, Tom Dillman came in from the lead, or by the way, did not come in from the lead, so it looks like the car ran out of fuel.
Yeah.
On his in-lap. Whether or not that was a miscalculation or a miscommunication, we do not know, but I think we'll be hearing in words of one syllable later.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to be quite close enough, though.
I don't think so.
No.
And he has been tearing tenths out of this lead, but it's tenths.
Yeah. And Besh is not going to be an easy person to pass.
No
push over.
If you've ever tried to get in front of him at the cafe, not a chance.
Elbows out.
Absolutely.
This is going to be coming onto the final lap here for Louis. He's
still an investigation, by the way, for Chetelaar, not following the race track. What race control gives could take away as well. Boy, oh boy. Well, we'll call it as we see it. Onto the final lap of the race for Louis Delatraz after what has been another very convincing performance from the CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew. Ollie, another highlight.
Yeah, I mean, it really has been. These guys have executed brilliantly, and George did his job when all the bronze drivers were out there. But Molt Jacobsen did really that sort of grunt work in the middle of the race and navigating through all the traffic, and also sort of seeing how all of the different strategies were going to play out. And now Louis sort of had the reasonably straightforward job of just driving the car to the flag, really, as all of the other runners and riders have, you know, fallen away. And Tom Dillman in the 25 was really the one that's going to put these guys under pressure when the 47 car had started to have its issues, and, you know, starting off at all of the stuff that happened in qualifying this morning, and then the incidents that Roberto Lacorte had as well in his stint really put the 47 right on the back foot, and the Four's just been able to run through and have a very clean run, nice run, and they've always looked pretty much in control.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's been pretty clean coming now down through the bank turn, down towards the hotel section. Louis Delatraz has to go by the 17 car heading towards a podium for the CLX Motorsport car. All sorts of dramas potentially post-race, but let's call it to the flag. Louis Delatraz following up from a fine start from George Kurtz, another great stint from Malte Jacobsen. But Swiss driver Louis Delatraz that gets the privilege of bringing the number 4 car, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, across the line to win a 3rd consecutive race in the Asian Le Mans Series for 2025-26. And as a result of the woes today for Chetelaar Racing, they are going to inherit a big points advantage ahead of the series finale. Did see the 70 car just lifting off at the end of that race,
just pulling him back behind the 4 just so they have to do one more lap.
Sami Megtanif, by the way, 2 seconds back at the flag.
Yeah, I think that Louis was just managing it all the way through.
And completing the podium is going to be RD Limited with another good run there. Tristan Vautier following up on a great battle with James Allen and Griffin Peebles earlier on, and a good start from Fred Bourdant coming back after injury. On board here with the 69 Team WRT car, Dan Harper, and he's going to come through to do enough to take the championship fight to the last race tomorrow.
Yeah, he is just 43 cars looking pretty racy behind him, and it's just going to let him go, and then Dan will just be able to sort of breathe it nicely through 15, through 16, and bring it to the flag. Really nicely done by this team and this crew. WRT 69 car, fantastic win for them.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff. It was an excellent start to the race from Tony McIntosh. Parker Thompson we heard from in the middle of the race. He had a stellar middle stint, and then Dan Harper to bring it home. It'll be a WRT 1-2. We'll come to that in a moment. Crossed the line, but potential trouble awaits the 13 car from Interpol competition. Did not follow the instruction to repair that damage that you can see in front of the windscreen. They take the win over the line from CLX Motorsports and 23 Events Racing.
A lot of excitement there in the garage.
10-second time penalty for Chetalar Racing for not following the race director's instructions. That's going to be added immediately. Car 21, unsafe release, no further action, so no dramas for the 69 car. That's a win effectively confirmed. We've not yet seen what is going to happen with the 13, the 70, and at least one other car that were called to attend to issues.
You might be wondering why the 4 car is sort of off-roading at the moment. And Louis just driving around, just trying to make sure he gets plenty of pickup on the tyres. And that's just for weight and ride height and all kinds of other bits and pieces. So, yeah, that's an important one to do that.
This has been a very big evening for this team. Their performance on track, worthy of the win, but just as significant. There you go, Augusta Farfus wishing them well. Just as important, it's been a terrible night for Chetalar Racing.
Yeah, it was certainly one to forget for them, and they'll be looking back and going, okay, what can we do differently for tomorrow? Because we know we've got to be able to, we're going to have to start in the same way. And what are the changes we can make to not have a rerun of today?
Just looking, by the way, that's because Vlad Lunko lifted off. They've just added the 10 seconds to the Chetalar Racing car, and now the team manager car 30 is being called to race control. That is a podium finishing team.
And driver.
Yeah, now that could be interesting. But no, a huge evening for this pair and for the man who completes the trio, Louis Delatraz, striding down towards the podium. And Louis comes in to the stop board for the race winner right now.
Nicely done. Another textbook execution there of a 4-hour race here in the Asia Le Mans Series.
Yeah. Keeping an eye on whether or not we see any other adjustments. Don't think we're going to see any other adjustments at this point. There is Louis Delatraz. Thumbs up from him. Again, well executed from Louis. And a third consecutive win, as I say, from CrowdStrike Racing by APR. They've got to hurry up on.
Yeah. This is the fastest. Well, no.
They're in a hurry for a hug. That's what it is. Past the press pack.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, Louis has broken into a sweat. It was.
It's a warm night.
It is a warm night, but I don't think that's the hardest he's had to work for a win.
Now, what could be interesting here is across the line, Henri Cabides is timed, because of where he was on track, a lap ahead of Alex Jacobi.
Ooh.
Now, that could be significant. That could be significant.
Yeah, but you go, okay, if they had to come in and fix that, and the way that that piece was broken,
yeah,
you know, on the 13 car, that was going to be tough to do.
In comes the 69 from Team WRT, and a great result for them. Keeps them in the hunt until tomorrow. It is a big points lead for the Castle Racing number 74 car. I'm just checking, they are indeed still, for this race, classified as third, but for points will be second, because, to explain again, the 28 car is effectively a different entry than it was in Sepang.
Yeah, yeah. Parker Thompson was just clapping Dan in there, you know, admiring his parking skills.
Absolutely, but Tony McIntosh there, what delight for him.
Oh.
This is a breakthrough season for Tony.
It really is, and those guys have, you know, really gelled well, and that partnership is fantastic, and everybody down there at WRT are thrilled with this group and this driver lineup, and they really are going to be a force to be reckoned with all the way through this season in 2026.
And finally comes our race winner in LMP3. And Ricky Bides brings home the 13 car. There is potential question ahead, but for right now, there he is.
Very happy.
That is the winner.
Yep.
And they came into this race a point adrift of the race lead, of the championship lead. And they've come with 7 points.
So there'll be 6 points in the lead if this all shakes out in this way.
Well, between those two, if it's 1-2, winner takes all tomorrow. If it stays this way, there we go. There's our race winners. One more, says Mette Jakobsen. So a race that was remarkably instant-free.
Yeah, well, it was.
I don't think I've ever seen a race as clean as that here.
No, I haven't.
In the Le Mans Series. Well, let's go straight down to David Addison, who has managed to scoop up in his trawler net all 3 drivers for the CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew, and they're with him right now.
3 in a row, guys, well done. George, we spoke to you during the race. Mott, let's have a word with you this time. A good middle stint, and it set you up beautifully for the championship.
Yeah, of course, we are very, very happy now with this 3rd win of the year and 3rd one in a row as well. It puts us in a very, very strong position for tomorrow for the last race. But still, there are things, anything can happen, and we need to keep our heads calm and make sure we finish the race tomorrow. But huge thanks to the team, all of CrowdStrike Racing, APR, Stuart and Sam especially, and these 2 amazing teammates. There's nothing to complain about, so keep it up for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Guys, well done. Go to the podium. We'll see you shortly.
Race 5 of 6 in the Asia Le Mans Series for 2025-26. 45 cars to take the start, headed by 16 in LMP2, and they're headed by multi-pole setter Giorgio Roda. Charmelesi trying to make good from a rear row starting position in LMP2, LMP3, close but no contact. And the same was true with the 19-car grid in GT. As clean a start as you'll see at Yas Marina. Close between the Kyrgios Blackthorn Aston Martin and the QMMF by GetSpeed AMG. Coming through to eventually take the lead after about 10 minutes of running would be Milesi, but there'll be a need to get Roberto Lacorte ahead, and not long after the Italian did climb aboard, caught up in traffic, and a half spin would bleed off time. Side by side between Julian Gerby and the number 13 Ligier of Alex Bekantsov. It would be the Polish entered car side by side, and contact with the Virage car. Contact 2 between the 15 of Kessel Racing and the luckless Roberto Lacorte, and Griffin Peebles with James Allen. Griffin Peebles aboard the DKR Engineering car, the RD Limited car, putting on a fine battle. But trouble for the number 5, gearbox problems that would count them out of contention. Another rotten bit of luck for Giorgio Roda. Loads of battles up and down the order. This would be Griffin Peebles guessing wrong through the bank turn, coming down towards the hotel section, and the more experienced James Allen making good. Potential trouble for the 13 car, twice losing the inspection cover. And questions post-race about whether that might lead to a penalty. This time, Griffin Peebles post-pit stops, fending off James Allen. And here, Parker Thompson taking the lead in GT, ahead of the number 9 of Anthony Bartone. That car would be in trouble later, as through came the number 10 car. Potential engine problem for the front row starter. Pit stops winding their way out, and it would lead to a 1-2 between the 13 and the 17. 25 car in contention for the win, and looking like Tom Dillman, for whatever reason, running out of fuel, and that would be costly, dropping them from potential lead position out of the podium spots. Louis Delatraz following on from George Kurtz and Mette Jakobsen because of that pit stop for the 25 would sweep through into a dominant position and would take the checkered flag 2 seconds clear of the sister 20 car. Milton Jakobsen and George Kurtz watching on as the WRT 69 car took the win in GT. And the 13 Interpol Ligier takes the flag as the winner. They're delighted, and we wait for the final result. There is the overall classification, at least provisionally. CrowdStrike Racing by APR win the race, 133 laps, 2 seconds clear of the sister Algarve Pro number 20, and RD Limited 25 seconds further back. DK Engineering right in the mix, as was the 25 car, but lost ground to that running out of fuel moment. Interpol take the flag in the lead, a lap clear with the way the checkered flag came out from CLX Motorsports 17. They are the two championship contenders. 23 from 23 Events Racing completed the podium, with the 29 for SDA Racing by VPS car in fourth. In GT, 1-2 from Team WRT, the 69 from the 28, but the 28 is a non-point scoring car. The 74 Kessel Racing car that came in with a big points lead, therefore follows up with another haul of points here. The championship, though, will go to the finale tomorrow. Origin Motorsport take third place points and fourth place in the overall order. And behind that was a number of cars in trouble up and down the order. Starting from the number 1 from Team Virage, which is shown as a retirement. ARC Bratislava, a late retirement, as was the Getspeed car. United Autosports with that gearbox issue. Racing Team Turkey with a broken toe link. And High Class Racing's 94 with a busted radiator. Well, there you go.
Bit of the green room. Yeah,
very nice green room here.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Just
waiting
around
for getting onto the podium.
Indeed. I see Stefan Rattel at the back of the room.
Lots of notes being compared here. John Falb there with his hands on his hips and having a bit of a chat with the...
Well, he was a real star today.
Yep, definitely.
That is the provisional points total. It is a 25-point lead. What a dramatic turnaround. Maximum points for the CrowdStrike car tonight and no points for Chetalar Racing means, well, it could come down to countback if the positions are reversed and Chetalar win tomorrow and CrowdStrike score nothing. But that, you have to say, against the form book is unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much, locked in for the 4, isn't it?
It's
this crew.
It's those two cars and nobody else in it to win it. And that says, of course, not just the championship, but also the automatic entry to Le Mans, of an invitation to Le Mans. Cedric Viat, the FIWC event director here this weekend. George Kurtz, Louis Deltaraz and Milton Jakobsen then lead by 25 points from the luckless Antonio Fuoco, Charles Malaysia and Roberto Lacorte. All came about with that fumble from Roberto in qualifying.
Yeah, it's just unravelled, hasn't it, all the way through the day? And we've seen that with so many of the other entries that have done this.
Well, they were called to race director. They're going to be on the podium. Fred Pordat, great to see him back after injury. Cost him starts in Dubai, but James Allen again delivered, as did Tristan Vautier. RD Limited.
It's clearly got a very quick car. They just need to string a decent race together, and they'll be right there challenging for the win.
Then it is John Halb, Sami Megtanif, and Matthias Kaiser. Another great result from them. They've had a strong time in the United Arab Emirates, but not as strong as this trio. Magnificent stuff from George Kurtz, Milton Jakobsen and Louis Delatraz. A third consecutive win, and they will go to tomorrow with a very strong chance of taking this championship.
Yeah, I think that they and so much of the driver's seat. It would take something miraculous for them not to seal it.
Disastrous, I think, is what we're doing. At this stage, a single point, 10th would be good enough for them.
Which in this field, you just never really, you can't count it out because it's so deep in talent and the teams that are running and all of the lineups.
We're going to hear the national anthem of the United States of America. So, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, hat full of points tonight. John Falk delighted with his second place. He loved the win. Deserved it with that drive early in the race.
Yeah, and Sammy McTaneef has been actually also another emerging star in P2. You know, he's been lighting up the timing screens, excellent averages, and really has been one of the stars for APR in that 20 car. And John, he did a fine job in that first hour or so, loving his racing, enjoying it. Look at him.
Trophy held high.
Indeed, indeed, that's great to see.
Good stuff. Representative from Michelin, deservedly handing out the trophies, putting shoes at each corner of every car in this grid this year again, as they have for many years. Big photograph for our mate Pedro, Peter May.
Great job.
Yep. He'll be just as quick off that podium on his way to the buffet later.
Yeah, buffet slayer.
Let's go back down to David Addison, who's gathered up the number 13 crew from Inter-Europol competition, and he's going to be with them for a bit of a download on what went on. Chongqing Chu, anytime now.
Jimmy, let's talk to you. A really interesting race and a very, very well-deserved win.
Yeah, it was good. The pace is very good from the start to the end, and it's a very green race, so we just pushed from the start to the end, and then we finished in P1. So.
You had that bit of damage that needed repairing. Was that going to be an issue post-race, do you think?
No, we don't have damage. We didn't have any contact. And we tried to repair it. And the car is good. And the setup is perfect, so we're very happy about where we are now.
Top work, well done.
Thank you.
Podium positions being gathered here for the LMP3 class. This is the 23 crew from 23 Events Racing. And the 17 crew from CLX. Still in championship contention here, whatever happens post-race. But it's the trio from Inter-Europol competition. Enrique Bides, Chongqing Chu and Alex Bekantsov that will take the top step of the podium this evening. And once these guys have gathered, we will once again, as we've got used to doing in recent years with Inter-Europol's success, be hearing the national anthem of Poland.
Congratulations.
So LMP3, again doling out some entertainment. And, post-podiums, we'll take a look, I'm sure, at the points situation in LMP3. It's going to be wide open. I think it's going to be, what, 6 points in it?
Yeah, it is going to be extremely tight.
And there are strong teams in this championship that did not deliver tonight that could well be there and involved in this fight, so let's not presume this is going to be a two-car fight, the championship.
I'm sure the guys at CLX are kind of wondering what's happening here, and certainly Paul Loncher's body language was pretty muted. But yeah, let's wait and see what happens here.
Well, they came into this race, I think 2 points to the good, thanks to the pole position points. So they'll drop 7. So that should mean 5 points in it, if I'm correct.
If your maths is correct.
It usually isn't.
No, it's not. I think it might actually just be 4. 4 a point in front, I think.
That would be 2, less 7. I think it's 5. And,
okay.
So clearly the buffet's not open because Peter May's back on the podium. I'm
sure he's been off for a snack. Maybe the buffet's actually in the green room.
The scenes must be horrendous if that's the case. Let's finish off the interviews post-race. David Allison is going to be down with Team WRT, the 69 crew, after a fine win for the yellow BMW.
Another BMW win, and Dan Harper brought it home. How tough a race was that?
Yeah, I mean, it was tight the whole way through. I think especially like mid part of the race when the two Mercedes were up there, they were pushing hard at the beginning, and I mean Tony done brilliant to hang on to them, and right to the end we had to push because the Ferrari was coming at the end as well, but yeah, a great result for the team, first and second, and for sure this length of race with so much green always makes it tricky. So I mean, we were fantastic, no penalties. There were so many penalties with track limits, so credit to the three of us for keeping that clean as well.
Brilliant job, well done guys.
Thank you.
Well,
yeah, fault-free stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Dan Harper was absolutely bang on there. They didn't get a penalty, fault-free, and so many of the others around them all got into trouble and incidents, and there you go. So you win.
Yeah, Dustin Blackner, Dennis Marshall, Chris Lulham, third position on the podium. It will be second place points, remember. It is the trio from the 28 BMW that took the second place, but it is Tony McIntosh, Parker Thompson and Dan Harper that take the top step and the 25 points and leave the championship open coming into the finale tomorrow.
Yeah.
WRT 1-2, they'll be delighted with that.
They'll be thrilled, absolutely thrilled.
Gonson Voss will be investing in a new cap this evening to add to his extensive collection.
Indeed.
I don't know if you get royalties for composing a national anthem, but if you do, whoever it is should be paying a cut to Team WRT because it gets played an awful lot when they're involved. It was, of course, the national anthem of Belgium, the home country of Team WRT. Trophies about to be awarded to the GT3 podium finishers. It was a good race. At times a great race, some fantastic battles in all three classes once again. A little bit of side to side from time to time, and remarkably interruption free.
It was, and you know, the winners here, certainly the GT class and the P2 class, they did exactly what my old team boss Doug Feehan used to say to me before the start of a race: don't hit anything, don't break anything, and keep it on the racetrack.
And so many times you ignored him.
I know, exactly, time after time after time. But these guys, they did exactly that. They did exactly what Doug Feehan would have said to them before the start of the race. And great job to 69 WRT BMW, and also to the CrowdStrike, number 4 by APR.
There are the points in LMP3. It is 5 points between Europol and CLX Motorsports, with 20 points back. 29 cars still in it.
Did you say it was 5 points?
I said 5.
I did say 5.
Yeah.
My maths is terrible. Back to school.
So 5 points in it for the LMP3 Teams Trophy. We'll see, I'm sure, the drivers' points as well in just a moment. But that's wide open tomorrow. It is Alex Pakantsov, Chun-Ting Chu, Alex Jacobi. Alex Pakantsov and Chun-Ting Chu that lead from Alex Jacobi, Kevin Rabin and Paul Loncher. So, and then the points trot on down, but still 3 teams in it for the championship. Cracking stuff with them. And it is 22 points, the gap in GT3. Castle Racing need to keep their heads, keep in the points, and they will be champions. But Team WRT will be pushing hard to repeat what they've done today with a fault-free run and hope for issues elsewhere. That's what it comes down to, with 4 hours of racing to come tomorrow. And in terms of the Drivers' Championship, It is Chris Ludham, Dennis Marshall and Dustin Blattner, Tony McIntosh, Dan Harper and Parker Thompson. They are the two that remain in the running for the championship and to get an automatic invitation to the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2026. Another great race, another good race for the Asia Le Mans Series here in very different circumstances and very different surroundings, and it sets things up nicely. We've had dramas of the extreme sort pretty much every year that you and I have worked together on the Asia Le Mans Series. I can't see that pattern being broken tomorrow.
I'm waiting for the thing that's really going to unseat everything and turn it over again, and everybody to be super surprised with what's going to happen.
Meteor strike, anything really. But I mean, the reality is,
it was so clean today, though. It really was so clean for so long, and we only had a couple of interruptions with those full course yellows, but that was it.
But you look at that and you think there's big points gaps in 2 of those 3 classes. But if you think that's unlikely, look at it from the point of view of Chetalard Racing today.
Yeah, absolutely.
They came in
huge
even
swing
on points when we woke up this morning, and now their hopes don't sit in tatters. But my gosh, they're back. They're up against the wall. They need to reset and find a better plan than they had today. It's all up for grabs still.
And that's the beauty of this, the way that this championship works. You get to go again exactly the same tomorrow. Another 4 hours, another chance, reset, go again.
And here's the thing. If you're a follower of pretty much any other form of motorsport, you look at those points gaps, you think there's no chance, it's all done. No.
We've watched this before.
We've done this before. This is not our first rodeo. Trust us. Stick with this, the Asia Le Mans Series, for the one final time. 4 more hours here at Yas Marina Circuit in Abu Dhabi. It's going to be 45 cars with 4 more hours. Remember, 4 p.m. local time tomorrow. Check out the Asia Le Mans Series website and social media for how that relates to where you are globally. Live and free with David Addison, who's been on fine form down in the pit lane, with the sports car racing legend that is Ollie Gavin, and with me, Graham Goodwin. With thanks to all the production team for their hard work tonight. 4 hours to go before we can call the champions and the 2 invitees to the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2026. For now, from all of us, good night.